Chapter 2067. Boom! Amidst a rumbling sound, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall's Hallmaster was killed. When his corpse fell from the sky, it was absorbed by Yixian into the devouring space. At the same time, the Scarlet Blaze Divine Stone in the Scarlet Blaze Shrine Master's hand fell into Yixian's hand. Now he had all the 5 elements Divine Stones. Ding! The host can activate the 5 elements Swordsman. Do you want to activate them? Yes. Yixian immediately responded. Ding! The activation of the 5 elements Swordsman is successful. The host's affinity with the 5 elements has reached the upper limit. The system notification sounded. The upper limit of the affinity with the 5 elements was the maximum value. This meant that Yixian's attacks with the 5 elements would be significantly more powerful in the future. In addition, he had a damage reduction effect on such attacks. Previously, Yixian had increased his fire attack power by using the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. Now he had increased his affinity by 4 more elements. This was very good. Yixian immediately released the 5 elements swordsmen. The 5 elements swordsmen were dressed quite handsomely. Beside them floated 5 elemental spheres of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although they did not attack, Yixian could feel their aura. They were more powerful than the immortal swordsmen. Your opponent is him. Go. Yixian immediately ordered the 5 elements swordsmen. In an instant, the 5 elements swordsmen charged toward Ko Wenhua. Ko Wenhua was the guardian of the 5 elements path. He cultivated the 5 elements cultivation method. Together with the mandate of heaven, he was very powerful. However, this was child's play for the 5 elements swordsmen. Whoosh! A slash broke through the air and attacked the 5 elements swordsmen. At the same time, the 5 elements swordsmen fiercely slashed with their sword. A sword chi containing the 5 elements broke through the air. Bang! In the air, a shock wave swept out. The 2 sword chis collided and dissipated together. The 5 elements swordsman was the same level as Yixian. They were both 4th grade Eternal Emperors. However, their attack was on par with Ko Wenhua's, who was an 8th grade Eternal Emperor. How was this possible? Ko Wenhua was shocked and so was Yixian. However, Yixian knew that the 5 element sword attendants were completely immune to 5 elements attacks, and so were his attacks. That was why the sword attendants of the 5 elements had been able to disperse the sword chi of the 5 elements, and then their attacks were on par with the heaven's will. In short, Ko Wenhua's attack was a heavenly fate attack to the 5 elements sword attendants. If it was another person, the 5 elements sword attendants would be at a disadvantage. This time it was just right. In an instant, the 5 elements sword attendants and Ko Wenhua exchanged blows. Although there was a huge gap between the 2 of them, their strength was evenly matched. The 5 elements sword servants are indeed powerful. They are much stronger than the undying sword servants. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. However, he couldn't just watch the 5 elements sword attendants and Ko Wenhua fight one-on-one. Ares' domain. At this moment he activated another trump card. In the next moment the entire world seemed to have frozen. Apart from him, there was only one other expert from the Scarlet Flame Temple who could move. Eye of Assassination. Before the expert from the Scarlet Flame Temple could react, Yixian had already appeared behind him and slashed with his sword. Rip! In an instant, the sword god's doppelganger killed the expert and received the buff effect of the invincible god of war. Go! As the world returned to normal, Yixian led the old tree and the others to attack Ko Wenhua. Even Ko Wenhua had to pay attention to such a situation. Kid, where did you come from? Ko Wenhua finally couldn't help but ask. I'll tell you when you're dead. Yixian didn't answer this question because there was no need to. What a big mouth. Ko Wenhua snorted and decided to go all out. However, in the face of all kinds of attacks, he, an 8th grade Eternal Emperor, seemed to be a little weak. This battle lasted for a full minute. One should know that an expert of this level could do a lot of things in 1 second. For example, he could easily cross 10 billion kilometers of land. Not to mention an Eternal Emperor, even an immortal could easily cross 1,000,000 kilometers of land using the immortal jump. 1 minute was enough for them to exchange blows countless times. However, in this 1 minute, the one who was suppressed was not Yixian, but Ko Wenhua. It was really funny. A dignified 8th grade Eternal Emperor was actually defeated by a group of 4th grade Eternal Emperors. If news of this spread, Ko Wenhua would lose face. However, what Ko Wenhua didn't know was that Yixian hadn't used his full strength yet. Alright, enough fun. It's time for you to accompany your 5 disciples. At this time, Yixian's lips suddenly curled up. Just now, he had killed the Scarlet Flame Temple Master and killed the rest of the people. In other words, he had a huge amount of cultivation resources in his hands. After activating the 5 element sword servants, Yixian wanted to test the combat power of the 5 element sword servants. Therefore, he had only been playing around. Now he was done playing. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 5th grade Eternal Emperor. In an instant, the aura of Yixian's group skyrocketed. The Sword God's Doppelganger, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Sword Servant, Undying Sword Servant, 5 Element Sword Servant, and Yixian's War God Mount all rose from 4th grade Eternal Emperors to 5th grade Eternal Emperors without exception. Their overall strength had increased by more than 10 times. What? Ko Wenhua was shocked. Before the breakthrough, these people had been able to put him under pressure. Now that they had both broken through, how could he fight? Let's go. Ko Wenhua made a prompt decision and immediately turned around to leave. It's too late to leave now. Yixian's eyes widened. In the next moment, everyone used their trump cards. A series of attacks pierced through the air. Ko Wenhua shivered and dodged the attacks of Old Shoe and Black Horn, but was hit by the 2 sword chis of the 5 element sword servants and the undead sword servants. Ko Wenhua could still block the sword chi of the undying sword servant. At that time, he could not block the attack of the 5 element sword servant at all. After the breakthrough, the invisible sword servant could easily destroy his destiny protection. When the 5-colored sword light entered his body, Ko Wenhua felt the blood in his body surge. In the next moment, Ko Wenhua's body exploded and he died. At that moment, Yixian rushed over and collected Ko Wenhua's interspatial ring and destiny. Then, he unceremoniously devoured them. His strength had increased by another step. The disciples of Crimson Flame Divine Hall were dumbfounded. Not only did the Hall Master die, but even the Hall Master's master also died? This was too unreal. Before they could react, the group of low-level Eternal Emperors were all sucked into the devouring space by Old Tree and Black Horn. Since obtaining the Beast God Clock, Yixian had a habit of letting Wei Zhentian search his soul. Chapter 2068. Yixian found quite a few 5-element stones in Ko Wenhua's interspatial ring. He immediately gave them to the 5-element swordsman to strengthen. Ko Wenhua was a guardian of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements were half-step sovereigns. The members of the 5 elements sect all cultivated with the help of 5 element stones. They usually formed groups of 5, and they would complement each other and cultivate together. This way, their cultivation speed would be much faster than the average person's. The 5 element sect actually has a 5-element stone mine? Yixian's lips curled up slightly. The 5-element swordsmen were currently his strongest subordinates. If he could continue to strengthen them, it would be excellent. However, the half-step sovereigns of the 5-element sect had to be careful. Ko Wenhua's body exploded and died. Although I collected his body parts, I'm only 80% sure. I wonder if anyone would be able to see through my disguise if I used the true mask. Yixian raised an eyebrow and decided to give it a try. Previously, he had almost always used a 100% disguise. Now that he was going to use an 80% disguise, he didn't know if he would be discovered. An 80% disguise meant that he could only disguise himself as 80% of Ko Wenhua's face, voice, and aura. It would be easy to recognize him. Forget it. It's already good enough that I'm 80% sure. When the time comes, I'll just say that it was caused by cultivation. Yixian didn't think too much and prepared to head to the 5-element sect. Coincidentally, Ko Wenhua had built a teleportation formation near the Crimson Flame Shrine, so Yixian took advantage of it. Yixian used the formation to cross a large distance and arrived near the 5-element sect. It said that the 5-element sect's patriarch has a 5-element spirit root and has an extremely high affinity for the 5 elements. That's why he was able to form 5 Dao seeds when he was just a half-step Dao Lord. He's very powerful. Yixian thought to himself as he approached the 5-element sect's mountain gate. Guardian Ko, you've returned. When he arrived at the 5 elements mountain gate, the disciples at the gate greeted him respectfully. Yixian pretended to be thoughtful. After nodding slightly, he walked in. He searched through Ko Wenhua's memories. Although his memories were incomplete due to the incomplete corpse, it should not be difficult for him to deal with ordinary matters. The 5 elements, as expected of the 5 elements. After entering, Yixian couldn't help but click his tongue, because he felt many auras that were not weaker than Ko Wenhua's. This meant that they were at least rank 8 Eternal Emperors. Apart from that, there were also several elders who were 9th grade Eternal Emperors. With Yixian's current strength, if they were to fight here, it would definitely be a strenuous and unrewarding task. Let's take a look at the 5 elements vein first. Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was now disguised as the guardian of the 5 elements sect, Ko Wenhua. He was qualified to enter the 5 elements mine. The 5 elements veins in the 5 elements sect could produce 5 elements divine stones, but the 5 elements sect patriarch did not allow them to wantonly mine because their cultivation methods could be improved faster if they cultivated in the 5 elements veins. 5 element or veins were extremely rare. If they were to collapse, it would be a huge loss. Once the 5 elements or vein collapsed, the 5 elements sect would most likely come to an end. Then it would most likely go downhill. Yixian entered the 5 elements or vein under the guise of Ko Wenhua's guardian. This time, he did not dare to casually mine the 5 elements divine stones because there were formations set up on them. Once someone touched them, an elder would appear. However, Yixian's attention was not on the 5 elements divine stones this time. His target was the 5 elements sect disciples who had entered the 5 elements or vein to cultivate. The most outstanding 5 elements sect disciples is only a rank 7 Eternal Emperor. There is nothing to be afraid of. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the 5 forks in front of him and randomly chose one to enter. The 5 elements or vein had 5 subveins of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each subvein had countless mines. Every disciple who entered would choose a mine to cultivate in. Yixian entered the metal mine and sensed it. He found that there was also a small protective formation inside. If he did not enter personally, he would not know who was inside. Yixian randomly chose a mine and entered it. He found a disciple cultivating inside. The 5 elements sect disciple sensed Yixian's arrival. He did not open his eyes, but he was slightly angry. One had to know that the rules of the 5 elements or vein were clearly written on the entrance. As long as there was someone inside, the protective formation would light up and no one else was allowed to enter. However, when the 5 elements sect disciple saw Yixian's face, he swallowed the words that had risen to his throat. Guardian Ko. The 5 elements sect disciple hurriedly greeted him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yixian suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind him. Rip! With a crisp sound, the disciple's head was directly cut off by Yixian's sword. In an instant, the destiny stone in the disciple's body condensed into an eternal destiny stone. Collect. Without saying a word, Yixian put away the corpse and the remains of the disciple. This scene happened so quickly that the disciple, a 5th grade Eternal Emperor, was killed before he could react. In this way, no one would notice. After that, Yixian left the first mine and entered the second. He used the same method to kill all the people in the second mine to reap the benefits. In this metal-type mine alone, there were thousands of people cultivating. Moreover, they were all at least 3rd grade Eternal Emperors. This was the standard for entering the 5 elements or vein to cultivate. In order to increase efficiency, Yixian decided to release the Old Tree, Black Horn, and the others to assist him. However, Black Horn, Old Tree, and the others were too obvious. They would be easily discovered. Once they were discovered, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. For example, they would attract the attention of the Guardian Elder. The Guardian Elder was a 9th grade Eternal Emperor expert. He was only 1 step away from becoming a half-step sovereign. Yixian could fight such an expert. However, he should not forget whose territory he was in. The 5 Elements sect. A battle in the most important place of the 5 Elements sect would naturally attract the attention of the 5 Elements sect's patriarch. When the time came, the half-step sovereign patriarch might personally take action. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Although Yixian's efficiency was low when he acted alone, it was very safe. With the mask of authenticity, even the 5 Elements sect's patriarch would not be able to recognize him if he stood in front of him. In the following time, Yixian hunted the disciples of the 5 Elements sect in the metal-type mine. Chapter 2069. Then, Yixian left the metal-type mine and entered the wood-type mine. Using the same method, he killed many disciples. These disciples were very unlucky. They were cultivating well when they were killed. They died with grievances. However, Yixian promised in his heart that he would resurrect them one day and give them heavenly treasures. This kind of thing was child's play for Yixian. Not to mention breaking through to a higher realm, just his current strength of a 5th-grade Eternal Emperor was enough to resurrect a 3rd-grade Eternal Emperor. However, this would damage his destiny. If he became a 6th-grade Eternal Emperor, it would not be much of a problem. At this time, Yixian had already wandered into the 4th fire-type mine. He sensed that his destiny had reached a bottleneck. As long as he killed the people in the fire-type mine, he could break through to become a 6th-grade Eternal Emperor. At that time, no one in the Tao of 5 Elements would be a match for him except for the half-step sovereign old ancestor. His current strength had at least doubled compared to when he first entered the Tao of 5 Elements mine. After all, these disciples had some 5 Elements sacred stones. Although they were inferior to the 5 Elements sacred stones, they were superior in quantity. Therefore, the 5 Elements sword attendants had also improved a lot. Soon Yixian had almost finished off the people in the fire-type mine. Yes, this time he did not have any scruples. After all, he was about to break through and could not hold back. After he killed an elite disciple of the 7th-grade Eternal Emperor level, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a 6th-grade Eternal Emperor. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Finally, he had broken through. Now, which Eternal Emperor in the Tao of 5 Elements could stop him? Since this was the case, he did not need to keep a low profile anymore. He directly released Old Tree and the others. In fact, there was a heavily guarded passageway in each of the 5 elemental mines in the Tao of 5 Elements mine. There was a protector overseeing each passageway. Yixian knew that these 5 passageways led to the depths of the Tao of 5 Elements mine. That was the forbidden area of the Tao of 5 Elements. Even the protectors could not enter. At the same time, it was also the destination of Yixian. Immediately, he walked towards the entrance. Protector Ko? One of the guardians at the entrance recognized Yixian. However, Yixian did not waste any time. He immediately used Death Hunt Command and Assassin's Eye to attack the enemy from behind. Hiss! A crisp sound rang out, and the protector died instantly. What a joke! Even a 9th-grade Eternal Emperor Elder was not worth mentioning in front of Yixian, let alone a mere 8th-grade Eternal Emperor Protector. Each of these 5 paths is guarded by a protector, and it is said that there are 2 elders in the depths. Yixian thought to himself. He had learned this from Ko Wenhua's memories. 2 elders were equivalent to 2 9th-grade Eternal Emperors. This was not a small number. But in front of Yixian it was nothing. Without another word, Yixian walked into the passageway. Not long after, he sensed 2 powerful auras. Who is it? Before Yixian could walk out of the passageway, an old voice sounded from inside. Elder, I have something to report. Yixian said immediately. Come in. The people inside recognized Ko Wenhua's voice. Yixian continued to walk. When he walked out of the passageway, he saw 2 old men in the 5 Elements sect elder robes sitting cross-legged in the middle. Behind them was a simple and unadorned door. That door should be the secret of the formation of the 5 Elements vein. Protector Ko, I remember that you are not the one guarding the passageway today. Why are you here? A black-robed elder asked. Because I am here to kill you. Yixian was impatient. Before he finished speaking, he had already flashed behind the other party. Crack! The Eternal Emperor weapon on the black-robed elder shattered into pieces. Yixian's attack had broken through his defense. The next attack would be enough to take his life. What? The black-robed elder and the other white-robed elder were shocked. Ko Wenhua was only an 8th-grade Eternal Emperor. Although the black-robed elder was not the strongest among the Eternal Emperors, he was still a mid-grade 9th-grade Eternal Emperor. How did he do it? You disgraceful bastard! Seeing this, the white-robed elder immediately tried to capture Ko Wenhua. But in the next moment, several figures appeared in front of Yixian and covered his body. The white-robed elder's attack was blocked by the invisible swordsman after killing the old tree and black horn. At the same time, Yi Xian took advantage of this gap and flashed behind the other party. Crack! The white-robed elder was once again caught off guard and was sent flying. Quick, inform the ancestor. The white-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily. Unfortunately, the black-robed elder did not reply. The white-robed elder's face was gloomy. He squinted and found that the black-robed elder, whose defense had been broken by Yi Xian, had his heart pierced by a golden saber-toothed tiger and died. One of the two ninth-grade Eternal Emperors died in an instant and the other was seriously injured. It's over. The white-robed elder seemed to have seen the end of the world. Yi Xian had the strength to kill the black-robed elder. Naturally, he also had the ability to kill him. He was afraid that he would not survive the next moment. Sure enough, without waiting for him to stop, Yi Xian and the others launched a fierce attack on him. Boom! The group of people attacked together and killed the ninth-grade Eternal Emperor white-robed elder. Then Yi Xian quickly put away the two corpses and moved quickly to the quaint door. Although the battle just now did not last long, the two elders might have already sent a voice transmission to the Five Elements sect ancestor. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get the treasure as soon as possible. After Yi Xian observed for a while, he found that this formation was not ordinary. It should have been set up by the Five Elements sect ancestor himself. This can't stop me. Yi Xian smiled confidently and joined forces with the others to attack. However, these attacks dissipated as soon as they landed on the defensive formation. Moreover, there was not even a sound. This made Yi Xian feel a little strange. What's going on? Why is there a soundproof formation? Yi Xian was puzzled. Instead of setting up a soundproof formation, it would have been better to set up a defensive formation. However, he did not care so much and continued to attack. However, this defensive formation was very powerful. With his current strength, he could not break it. Damn, a half-step ruler is so powerful. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Half-step sovereign realm was a whole new realm. There was a huge gap between an Eternal Emperor and a half-step ruler. The former would not be able to withstand a single blow from the latter. A formation set up by such an expert was not something that an Eternal Emperor could break. Chapter 2070. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to use my trump card. Let's take the things and leave. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He had already decided to use his trump card. If he could obtain the treasure that formed the Five Elements vein, he could plant it in the devouring space. This way, the Five Elements sword attendants could be continuously strengthened. Divine sword technique. Without hesitation, Yi Xian slashed at the quaint door. With this move, the entire Five Elements mineral vein was split open. The quaint door and the defensive formation were broken together. Boom! The stone at the door shattered and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the formation was broken, Yi Xian's perception could penetrate it. However, when he sensed it, he was frightened. There was an extremely powerful aura inside. A ninth-grade Eternal Emperor? No. This aura was dozens of times stronger than a ninth-grade Eternal Emperor. The Five Elements sect's great ancestor? Yi Xian almost fainted. He did not expect that the Five Elements sect's great ancestor, whom he feared, was actually in seclusion inside. Although the smoke and dust filled the air, Yi Xian had the eye of things. He saw a figure sitting cross-legged inside. It must be the Five Elements sect's great ancestor. The most ridiculous thing was that Yi Xian's attack just now had landed only half a meter away from the Five Elements sect's great ancestor. If the distance had been slightly off, perhaps the divine sword art just now would have been enough to kill this half-step sovereign expert. What the F***ck? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. At this time, the Five Elements sect's great ancestor reacted. He waved his right hand and quickly put away the two things beside him. These two things were his secrets. Who is it? An old voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. His expression was very interesting at this time. It was as if he was in the middle of carrying on the ancestral line when Yi Xian barged in. He was a little flustered. However, Yi Xian did not respond. He frowned and was thinking. The two things that were put away by the Five Elements sect's great ancestor must be the secret of the Five Elements vein. If he had known, he would have flashed over and put away the things. What a loss, what a loss. Who are you? How did you break in? The Five Elements sect's great ancestor asked again. How strange. There should be two elders guarding the door. Why aren't they here? However, after he thought about it carefully, he discovered that he had some impression of the person before him. He was actually a protector of his Five Elements path. Because Yi Xian's disguise was only 80% effective and the Five Elements ancestor was extremely mysterious, even a protector might not be able to meet him. Therefore, the Five Elements ancestor didn't recognize Ko Wenhua's face in time. Ancestor, I've come this time to ask you for two things, Yi Xian said. The Five Elements patriarch subconsciously asked after hearing this. The Five Elements great ancestor was furious. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian came in, nor did he know where the two elders went. In short, this matter was a secret of the Five Elements Tao. Only elders would know about it. Now that Yi Xian knew, he could not let him live. The Five Elements great ancestor immediately charged out. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Yi Xian's people were all killed in 1 second, except for the sword god's clone. So strong. As expected of a half-step sovereign expert, Yi Xian could not help but exclaim in his heart. A half-step sovereign expert had fused the Tao fruit and the 99 fate into their Tao heart. The Five Elements great ancestor already had a Tao heart, so his strength was extraordinary. Fortunately, the sword god's clone was invincible. Even if he was beaten for 10,000 years, he would not die. However, Yi Xian was a little hesitant. With his current combat strength, he could not fight the Five Elements great ancestor, not even the Five Elements sword servants. So should he leave or stay? I won't leave first. Let's destroy the Five Elements sect first. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This time he decided to use his true body. The sword god's clone delayed the Five Elements great ancestor, while his true body descended personally. With his strength, no one could stop him except the Five Elements great ancestor. As long as he killed the rest of the Five Elements sect, he might be able to break through to become a rank 7 eternal emperor. At this time, Yi Xian's face suddenly changed and returned to his original appearance. This was because he had already put away Wei Zhentian, who had turned into the mask of authenticity. As for his true body, he had already descended to the Five Elements sect and put on the Void Spirit divine armor. To be safe, he even summoned the Black Gold divine armor. The Five Elements great ancestor was a half-step sovereign. Even if he did not use energy attacks, he might be able to kill him with just his fists. Thus it was better to be careful. Rumble. Deafening sounds kept coming from the Five Elements mine. However, at this time the Five Elements great ancestor, who was wondering why he could not kill Yi Xian, felt something. What did you do? The Five Elements great ancestor could not help but ask. Nothing. I'm just killing your elders. The sword god's clone grinned. The Five Elements great ancestor's expression changed, but he did not leave this place and continued to attack Yi Xian. His attacks were very sharp. If Yi Xian's true body was here, even with the Black Gold divine armor and the Void Spirit divine armor, he would be in danger of dying. However, when the Five Elements great ancestor attacked, Yi Xian's aura suddenly rose by a large margin. Although he did not break through, his heavenly fate level had indeed increased. This was because his true body had killed the other elders of the Five Elements sect and absorbed all their heavenly fates. In addition, there were the protectors and mid-level eternal emperor disciples. After dealing with them, Yi Xian's true body charged into the Five Elements mine and began to wantonly mine the Five Elements divine stone. The Five Elements divine stone could not only be used to strengthen the Five Elements sword servants, but it could also be used to forge weapons. As long as the divine sword art's cooldown was restored, Yi Xian would be able to pose a threat to the Five Elements great ancestor. Bastard! How dare you destroy my Five Elements sect? The Five Elements great ancestor suddenly sensed something and could not help but roar. So what? You can resurrect them anyway, isn't that right? Yi Xian said. You're courting death. The Five Elements great ancestor was furious. He did not care about anything else and attacked Yi Xian with all his might. However, after attacking for a long time, Yi Xian was not injured at all. It was too strange. On the other side, Yi Xian's true body and the others had already begun to wantonly collect the 5 elements divine stone. However, this was not a problem for the 5 elements great ancestor because he had a 5 elements divine stone. As long as the 5 elements divine stone was still there, the 5 elements great ancestor would not be considered destroyed. As for the others with his realm, he could easily resurrect even a 7th grade eternal emperor. Chapter 2071. Who exactly are you? How can a mere rank 6 eternal emperor withstand so many of my attacks without being injured? The 5 elements sect's old ancestor couldn't help but ask. If you want to know, give me something in exchange? Yi Xian smirked. This answer infuriated the 5 elements sect's old ancestor, and he charged toward Yi Xian. After that, the sword god's avatar was in a passive state. No, it should be said that from the beginning until now, he had been beaten up. However, his tough and indestructible body was capable of withstanding all of the 5 elements sect's old ancestors' attacks. On the other side, his original body, the old tree, and the others had already emptied the 5 elements mineral vein, leaving nothing behind. The battle prowess of the 5 elements sword attendants soared. However, the 5 elements sword attendants had just been killed by the 5 elements sect's great ancestor, so there was a cooldown period. He could not summon them again today. Right now, I'm just a rank 6 eternal emperor. Apart from the divine sword technique, I don't pose a threat to this old man at all. I'd better level up first. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he left the 5 paths and headed for a nearby power. Nearby, there were several factions on the same level as the 5 elements ancestor. Their strongest experts were half-step sovereigns, but they were slightly weaker than the 5 elements ancestor. Yi Xian wanted to use them to increase his strength. Because Yi Xian had gone too far, the 5 elements Dao Patriarch beat Yi Xian for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past 3 days and 3 nights, the sword god's avatar had endured countless attacks. Even a rank 2 half-step dominator would most likely die under such attacks from the 5 elements Dao ancestor. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the 5 elements Dao ancestor was. Brat, what are you made of? You've taken so many of my attacks, yet you're completely unscathed? On the 4th day, the 5 elements grand ancestor asked once more. However, perhaps Yi Xian was numb from the beating, or perhaps he was too lazy to reply because his heart was still with the main body. However, at this moment the 5 elements sect's great ancestor suddenly stopped, which surprised Yi Xian. What's wrong? Tired? The sword god's doppelganger smirked. You destroyed my 5 elements, but I can't kill you. What do you think I should do? The 5 elements old ancestor asked helplessly. In this world, the cruelest thing was that you couldn't kill your enemy even though they were right in front of you. It was really too tragic. Don't worry. You'll know what to do in a moment. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, his heaven's mandate had increased quite a bit compared to 3 days ago. In these 3 days he visited 2 forces of the same level as the 5 elements and fiddled with them. At this moment he was about to break through. Patriarch 5 elements was a little surprised, but not long after he felt the change in Yi Xian's aura. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 7 eternal emperor. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had finally broken through. Did that mean that Yi Xian now possessed the ability to fight the Tao of 5 elements patriarch? Old man, let's fight again. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flickered and he suddenly summoned the old tree and the others. Of course, the old tree and the others were no threat to the Tao of 5 elements patriarch. This time Yi Xian's trump card was the 5 elements swordsman. Humph! The Tao of 5 elements patriarch snorted and instantly killed the old tree and the others. However, when his attack landed on the 5 elements sword attendants, it did not immediately kill them. Instead, it was blocked by them. What? The Tao of 5 elements patriarch was shocked. Yi Xian was one thing, but now there was another freak? He felt it and found that the 5 elements swordsman had neutralized his 5 elements attack. Then, his heaven's mandate attack broke the 5 elements defense of the 5 elements swordsman. After it was weakened, it landed on the 5 elements swordsman. Good guy. The Tao of 5 elements patriarch could not help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, the 5 elements swordsmen, who had been sent flying, suddenly slashed with their sword and charged at the Tao of 5 elements patriarch. Child's play. The Tao of 5 elements patriarch snorted and raised his hand to block. However, to his surprise, the 5-element swordsman's attack broke his 5 elements defense. What blocked the attack was the Heaven's Mandate defense. Fortunately, he was no longer an eternal emperor, but a half-step ruler. He immediately attacked with all his strength. Although Yi Xian had broken through to become a rank 7 eternal emperor, there was a huge gap between an eternal emperor and a half-step ruler. If Yi Xian was a rank 9 eternal emperor, he might be able to fight him. However, he was only a rank 7 eternal emperor. Sure enough, the 5-element sword attendants suffered the same fate. Just like that day, they were killed by the 5 elements Tao ancestor. Kid, what other tricks do you have? The Tao of 5 elements patriarch looked at Yi Xian with his old eyes. I can't do anything to you for the time being, but I'm not worried. At most, I'll be able to deal with you in a month. Yi Xian said slowly. A month? The Tao of 5 elements patriarch almost laughed out loud. He was a half-step ruler, and he had already forgotten how many years he had been cultivating since he was born. Now, Yi Xian was saying that he would be able to deal with him in a month. How laughable. Kid, you're very strong. Why don't we make a deal? The Tao of 5 elements patriarch said. I wiped out your sect, and you still want to make a deal with me? Yi Xian was stunned. The Tao of 5 elements patriarch said. Didn't you kill so many people to obtain natural treasures to cultivate? I know a place with good things. Why don't we work together and split the harvest equally? How about it? What good things? Yi Xian was attracted by the Tao of 5 elements patriarch. If a half-step ruler wanted something, it had to be something good. Just now you saw my secret, so I might as well tell you. I have a 5-colored divine stone in my hand. It's a treasure I obtained in my early years, but it can't continuously produce 5-colored divine stones. The 5-colored divine stone isn't the most important thing in my 5-colored divine stone, but something else. The Tao of 5 elements patriarch said. It's not? Yi Xian was stunned. If the 5-colored divine stone wasn't the most important thing in the 5-colored divine stone, then what was it? It's a drop of pseudo-divine blood. The Tao of 5 elements patriarch said. This pseudo-divine blood contains a huge amount of energy. It's what allows the 5-colored divine stone to continuously function. That's why my 5-colored divine stone isn't exhausted. Instead, it's growing. Pseudo-divine blood. After hearing this name, Yi Xian was a little surprised. He had finally come into contact with his god, even if it was only a pseudo-god. And then, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Tao of 5 elements patriarch glanced at Yi Xian. He wanted to take out the 5-colored divine stone and the pseudo-divine blood, but he thought of Yi Xian's methods. If something went wrong, it would be troublesome. This pseudo-divine blood is the key to breaking through to half-step ruler realm. In my early years, I obtained a few drops of pseudo-divine blood in a dangerous place in the 7th layer heaven. However, after so many years, I've refined only this one drop, said the Tao of 5 elements patriarch. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Chapter 2072. The cooperation you speak of is for me to enter that danger zone and obtain the pseudo-divine blood? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. That's right. The 5 elements ancestor nodded. Even I can't injure you. If we work together, we might be able to reap some benefits. That's not a bad idea, but I don't understand your realm at all, said Yi Xian. The Tao ancestor of the 5 elements Tao sect paused for a moment before he slowly said, a peak 9th grade eternal emperor already possesses a 99 fate. As long as you integrate this 99 fate into your Tao fruit, you can condense it into a Tao heart and become a half-step ruler. However, you're only a first-rank half-step sovereign. If you want to become a 2nd-rank half-step sovereign, you need pseudo-divine blood. From first-rank half-step sovereign to 2nd-rank half-step sovereign, you need to refine 11 drops of pseudo-divine blood. From 2nd-rank half-step sovereign to 3rd-rank half-step sovereign, you need to refine 11 more drops of pseudo-divine blood. So on and so forth. A peak 9th-rank half-step sovereign needs to refine 99 drops of pseudo-divine blood. If you can refine the 100th drop of pseudo-divine blood, you'll reach the sovereign realm. To reach the peak of the sovereign realm, you need to refine 999 drops of pseudo-divine blood. After refining the 1000th drop of pseudo-divine blood, you'll reach the undying sovereign realm. To reach the peak of the undying sovereign realm, You need to refine 9,999 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Refining pseudo-divine blood is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even I have only refined 5 drops, so I'm only a mid-first rank half-step sovereign. Yixian nodded slightly after listening to the 5 elements ancestor's explanation. In the half-step sovereign realm, every level required 11 drops of pseudo-divine blood. In the sovereign realm, every level required 111 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Reaching the undying sovereign realm was even more terrifying. Every level required 1,111 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Refining the pseudo-divine blood would definitely become more and more difficult. Even the 5 elements' great ancestor had only refined the first 5 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Then what's after the undying sovereign realm? Asked Yixian. Only the undying sovereigns who have refined 9,999 drops of pseudo-divinity blood can fuse pseudo-divinity blood with their Tao heart and form godhood. The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements replied, that dangerous place should be the place where a false god died, so there is a large amount of false god's blood. However, it is also very dangerous inside. Back then, I was only wandering around the periphery, but I almost died. What dangers are there? Yixian asked. In fact, he already had the intention to cooperate, but before he went, it was better to ask first. That place is a huge blood-red forest. The plants inside will attack intruders. That's not the point. The point is that there is a kind of creature in there, which we call the divine blood demon. The 5 elements' grand ancestor said. This divine blood demon is said to have mutated from the blood of a false god. Its combat power is extraordinary. The power of the divine blood demon changed according to the amount of pseudo-god blood in his body. The more pseudo-god blood he had, the stronger he would be. Even I can only fight an ordinary sacred blood demon. If I encounter a sacred blood demon formed from 6 drops of pseudo-god blood, I'm afraid I'll be in danger of dying. That's not bad. Killing one can get a lot of pseudo-god blood, Yixian said. It's not that easy. Once the sacred blood demon dies, it will disappear from the world. You have to extract the pseudo-god blood as soon as possible. The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements shook his head. The corpse of this sacred blood demon dissipates very quickly. Even I can only extract 1 drop at a time. Only the extracted pseudo-god blood can be stored in the yin and yang ring. I see. Yixian nodded slightly. However, he had the god-level devouring system. If he encountered a sacred blood demon corpse, his extraction speed should be faster than the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements. The pseudo-god blood of this sacred blood demon that has not been extracted will return to the center of the blood-red forest. It is said that there is a terrifyingly powerful sacred blood demon king there, but no one knows what realm it is. At the mention of the sacred blood demon king, the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements couldn't help but shudder. With his strength, he could at most fight to a draw with a mid-first stage sacred blood demon formed from 5 drops of pseudo-god blood. Then how do you want to work together? Yixian asked curiously. You and I will work together and enter the blood-red forest together. You will be the scout, said the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements. The sword god's clone's defense was the strongest he had ever seen. He couldn't break through it after 3 days and 3 nights, so it should be enough to enter the blood-red forest. Oh, we can try, but before that I need a few things, Yixian said. What things? The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements asked. A large amount of eternal fate stones, 5 elements god stones, and various eternal emperor artifacts. Yixian replied. You destroyed my sect and still want something from me? The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements was stunned. In that case, forget it. Yixian shrugged. Don't think that you can keep me here just because you're a half-step ruler. If I want to leave, even a ruler won't be able to stop me. You. Seeing how confident Yixian was, the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements swallowed his words and said, If you and I work together, we will definitely reap unexpected benefits. Fine. With that, he began to take out items from his yin and yang ring. These items were all for Yixian. It had to be said that the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements was extremely wealthy. Even if Yixian added up all the items he had obtained in the past few days, it probably wouldn't be enough. Yixian put the items into his devouring space and said, Very good. We can move now. The 5 elemental sex patriarch had given him the eternal fate stone alone, which was probably enough for him to break through to become a rank 8 eternal emperor lord. However, Yixian didn't immediately break through. During the 3 days the sword god's clone had been beaten up. His main body had plundered several factions and the divine sword art had already been restored. Yixian's plan was to use the divine sword art once when he reached the 7th rank eternal emperor realm. Then, he would use the eternal emperor weapon given by the Tao of 5 elements to recover its cooldown before breaking through. This way he could use the divine sword art one more time. If he immediately broke through to the 8th rank eternal emperor realm, the items given by the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements might not be able to recover its cooldown. After going through so many things, Yixian had become more and more experienced. Alright, let's go. The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements nodded immediately after hearing Yixian's words. Then, he rushed out of the ruins of the Tao of 5 elements. The sect was nothing to the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements. He had already handed over all the affairs to the elders. As long as he broke through, the dead could all be revived. Chapter 2073. A few days later, the 5 elements sect's ancestor brought the sword god clone to a teleportation array. This teleportation array can teleport you to the outskirts of the 7th heaven blood forest. The 5 elements sect's ancestor activated the teleportation array. The Scarlet Forest had been a dangerous place for some time, so the experts in the surroundings were familiar with it. That was why they built a transmission array. Whoosh! After a while, the sword god clone and the 5 elements sect's ancestor landed. Before they left the teleportation palace, they smelled blood. The two walked out. In front of them was a boundless blood forest. This is the blood forest. The 5 elements sect's ancestor said. Yes, it looks dangerous. Yixian nodded. However, the more dangerous a place was, the more treasures there were. Next you will enter. If you encounter a divine blood demon, inform me immediately. We will avoid the strong ones and I will deal with the weak ones. We will split the loot equally. The 5 elements sect's ancestor said. Okay. Yixian nodded and let the sword god clone enter. The divine blood demons inside were at least half-step dominator level. With his current strength he might not be able to fight them. Therefore Yixian could use the 5 elements sect's ancestor to obtain some pseudo-god blood. At this time, Yixian had already entered the blood forest. According to the 5 elements sect's ancestor, this blood forest was the place where a pseudo-god had fallen. Therefore, the surrounding plants had mutated and would attack intruders. As expected, the sword god clone had just entered when it was attacked by these blood-colored plants. However, these blood-colored plants were too weak compared to the divine blood demons. Just the sword god clone alone could deal with a large area. The 5 elements sword servants were the nemesis of these blood-colored plants, burning an entire area. In the beginning, Yixian did not encounter anything, so he let the old tree, Black Horn, and the others out to explore. The 5 elements sect's ancestor followed behind Yixian and acted according to Yixian's instructions. Just like that, 3 days passed. In the first 3 days, they were only at the edge of the Scarlet Forest. From now on, they might encounter sacred blood demons. In fact, Yixian wanted to meet the sacred blood demon king the most, because he had a trump card that was enough to kill a sacred blood demon king. Both the divine blood demons and the divine blood demon king were mutated from the blood of a false god. According to the great ancestor of the 5 elements, the divine blood demons did not have intelligence and fought with brute force. Therefore, if Yixian encountered a divine blood demon king, he might be able to kill him instantly with the divine sword spell. However, with Yixian's current level, he might not even have a chance to attack before he was beaten up like a sandbag by the sacred blood demon king. Right at this moment, "Young master here," Old Tree suddenly shouted. In the next moment, Yixian tore through the void and arrived beside the old tree. When Yixian landed, he saw a corpse in front of him. The head of the corpse had been cut off by a sharp weapon. It was already dead. However, the interspatial ring on its body was not taken away. It seemed that it was killed by a sacred blood demon. Hey, this corpse is still warm. It hasn't been long since it died. Yixian raised an eyebrow. This meant that the sacred blood demon was nearby. Whatever, let's collect it first. Yixian was shocked just now, so he forgot about the important thing, which was to collect the corpse. But in the next moment he frowned. Ding! Unable to collect. The system suddenly notified him. Unable to collect? What was going on? Yixian was a little confused. If it was an item that could not be collected, it would make sense. After all, there was the forbidden array. However, it was very rare for a corpse to be unable to be collected. Since the corpse could not be collected into the devour space, Yixian would not collect it. He would only collect the interspatial ring. However, the interspatial ring was on this corpse, so Yixian had to take it off. However, when he got closer, whoosh! Suddenly a large amount of blood gushed out of the corpse. Then it instantly condensed into a form and charged toward Yixian. What? Yixian was very surprised. Before he could react, the bloody figure was in front of him. It extended a scythe and slashed at the neck of the sword god clone. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword god clone was sent flying. Fortunately, he had an invincible body. Otherwise, even a half-step dominator would have died on the spot. Now Yixian finally understood what this thing was. It turned out to be the sacred blood demon that the Five Elements sect patriarch had mentioned. Old man, why didn't you say that sacred blood demons can possess corpses? Yixian hurriedly transmitted his voice. What? I didn't know that. The Five Elements sect patriarch replied in shock. He had come in alone before, and had only encountered sacred blood demons alone. He had not encountered any corpses. However, it was only recently that sacred blood demons could possess corpses. At this time, the sword god clone, who had been sent flying, saw that the sacred blood demon had 3 drops of blood. This meant that it was only an early first-rank sacred blood demon. Ding! Flame-devouring unicorn has died. As the sword god clone was sent flying, the old tree was killed by the mantis-like sacred blood demon. Next, the sacred blood demon charged at Yixian. Tsk tisk. Yixian's lips curled. He released the old tree again to collect the corpse. This corpse was also a half-step dominator when it was alive. A half-step dominator had already fused their 99 fates with their Tao fruits to form a Tao heart. Thus, they did not have an eternal fate stone in their body. However, as a half-step dominator, how could they not have an eternal fate stone in their ring? Yixian immediately devoured the eternal fate stone. Although he did not break through, he did improve by quite a bit. However, he was still no match for this sacred blood demon. Sacred blood demons were also divided by strength. 1 drop of pseudo-divine blood was the weakest, followed by 2 drops, then 3 drops. The divine blood demon in front of Yixian was a divine blood demon formed from 3 drops of fake divine blood. Its strength was extraordinary. While the sword god clone was being beaten up, the Five Elements patriarch finally arrived. He attacked with all his strength and fought the sacred blood demon. However, this battle was a bit different from what Yixian had expected. Old man, didn't you say sacred blood demons couldn't dodge? Yixian couldn't help but ask. Bastard, these sacred blood demons must be gaining intelligence, roared the Five Elements patriarch. The sacred blood demons he'd encountered before were indeed clumsy and unable to dodge. However, today he'd encountered a sacred blood demon that was like a wild beast. This meant that sacred blood demons were harder to deal with than before. Fortunately, the Five Elements patriarch had already refined 5 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Together with the power of the 5 elements, he was stronger. Chapter 2074. As the divine blood demon was destroyed, the 3 drops of fake divine blood in its body also appeared. Seeing this, the patriarch of the 5 elements quickly wrapped 1 drop with his saint power. Yixian was also prepared. When the divine blood demon died, he quickly came over and collected it. Ding! Unable to collect. Unfortunately, the other 2 drops of fake divine blood could not be collected. Before the system's notification ended, they turned into a cloud of blood mist and flew north. Yixian originally wanted to use the devouring system to refine the fake divine blood, but now it seemed that it would not work. If he wanted to refine the fake divine blood, he would have to wrap it with his saint power like the patriarch of the 5 elements had done to prevent it from dissipating. However, Yixian was only a level 7 eternal emperor and could not do that for the time being. At this time, the patriarch of the 5 elements was refining the fake divine blood. Looking at his back, Yi Xian could not help but have a thought. This old guy is refining the fake divine blood. If I use the divine sword technique now, I might be able to kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the patriarch of the 5 elements was quite strong and could defeat the divine blood demon. If he used the divine sword technique to kill him, he would have 1 less fighter and 1 less cooldown time for the divine sword technique. Of course, if the sneak attack failed, this cooperation might be over. After thinking about it, Yi Xian decided to take a look first. More than an hour later. Phew! Finally done. The patriarch of the 5 elements breathed a sigh of relief and put the drop of fake divine blood into his interspatial ring. In fact, while refining the fake divine blood, he was also vigilant of his surroundings. This was because they were in the Scarlet Forest. If another divine blood demon appeared, it would be very dangerous. At that time, this drop of fake divine blood would dissipate between heaven and earth like the previous 2 drops. Old guy, it was a pleasure to work with you for the first time. However, shouldn't you give me this drop of fake divine blood as a token of appreciation? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Humph! Although you found the divine blood demon without me, do you think you can kill it? Moreover, this drop of divine blood demon was refined by me, so it should be given to me first. The 5 elements sect's great ancestor coldly snorted. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He shrugged and said, If that's the case, I'll give you this drop of pseudo-divine blood. At the same time, our cooperation ends here. You, Patriarch 5 Elements, was shocked. He did not expect Yi Xian to threaten him with this matter. Don't push your luck. I'm someone who has entered the Scarlet Forest. Even without you, I can still obtain the pseudo-divine blood, said the 5 Elements sect's old ancestor. What a joke. The value of a single drop of pseudo-divine blood was something that even the entire Tao of 5 elements could not compare to. How was it possible for him to give the pseudo-god blood to Yi Xian? Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he broke through the void and prepared to leave. If the first cooperation was not pleasant, then there was no need for cooperation. What if the 5 stars grand ancestor refined another drop and still refused to give it to him? If that was the case, it would be better for him to leave as soon as possible so that he would not draw his sword and kill the grand ancestor in a fit of anger. Patriarch 5 Elements sect's old ancestor was stunned when he saw that Yi Xian really intended to leave. After thinking quickly in his heart for a moment, he shouted, Wait! What's wrong? Yi Xian turned around and said, Boy, the pseudo-divine blood is good stuff. Don't lose it. Patriarch 5 Elements sect's old ancestor finally decided to compromise and threw a drop of pseudo-divine blood to Yi Xian. However, this drop of pseudo-divine blood was not the same one that had just been refined. The 5 Elements sect's old ancestor had obtained this drop many years ago and used the 5 Elements stone to open up the 5 Elements vein. Therefore, the energy contained in this drop was much less than the one that had just been refined. Yi Xian also noticed this, but he did not say anything and just kept the drop of pseudo-divine blood. Happy cooperation, Yi Xian said with a smile. In fact, he was not playing hard to get just now. He really wanted to leave. If he left, he could just go back and level up. As long as he broke through to the 9th grade Eternal Emperor realm, he might be able to establish a foothold in the Scarlet Forest. However, it was best that the 5 Elements sect's old ancestor could compromise because it would save him a lot of time. Ding! The host has devoured a drop of pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian did not hesitate and devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood. Yes, he devoured it. This drop of pseudo-divine blood was devoured by the divine devouring system and turned into a large number of divine devouring crystals. Only after condensing a Tao heart and breaking through to the half-step sovereign realm could one use the pseudo-divine blood to break through to the first-grade half-step sovereign realm. Therefore, this drop of fake divine blood was of no use to Yi Xian's cultivation. However, after he exchanged it for divine devouring crystals, he could do a lot of things. I didn't expect to have so many divine devouring crystals. This is great. Yi Xian was overjoyed. There were many things that could be exchanged for in the divine devouring system, such as divine pills and miraculous medicines. However, these were not very useful to Yi Xian at the moment. Therefore, Yi Xian exchanged all the divine devouring crystals for 5 elements divine stones and use them to strengthen the 5-element swordsman. Ding! The 5-element swordsmen have been successfully strengthened. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The 5-element swordsmen were currently Yi Xian's strongest swordsmen. After being strengthened, their strength had increased by more than 3 times. After all, that was a drop of pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian immediately asked the 5-element swordsmen to spar with Old Tree and the others in the devouring system. In the end, the 5-element swordsmen easily killed Old Tree, Black Horn, and the undead swordsman. Even with the help of the Black Gold swordsman, the result was the same. Strong, they were simply too strong. If I can get a few more drops of pseudo-divine blood, my strength might be close to that of the 5-elements sect's old ancestor. Then I won't need to cooperate with him. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he separated from the 5-elements sect's old ancestor and continued to explore. He kept all the corpses he encountered in the devouring system. These were all half-step sovereigns' corpses. However, these corpses' cultivation levels were not high, and there was no divine blood in their interspatial rings. On the 7th day, Yi Xian encountered another strange corpse. Without another word, Yi Xian went up to probe. As expected, there was a divine blood yao hiding in the corpse. Bang! The sword god's clone was sent flying, but at the same time, he released the Old Tree, who happened to be right next to the corpse. Keep! The corpse was kept in the Old Tree's devouring system. Hey, there's a drop of pseudo-divine blood? What a haul! At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Not only did he obtain the Eternal Destiny Stone, but he also obtained a drop of pseudo-divine blood. Awesome! He immediately devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood and exchanged it for 5 elements divine stones to strengthen the 5 elements divine servants. Chapter 2075. Sacred Blood Demon? I don't believe I can't kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he turned Megatron into the Beast God Bell. As soon as the Beast God Bell appeared, Sacred Blood Demon's strength decreased by 80%. Sacred Blood Demon was not human, so the Sword God's constitution was useless against him. However, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, the Beast God Bell could suppress 80% of his strength. In an instant, Sacred Blood Demon's speed was greatly reduced. Then Old Tree and the others attacked together. The 5-elements sect's grand ancestor must have heard the commotion. Quickly finish him off. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This time he decided to use the divine sword technique. However, Sacred Blood Demon's strength was not bad. Facing the besiegement, he was still at ease. He even killed Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, and Immortal Swordsman. Boom! At this time, Sacred Blood Demon sent the 5-element swordsman flying with a sickle. Fortunately, the 5-element swordsman used the power of 5 elements to neutralize most of the attack. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Sacred Blood Demon like Old Tree and the others. Whoosh! Seeing that the 5-element swordsman was still alive, Sacred Blood Demon immediately rushed up, ready to kill him. This time, Divine Sword Technique. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and directly used his trump card. A divine sword slashed down on the 5-element swordsman's head. Just then, Sacred Blood Demon rushed in front of the 5-element swordsman. Rip! This slash split Sacred Blood Demon and the 5-element swordsman in half. At the same time, Yi Xian quickly devoured the Eternal Emperor weapons to recover the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Then he devoured the Eternal Destiny Stone. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now an 8th grade Eternal Emperor. He had directly broken through to the peak of the 8th grade Eternal Emperor realm. He was only one step away from the 9th grade Eternal Emperor realm. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's speed increased a lot. Before the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood appeared, he rushed over. He quickly wrapped 1 drop of pseudo-divine blood with Saint Power, and then refined it with the divine devouring system. As for the other 2 drops of fake divine blood, they had already dissipated into the air. They turned into 2 wisps of bloody mist and flew into the distance. Ding! Quasi-divine blood has been successfully refined. The system prompted. Huff huff, with my current level, it's a bit of a stretch to wrap the fake god blood with the Saint Power. Fortunately, my recovery speed is very fast. Otherwise, the fake god blood would have burst out of the Saint Power in the next moment. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was only a rank 8 Eternal Emperor. Being able to use his saint power to envelop the pseudo-divine blood for a short period of time was already quite impressive. The reason the Five Elements Patriarch was able to hold on for more than an hour was because he was a half-step ruler and had refined 5 drops of pseudo-divine blood. How could Yi Xian compare to him? The source of Yi Xian's strength was not the sacred power, but the bloodline. Another sacred blood demon? After Yi Xian finished cleaning up, the 5 Elements Sect's old ancestor asked. No, it's just a powerful blood-colored plant, Yi Xian replied. Now he already had the strength to kill a sacred blood demon, but he had to rely on the divine sword technique. Right now, the divine sword technique only had 1 cooldown time left, so he still needed the 5 Elements Sect's old ancestor. Continue. Yi Xian began to hurry on his way. He was thinking that it would be best to find some more corpses. This way, he might be able to pile up another cooldown time for the divine sword technique. In addition, he had also reached the peak of rank 8 Eternal Emperor. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to rank 9 Eternal Emperor. At that time, he might have the strength to fight a sacred blood demon. Following that, Yi Xian explored for another 4 or 5 days. Unfortunately, he only found a corpse along the way, and there was nothing there. According to Yi Xian's analysis, this corpse was not killed by the sacred blood demon, but by a sneak attack by his own people. What a pity, what a pity! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. If this corpse was killed by the sacred blood demon, then he might be able to break through to rank 9 Eternal Emperor. However, there would always be opportunities. There was no hurry. Sure enough, on the second day after he continued to move forward, there was a loud rumbling sound in front of him. This was because someone was fighting. In the Scarlet Forest, the only people who could fight were those who had differences of opinion, or those who fought with sacred blood demons. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he saw 2 figures fighting with a sacred blood demon. These 2 were only rank 1/2 sovereigns, but that sacred blood demon was mutated from 6 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Its strength was very strong. Tisk tsk tsk. I'm going to be a fisherman again. Yi Xian grinned and watched quietly. The 2 rank 1/2 sovereigns had already seen Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was only in rank 8 Eternal Emperor. It was already a miracle that he did not die in the Scarlet Forest. How could they expect him to help? Rip! Rip! Soon, the 2 men died one by one under the scythe of the sacred blood demon. Then, the sacred blood demon's blood-red eyes fell on Yi Xian. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly appeared. The sacred blood demon charged toward Yi Xian. Haha, it's mine. Yi Xian laughed and quickly released Old Tree and the others to put away the 2 corpses. The things in the interspatial ring were enough to restore the divine sword technique once. It was also enough for him to break through to rank 9 Eternal Emperor, or even rank 99 Heaven's Mandate, which was the peak of rank 9 Eternal Emperor. Immediately, he ordered the 5 Elements Swordsman to block the sacred blood demon. Divine sword technique. Yi Xian was ready to repeat the scene of that day and kill the sacred blood demon and the 5 Elements Swordsman together. However, this sacred blood demon was much stronger than the previous one. The divine sword technique fell and only killed the 5 Elements Swordsman, while the sacred blood demon only lost one of its arms. F***ck, I wasted 1 time. Yi Xian cursed and quickly used the items to restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Then he broke through again. Ding! The host's current fate ranking is rank 99. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a rank 9 Eternal Emperor. Ding! The host can choose to devour a drop of pseudo-divine blood to break through to rank 1/2 sovereign. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. For others, even after reaching rank 99, they would need to fuse their Dao fruit with their Dao heart to form a Dao heart. Once the Dao heart was formed, they would be a half-sovereign. However, they could only be considered a half-sovereign. Only by refining a drop of pseudo-divine blood could they be considered a rank 1/2 sovereign. Unexpectedly, the divine devouring system helped Yi Xian skip this step. As long as he devoured a drop of pseudo-divine blood at rank 99, he could break through to rank 1/2 sovereign. Yi Xian immediately devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood. Chapter 2076. Ding! Host has refined a drop of pseudo-divine blood and formed a Dao heart. Host has broken through to first stage half-step sovereign. As the system notification sounded out, Yixian felt as if the environment within his body had undergone a tremendous change. His strength had increased by at least 20 times. Haha, divine blood demon, right? Yixian suddenly laughed 3 times. He released Old Shu and Black Horn, who had also broken through to the half-step ruler level. In addition, there was also the Black Gold Sword Attendant and the Undying Sword Attendant. As for the 5 element sword servants, they had been killed by his divine sword art and could only be released the next day. Boom! Now that everyone had broken through to the first stage half-step sovereign realm, their offensive prowess had skyrocketed. Everyone attacked at the same time, directly killing the divine blood demon. This time Yixian did not even summon Wei Zhentian, so this divine blood demon was almost at its peak. From Eternal Emperor to half-step sovereign, it's really a leap. Now, I have the ability to establish myself in the Scarlet Forest. Even if I don't use the divine sword art, I can still obtain the pseudo-divine blood. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. This meant that he did not need to work with the 5-element sect patriarch anymore. However, he did not get too excited. He had more important things to do. Whoosh! After the divine blood demon transformed from 6 drops of fake god blood died, the fake god blood in his body appeared. Yixian had already rushed to its side and wrapped the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood with his saint power. The 5-element sect patriarch could also wrap the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood, but he could not refine all 3 at the same time. If he did so, he might not be able to refine even 1 drop. After all, it would take him more than an hour to do so. However, Yixian was different. After wrapping the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood, he immediately used the divine devouring system to refine them. The refining speed was much faster than the 5-element sect patriarchs. Just as Yixian's saint power was about to run out, the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood were successfully refined. Even second-stage half-step sovereigns could not refine 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood in one go. Haha, 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Awesome! Yixian grinned and swallowed the 3 drops of faux god blood. However, after swallowing the 3 drops of fake god blood, his strength did not increase much. That's strange. I've already refined 4 drops of pseudo-divine blood, which is only slightly less than the 5 drops from the 5-element sect's old ancestor. Why? Yixian took a closer look and was immediately shocked. What the hell? Others would need 99 drops of quasi-divine blood to break through from rank 1 half-step sovereign to peak rank 9 half-step sovereign. As for him, he actually needed 999 drops. The amount of fake god blood he needed was actually 10 times more than the others. What the F***CK? The amount of fake god blood I need is 10 times more than the others. But fortunately, it would take years for others to refine a drop of fake god blood. But I only need a moment. Yixian reacted quickly. He had the divine devouring system. As long as he had enough quasi-divine blood, he could quickly break through to become a rank 9 undying dominator. Or even a false god. The 5-element sect's old ancestor, who was following behind Yixian, heard the battle and immediately asked, "No, I didn't encounter any divine blood demons, but you can come over," Yixian said to the 5-element sect's old ancestor. Not long after, the 5-element sect's old ancestor came over and looked at Yixian. However, in the next moment he turned pale with fright. Half-step sovereign? The 5-element sect's old ancestor was shocked. When he first brought Yixian to the Scarlet Forest, Yixian was only a rank 8 Eternal Emperor. Now, he had actually broken through to become a half-step sovereign? How was this possible? Old man, I said at that time that I would be able to cure you in less than a month. You thought I was exaggerating, but now do you still think so? Yixian revealed a smile. The 5-element sect's old ancestor swallowed his saliva. This was simply inconceivable. However, this was the truth because Yixian was standing in front of him. Don't think that you can fight me like this. The 5-element sect's old ancestor snorted. We'll know after we try, but I'm sure that you'll pay the price in blood. Yixian's eyes flashed as he released the 5-element sword attendants. All of them were half-step sovereigns. This time, the 5-element sect's old ancestor was shocked. Even with his strength, he could not cause any harm to Yixian. Now that he was facing so many half-step sovereigns, how could he? Go. The 5-element sect's old ancestor made a prompt decision and turned to leave. Unfortunately, Yixian was one step faster and flashed behind him. By the time he turned around, Yixian had already made his move. Rip! A sword light flashed, and the 5 elements sect's old ancestor's head flew into the air. Dead. After he died, Yixian put away his corpse and muttered, "Since you told me this secret, I won't let you die in vain. In the future, I will revive you so that you can continue to live in the devouring space." After saying this, he devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood in the 5 elements sect's old ancestor's yin and yang ring. His strength had undergone a slight change again. Other first-stage half-step sovereigns only needed to refine 11 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Yixian, on the other hand, could refine 111 drops. Therefore, a single drop of pseudo-divine blood had little effect on him. However, he had a devouring ability that others did not have. He immediately continued to move. In the following days, he continued to travel through the Scarlet Forest. The Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Sword Attendants, Undying Sword Attendants, and 5 Elements Sword Attendants could all take charge of collecting pseudo-divine blood for Yixian. In a short few days, Yixian had collected more than 100 drops of pseudo-divine blood. After devouring all of them, he reached second-stage half-step sovereign realm. Of course, this was all thanks to the divine-grade devouring system's refining speed. Otherwise, he could only refine 1 drop of pseudo-divine blood at a time. After breaking through to second-stage half-step sovereign realm, the refining speed has increased by quite a bit. However, the amount of pseudo-divine blood required is still the same. My breakthrough speed is probably much faster than before. Yixian raised his eyebrows. Others would find it harder and harder to refine pseudo-divine blood. Although he needed 10 times as much pseudo-divine blood, devouring it was equivalent to refining it. Therefore, he did not need to worry about this problem. Simply put, the half-step sovereign realm was more difficult at the beginning, but it would get easier and easier as he progressed. Just like this, another 2 days passed. Yixian relied on his extraordinary methods to hunt down a large number of divine blood demons. After devouring the pseudo-divine blood he obtained, he broke through to third-stage half-step sovereign realm. At this time he was wondering if he should let his main body enter and hunt the divine blood demons. However, this was just a thought. His main body was different from the sword god clone. He could die. The divine blood demons in this blood forest relied on physical attacks. Even with the Void Spirit divine armor and Black Gold divine armor, he would still be in danger. Therefore, it was better to wait outside. Chapter 2077. Right now, Yixian could already kill more than 30 drops of pseudo-divine blood that had mutated into divine blood demons. However, he could only refine less than 10 of these drops at once. Therefore, he might as well go and kill about 10 drops of divine blood demons. That would be faster. However, that was what most people thought. They were also pacing around the periphery of the blood forest. However, Yixian's favorite wasn't hunting divine blood demons but humans. This was because they more or less had pseudo-divine blood in their interspatial rings. One had to admit that the blood forest was very famous. Many half-step dominators had entered. It just so happened that these people benefited Yixian. With Yixian's current strength, he could even fight a rank 5 half-step dominator. In the periphery he was the heavens. Not a single person who was seen by him was spared. Soon he broke through to rank 5 half-step dominator. Right now he had refined more than 560 drops of divine blood. This amount of pseudo-divine blood was enough for 5 people to break through to the dominator realm. Of course, while pseudo-divine blood was easy to obtain, refining it wasn't. Even if one had a large amount of pseudo-divine blood, it would be useless if they couldn't refine it. RIP. Somewhere in the blood forest, Yixian finished off an unlucky rank 3 half-step dominator with a single slash. Then he checked it. Tsh, only 10 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Yixian shook his head helplessly and then started to devour. Right now, he had devoured nearly 600 drops of pseudo-divine blood. If he worked harder, he could break through to rank 6 half-step dominator. At that time he would go to the blood forest to take a look and see what that divine blood demon king looked like. However, right at this moment, rumble! Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the horizon. Yixian listened carefully and found that the scale of the battle wasn't small. It was probably a group battle. He didn't know if it was human versus human, or human versus divine blood demons. In any case, Yi Xian liked this kind of battle. Immediately, he rushed toward the source of the sound. After a short while, he saw nearly 20 figures fighting. Half of them were humans, and their cultivation was around rank 4 or 5 half-step sovereigns. One of them was a rank 6 half-step sovereign. On the other side, it was the divine blood demon. However, among these divine blood demons, there was a very special divine blood demon. I will stall the divine blood devil. You guys finish him quickly. The rank 6 half-step ruler roared furiously. Hearing this, Yi Xian took a closer look and found that there were more than 70 drops of pseudo-divine blood in the large sacred blood demon. A rank 7 dominator ranked divine blood demon. No, not a divine blood demon, but a divine blood demon general. This was also the strongest person Yi Xian had seen since entering the Scarlet Forest. This battle was extremely intense. The figures of both sides flashed, causing Yi Xian's eyes to be dazzled. However, he only watched for a while before he knew the outcome of this battle. The humans were probably going to be wiped out. At this time, several divine blood demons had already killed their opponents. The originally evenly matched battle was instantly broken with the deaths of these few people. Yi Xian watched from afar. He had only met by chance, so there was no need for him to save them. One had to know that he was also a hunter. Asking him to be a savior, what kind of joke was that? What he needed to do was wait for these humans to die before he made a move. Simply put, he was waiting to reap the benefits. However, things were not that simple. Swish! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Yi Xian took a closer look and found that the rank 6 half-step sovereign was still no match for the rank 7 divine blood devil general and had been killed. Once he died, the others were a motley crew that was instantly killed by the divine blood devil general. The ground was littered with corpses. The divine blood devil general glanced at the blood-red eyes, then transformed into a beam of bloody light that shot into the body of the rank 6 half-step sovereign. In the next instant it shot out again. However, when it left that corpse, it had already turned into a dried corpse. Then it used the same method to suck the blood out of all the corpses. When it reappeared, Yi Xian saw that there was actually one more drop of pseudo-divine blood in its body. Heavens! This divine blood devil general absorbed the blood of humans and condensed pseudo-divine blood? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in shock. What was going on? However, he could not be bothered to care so much and directly shot out. Beast God Clock suppress. Yi Xian quickly summoned Wei Jintian. Instantly, these divine blood devils and the divine blood devil general had 80% of their strength suppressed. Whoosh! 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 Old Tree and the others instantly charged out. As for the sword god clone, it had already flashed behind the divine blood devil general. Poochie! In an instant, a powerful attack killed the divine blood devil general that was only a rank 7 half-step sovereign. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that of the 78 drops of fake divine blood in the divine blood demon general's body, other than the 10 drops that Yi Xian had wrapped around with his saint energy, only 50 drops had dissipated. The rest were actually still in the divine blood demon general's body. Ding! Refining successful. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He was a little surprised. He forced the pseudo-divine blood out of the divine blood devil general's body, and then collected it. Could this pseudo-divine blood be condensed from the blood of humans that the divine blood devil general absorbed? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not think too deeply about it and directly swallowed the pseudo-divine blood. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a rank 6 half-step sovereign. Yi Xian's realm increased again. In fact, there was no need for him to stay in the Scarlet Forest any longer. At his level, there were many pseudo-divine blood. The difficult part was refining it. However, he wanted to see the divine blood devil king. Moreover, this was the place where the pseudo-divine had fallen. Perhaps there would be some unexpected fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, why would those who did not lack the pseudo-divine blood enter the Scarlet Forest? Wasn't it for the inheritance of the pseudo-divine? Next, he killed the divine blood devil immortal beasts one by one to refine the pseudo-divine blood. Each of them gave him more than 10 drops of pseudo-divine blood. This time he had really profited. In just one trip, he had obtained a lot of pseudo-divine blood. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw the pseudo-divine blood dissipate into wisps of blood mist and drift into the distance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He decided to follow and see. However, the blood mist drifted very quickly. Even the saint power could not stop it. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Xian continued to move north. Along the way, he encountered some pseudo-divine blood and harvested all of it. Now that he was a rank 6 half-step sovereign, he could refine more than 10 drops of pseudo-divine blood in one go. Chapter 2078. However, just as Yi Xian was about to break through the 800 mark, he sensed a thick scent of blood in front of him. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Using the Eye of Revelation, he discovered that there were more than 100 divine blood demons. I've struck gold. His eyes lit up. There were so many divine blood demons. If he could kill them one by one, it would be a huge fortune. Immediately, he had the old tree move out and lure the divine blood demons. As expected with such a large group, if there was any disturbance in the surroundings, they would naturally not attack together. The first time, he had only lured 3 divine blood demons. Yi Xian killed the 3 divine blood demons and extracted 40 drops of divine blood. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 half-step ruler. One needed 111 drops of divine blood to break through once. If Yi Xian could kill all these divine blood demons, he could at least break through to the ruler realm. Next, he had the old tree lure a few more divine blood demons over and kill them. The third time and a few more times. After the third time, he had broken through to rank 8 half-step ruler realm. With 10 more divine blood demons, he could break through to rank 9 half-step ruler realm. However, at this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded in Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head and saw a scarlet scythe slashing toward him. Poof! The scarlet scythe slashed the sword god clone's neck. The powerful force instantly sent him flying. A ruler realm divine blood demon? Yi Xian sensed it and was frightened. Those divine blood demons were at most rank 8 half-step rulers, but now, he actually saw a ruler realm divine blood demon? No, this was not a divine blood demon, nor was it a divine blood demon general. It was a divine blood demon king. This was because Yi Xian could not see through this divine blood demon. Who knew how many drops of divine blood there were inside? If this was not a divine blood demon king, what could it be? Hiss! Hiss! Seeing that its scythe had not killed Yi Xian, the divine blood demon king's eyes darted around. Once again, it turned into a bloody blur and slashed at the sword god clone's neck. This attack still did not injure the sword god clone. I finally met you. Die! The corners of the sword god avatar's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately released Old Shu and the others. Kill! However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Old Shu, Black Horn, the black gold sword attendant, and the undying sword attendant were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this divine blood demon king. In the blink of an eye, they were completely annihilated. Even the 5 element sword attendants were instantly killed. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He didn't know what realm this divine blood demon king had reached. 2. Bang! 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 In the following battle, the sword god clone was in a passive position. He could not fight back at all. In the distance, the divine blood demons and divine blood demon generals were watching because their king was dealing with the enemy. However, no matter how strong this divine blood demon king was, it could not hurt the sword god clone at all. At this time, the divine blood demon king's eyes darted around. It turned into a bloody light and left, flashing into the middle of the group of divine blood demons and divine blood demon generals. The next moment, Yi Xian saw the bodies of these divine blood demons explode. The divine blood demon king's body instantly merged with the divine blood demon king's body. The divine blood demon king was absorbing other divine blood demons to increase its strength. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately understood. This divine blood demon king had probably gained sentience. That was why it knew how to absorb its own kind to strengthen itself. After absorbing so much divine blood, the divine blood demon king's strength increased several times. It immediately charged at the sword god clone. Unfortunately, it still could not hurt the sword god clone. Too scary. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He was hesitating whether to use the divine sword technique or not. However, this divine blood demon king was much faster than him. After absorbing the other divine blood demons, its speed was so fast that even he could not catch up to it. It would be a waste to use the divine sword technique. Besides, even if the divine sword technique killed this divine blood demon king, it could only extract a dozen drops of divine blood at most. It was not worth it. Humph, I won't waste time with you. Let's go. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was ready to take the sword god clone away. However, at this time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Kill the divine blood demon king in the bloody forest. A random mission was actually triggered at this time. Kill my ass. Let's go. The next moment, the divine blood demon king lost its target because the sword god clone was taken back by Yi Xian. At this time, somewhere outside the bloody forest, that divine blood demon king has already gained sentience. It knows how to let other divine blood demons kill humans to gather divine blood demon king's blood, and then absorb the divine blood demons to increase its strength. It looks like it won't be easy to deal with, Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky. Soon the bloody forest would probably become hell. Anyone who saw the divine blood demon king would probably not be able to survive. That divine blood demon king is hunting others. I just need to avoid it. I want to see if you can increase your strength faster than me, Yi Xian thought to himself. He broke through the void and entered the bloody forest again. In the following time, he continued to wander the bloody forest and hunt divine blood demons. In less than a day, he broke through to the 9th stage half-step sovereign realm. He was only one step away from the sovereign realm. He turned his head and looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky. He wondered what realm the divine blood demon king was at now. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to search for divine blood demons. Another day passed. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 1st stage sovereign realm. Finally, Yi Xian broke through to the sovereign realm. However, when he was a half-step sovereign, he needed 111 drops of false god blood to advance one level. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, he needed 11 drops of false god blood to advance one level. Therefore, his breakthrough speed slowed down again. Now that you've broken through to the sovereign realm, let me go and meet you, Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed toward the scarlet kill character. Previously, he had only encountered a 9th stage half-step sovereign realm human in the bloody forest. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, he could practically call himself the king of the bloody forest. Of course, he did not know how many divine blood demons the divine blood demon king had absorbed or what realm it had reached. However, the sword god's clone was immortal. So what if he met it? The divine blood demon king's movements were irregular, but Yi Xian moved in a straight line. He estimated that he could probably fight that divine blood demon king. Chapter 2079. It took 3 whole days to catch up to the divine blood beast king. In these 3 days, Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through from early stage to middle stage. The amount of false god blood in his body had already reached 1,600 drops. After being strengthened by the false god blood, his body was as hard as a rock. Even if he didn't use the Void Spirit Godly Armor and the Black Gold Godly Armor, he would probably be able to withstand the attacks of a half-step Dominator level Divine Blood Beast King. At this time, Yi Xian estimated the distance. In about a minute, he would be able to come into contact with the Divine Blood Beast King. A minute later, Yi Xian finally caught up to the Divine Blood Beast King. At this time, the two were looking at each other. Hiss! The Divine Blood Beast King's body was made of blood. The sound of flowing blood was like that of a venomous snake. It had already unlocked its intelligence, so it recognized Yi Xian. Back then it didn't kill Yi Xian and let Yi Xian escape. Today Yi Xian took the initiative to come to him. Just nice. Yi Xian also looked at the Divine Blood Beast King. He discovered that the Divine Blood Beast King's body had grown by at least half. It seemed that its strength had also increased by a lot. Kill. At this time Yi Xian released the Old Tree and Black Horn. They attacked the Divine Blood Beast King from 3 directions. Shoo! The Divine Blood Beast King moved at the same time. It first dealt with the Old Tree, then Black Horn. Then it slashed at Yi Xian's neck with its scythe. Unfortunately, it didn't hit Yi Xian's main body, but the Sword God clone. So strong. Its attack power is at least at the level of a 5th stage Dominator. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. He was only a 1st stage Dominator now, but the Divine Blood Beast King was already a 5th stage Dominator. Wasn't this speed of improvement a bit too fast? After all, Yi Xian only leveled up so fast because of the god-level devouring system. However, he couldn't care so much anymore. Fight! Rumble! The sword god's avatar kept summoning the old tree and black horn to fight the divine blood demon king. As for the black gold sword servants, the immortal sword servants, and the five-element sword servants, Yi Xian kept them on standby, waiting for the right opportunity because they had cooldowns after death. The battle was extremely intense. Although Yi Xian had broken through to become a rank 1 sovereign, his strength was still far from that of a divine blood beast king. Even with the help of the old tree and black horn, he still couldn't make up for the difference. Humph, I have a trump card. Yi Xian immediately summoned the black gold sword servants, undying sword servants, and five-element sword servants. Then, together with the old tree and black cove, they would launch a six-sided pincer attack. Swish! The holy blood demon king was not afraid at all. He rushed toward the nearest black gold sword servant. Yi Xian took the opportunity to summon Wei Zhentian. Beast god clock, suppress him. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian turned into the beast god bell. The next moment, the demon king of divine blood, who had just arrived in front of the black gold swordsman and was about to raise its scythe to attack, was greatly slowed down. Divine sword technique. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He took out the sky splitter divine sword and slashed down. He had tried and tested this move many times. Whether it was the divine blood demon general, or the divine blood demon king in front of him, they all fought in close combat. However, he had underestimated the divine blood demon king's strength. The divine sword technique slashed down and hit the black gold sword servants, but not the divine blood demon king. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He realized that the divine blood demon king suddenly increased its speed when it was about to be hit by the sky splitter divine sword. It seemed that the divine blood demon king was also holding back. In the battle just now, it hadn't used its full strength. Therefore, the sky splitter divine sword missed. However, how could Yi Xian not have a backup plan? Swish! There were already many attacks on the divine blood demon king's path of retreat. Among them, the five-element sword servants' attacks were the most powerful. With a muffled sound, the divine blood demon king's bloody body was split in half by the five-element sword servants' attacks. It hit. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had hit a divine blood demon king. Although the divine sword technique did not hit, it was already very good that it could injure the divine blood demon king. The divine blood demon king was split in half by the five-element sword servants' attacks. The pseudo-divine blood in its body was also split in half. However, after that, Yi Xian was a bit surprised. He saw that the two halves of the divine blood demon king's body actually reformed with a swish. Now there were two divine blood demon kings. Of course, the divine blood in its body was split in half. Not dead? Again. Yi Xian immediately ordered an attack. The divine blood demon king was suppressed by the beast god bell and injured by the five-element sword servants. It had to split, so its strength naturally decreased. Under the attacks of Yi Xian and the others, its two bloody bodies split again into more than 10. Damn, are you an earthworm? Yi Xian was helpless. However, he did not believe that the divine blood demon king was immortal, so he continued to attack. Soon this divine blood demon king had split into more than 100. This was not the point. The point was that these 100 divine blood demon kings actually started to merge. In the blink of an eye, 4 of them had merged. Still want to recover? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He quickly attacked and split the divine blood demon king into countless parts again. However, this time the divine blood demon kings did not merge again. Instead, they scattered. More than 100 divine blood demon kings scattered like waves, fleeing in all directions. Damn, what should I do? Yi Xian was helpless. He did not know which one to chase. Even the death warrant had disappeared after the sacred blood demon king split up. Helpless, Yi Xian did not care too much. He ordered Old Tree and the others to attack. More than 100 divine blood demon kings multiplied until there were almost 1,000 of them. Every divine blood demon king had a drop of pseudogod blood in them. Furthermore, their vitality was much stronger than ordinary divine blood demons. In the end, Yi Xian only killed 100 divine blood demon kings and obtained 100 drops of pseudogod blood. So difficult to deal with. Yi Xian could not help but sigh inwardly. If he had been a rank 2 sovereign just now, he should have been able to kill all the divine blood demon kings. Unfortunately, he was only a rank 1 sovereign. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for underestimating his enemy. He should have broken through again. However, now that he had broken through to rank 1 sovereign, he would need more than 500 drops of pseudogod blood to level up. This was not a small number. He would need at least 1 or 2 days. Don't forget that Yixian was currently doing a random mission. The longer he took, the lower the reward. Chase! Yixian did not care too much. He decided to chase after the divine blood demon kings and kill as many as he could. However, when these sacred blood lesser demon kings met other sacred blood demons and sacred blood demon generals, they could fuse with them and grow. After that, they would gather together again. The divine blood demon kings were reborn again. Ding! The target of the death warrant has reappeared. Chapter 2080. Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly looked around. Indeed, he found a scarlet kill in the sky. At that moment, he immediately charged over. However, he felt that the divine blood beast king's speed had increased significantly this time. It seemed that it had absorbed another divine blood beast king. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that when Yixian was halfway there, he discovered that the divine blood beast king had actually left the blood forest. It left. Yixian was somewhat shocked, but he didn't think much of it and immediately pursued. Unfortunately, the divine blood beast king was faster than him, and the distance between the two kept increasing. Yixian chased fiercely for 3 days, but was left behind for at least 2 days. However, on the 7th day, the divine blood beast king finally stopped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian quickly caught up and shortened the distance. Finally, he arrived at a large city. Strange, this divine blood beast king can actually enter the city? Yixian was somewhat surprised, but he also entered the large city. He followed the death hunt command and arrived in front of a family. The Su family. He asked around and discovered that the Su family was a large family in this city. The family head was a rank 6 dominator expert. There's actually such an expert. Looks like I have to disguise myself and enter. Yixian thought to himself. He immediately left and found a member of the Su family with a lower realm. After killing him, he would use the mask of authenticity to devour him. Of course, Yixian added this unlucky person to the list of people to be resurrected. He would compensate him in the future. Then, he disguised himself as a member of the Su family and entered the Su family residence. This divine blood beast king is in the east. After entering the Su family residence, Yixian approached the east side. However, just as he was about to approach, someone suddenly stopped him. Su Mu, this is the eldest young master's residence. You shouldn't be here. Hurry up and scram. Suddenly, a shout rang in Yixian's ears. He turned around and saw that the speaker was a rank 2 dominator Su family member. A mere rank 2 dominator dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Yixian immediately used the deathly hunt command to mark his opponent and blinked behind him. The next moment, the man's head flew up and was instantly sucked into the devouring space. Most likely, the Su family disciple would never have imagined that he, a rank 2 dominator, would be instantly killed by Su Mu, a rank 9 half-step dominator. Yixian then disguised himself as a Su family disciple and performed a soul search on him. The eldest young master that this Su family disciple spoke of was the Su family's patriarch's son, Su Tai. He had just returned from training outside yesterday. Furthermore, this Su family disciple coincidentally bumped into Su Tai once. Blood-eyed. Yixian was a little surprised. From the memories of the Su clan's disciples, he knew that Su Tai's eyes were black, and after returning from the training this time, his eyes turned red, and his entire person was different. Therefore, Yixian was sure that Su Tai was probably already dead, and the one who had taken over his body was probably a divine blood demon king. At that moment, Yixian leaped into the air and began to attack the scarlet word. Xiu! 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 A series of sharp sounds broke through the air as Yixian's attacks broke through the roof and entered. Pung! 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 In an instant, the attacks were all defeated. Immediately after, the Su family's eldest young master, Su Tai, who was having fun inside, leaped out. It's you. Su Tai's pair of blood-red eyes looked at Yixian. It's really you. Yixian's brows rose as he said, Divine Blood Demon King, you think that you can't escape death by possessing his body? Haha, you didn't kill me that day. Perfect, today I can take revenge for that day. Su Tai coldly snorted. Just you? Yixian narrowed his eyes as he said, to be able to chase me here, you do have some ability. However, you have to look at where you are standing. Su Tai said, you are merely a divine blood demon king that possessed the Su family's eldest young master's body. As long as I tell the truth, let's see if the Su family will help you or help me. Yixian's lips slightly curled. Is that so? Then let's see if they believe you or not. From the moment I killed him and possessed his body, he was me and I was him. I want to see if the others believe you or me. Su Tai said. Since that's the case, then we have nothing more to say. Die. Yixian didn't waste any more words as he directly summoned the old tree and black horn to attack Su Tai together. His strength had already broken through to rank 2 Dominator while they were rushing over, while Su Tai's current aura was that of a rank 3 Dominator. However, Yixian felt that it wasn't that simple. A Divine Blood Demon King's strength was much stronger than a rank 3 Dominator. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Beast God Bell, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with the Divine Blood Demon King that day. Indeed, when Yixian and the other two attacked, Su Tai also attacked. He directly turned into a ray of bloody light and instantly dealt with the old tree and black horn. At the same time, many people from the Su family leaped into the sky and surrounded Yixian. Before you came, I had already ransacked the Su family. Do you think that I'm only a rank 3 Dominator? Su Tai coldly laughed. In the next instant, Yixian felt a powerful pressure. Of course, this pressure was useless against him. Rank 6 Dominator. When Yixian felt this powerful aura, his expression changed. A Divine Blood Demon King could devour fake divine blood to increase his strength. Just as he said, he had already ransacked the entire Su family. Not only that, the Su family's experts had already been possessed by the Divine Blood Demon generals he had split off. Simply speaking, the Su family was now his world. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I won't be able to deal with a rank 6 Dominator. Yixian thought to himself as he looked around at the group of Su family's experts, who were all at least rank 4 Dominators. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because this was the Sword God's clone. Kill. Following Su Tai's order, the Su family's experts, including the Su family's master, all charged towards Yixian. Since that's the case, let's start a massacre. Yixian's eyes flickered as he directly used his War God domain and pulled a rank 5 Dominator into it. In the War God domain, the higher the opponent's rank, the greater the amplification Yixian would obtain after defeating them. This was also the reason why Yixian didn't use it against rank 4 Dominators. Back then, when the Divine Blood Demon King was cut in half, he was also caught unprepared, so he couldn't use it. Today, he must kill the Divine Blood Demon King. What's going on? The Su family expert possessed by the Divine Blood Demon generals raised his brows as he looked at Yixian with a strange expression. Before he could react, Yixian gathered Old Tree and the others and charged over. Chapter 2081. Yixian successfully killed the rank 5 Dominator within the time limit set by the God of War domain, and received an increase in strength. Following the death of this person, the God of War domain also shattered. The surrounding space and time returned to normal. Yixian's strength increased sharply as he attacked with all his might. On the other side, the Divine Blood Beast King Su Tai couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he watched this battle. He had already unlocked his intelligence and could naturally see that Yixian's aptitude was even higher than Su Tai's. Yixian, who was only a rank 2 Dominator, was actually able to possess such battle strength. It was indeed extraordinary. Thus, he had his eyes on Yixian's body and was waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, as the battle continued, the Su family's experts fell one after another. Unfortunately, to Yixian's disappointment, these Su family experts were all possessed by the Divine Blood Demon generals that were split from the Divine Blood Demon King. Therefore, all of the divine blood they had left behind was devoured by the Divine Blood Demon generals and the Divine Blood Demon King. Yixian killed a few people in succession, but these people did not have a single drop of fake divine blood in their yin and yang rings. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yixian turned his head and saw Su Tai open his mouth and shoot out a ray of bloody light. Poof! This ray of bloody light shot towards the sword god clone's chest like an arrow, but the latter's invincible body blocked this ray of bloody light. Yixian squinted and discovered that this ray of bloody light was the divine blood beast king. Humph, humph. You think you can take over my body? Yixian sneered. What a joke. The sword god clone was an invincible existence. Even a fake god would not be able to kill the sword god clone. Furthermore, this was just a divine blood beast king formed from the blood of a fake god. This body of yours, I'm going to take it. The divine blood beast king's eyes flickered as he turned into a bloody mist and enveloped the sword god clone. However, in his original form he was unable to speak. It is impossible for you to take over the sword god's body. Yixian's lips curled up slightly, but he did not chase the sacred blood demon king away immediately. As for the others, they were left to the old tree, black horn, black gold sword servants, undead sword servants, and the 5 elements sword servants. Regrettably, Yixian had been chasing after the divine blood beast kings and didn't have the time to gather materials. Adding on the fact that he was already a rank 2 dominator, he had a shocking amount of materials to recover the divine sword art. Thus, he was still unable to use the divine sword art. The divine blood demon king didn't care about the lives of others and just wrapped the sword god avatar up. As a result, the others were killed by the 5 elements sword attendants one by one. Even the Su family's family head, a rank 6 dominator, had died in battle. However, after these demon generals died, they all turned into their true forms and gathered toward the demon king. Soon, only the sacred blood demon king and Yixian were left in the sky. Old tree, go and collect the pseudo-divine blood. Yixian immediately gave the order. Okay. Old tree nodded and immediately dispersed. Immediately after, a reign of terror was set off in this city. All those who had reached the dominator level were killed. To become a dominator, one needed 100 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Although Yixian needed 10 times more pseudo-divine blood than ordinary people, this was already the 7th layer of heaven. There were as many dominators as dogs. Soon, Yixian collected a large amount of pseudo-divine blood. However, he didn't immediately devour it. Instead, he stored it. To break through from rank 1 to rank 2, Yixian needed more than 1,000 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Similarly, to break through from rank 2 to rank 3, he also needed more than 1,000 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Breaking through would become faster and faster. Soon, this city was stirred up by Old Tree and the others. Even the city lord was mobilized. However, this couldn't stop Old Tree and the others. In less than an hour, Old Tree and the others had collected several thousand drops of pseudo-divine blood. Immediately after, Yixian directly devoured them. Ding! Host broke through. Current rank 3 dominator. System notifications rang out one after another. Yixian directly broke through from rank 2 dominator to rank 6 dominator. His aura instantly soared. What? In the sky above the Su family, the divine blood beast king felt Yixian's aura and was extremely shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late. Die! Yixian took out the beast god clock and directly suppressed the divine blood beast king. Then he attacked with all his strength. In an instant, the divine blood beast king's body split into 2, then split again. In the end, it actually split into several hundred divine blood beast kings. Today, I'll kill all of your little clones. Let's see if you can still survive. Yixian opened his eyes wide. As a rank 6 dominator, his strength was actually close to a rank 9 dominator. Wouldn't killing a divine blood beast king be easy? In less than 2 seconds, under the combined attacks of Old Tree and the others, these divine blood beast kings fell one by one. In the end, not a single one was left. Strange, all of my clones are dead. Why are there no system notifications? After Yixian killed the last divine blood beast king, he asked in surprise. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange aura and immediately looked over. He discovered that there was an extra large drop of fake god blood in front of him. The fake god blood in the bodies of those divine blood beast kings had already been collected by him. The divine blood beast kings had devoured at least 10,000 drops of fake god blood. However, Yixian only obtained a few hundred drops of fake god blood from them. What's going on? Could it be that they were all devoured by this drop of fake god blood? Just as Yixian was about to collect this extra large drop of fake god blood, It suddenly trembled violently and flew into the distance. Damn, it escaped? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He immediately used the divine devouring system to analyze it, and discovered that this drop of essence blood was the divine blood beast king's essence blood. It was the true form of the divine blood beast king, which was why it could devour so much fake god blood to strengthen itself. Trying to escape? Yi Xian immediately gave chase. However, the divine blood beast king's essence blood was extremely fast and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the Death Hunt command didn't lose its target like last time. Yi Xian looked at the scarlet word kill and ran madly. At the same time, Old Tree and the others split up to collect fake god blood. Yi Xian's chase lasted for several days. In these few days, Old Tree and the others split up to collect a large amount of fake god blood. Yi Xian's realm had already reached the 9th grade sovereign realm. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had also caught up to the divine blood beast king. They would meet in an hour. This divine blood beast king is so difficult to deal with. This time I have to kill it. Otherwise, the random mission reward will be worrying. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered a scorching land. It was said that there was a powerful phoenix in this scorching land. Previously, when Yi Xian had just arrived at the 6th heaven, he had accepted a mission from the innate gate to kill an undying phoenix. Chapter 2082. However, this time, Yi Xian was not facing the undying phoenix. An hour later, Yi Xian finally found the escaping divine blood beast king. However, he had already occupied the body of a phoenix. This phoenix was called the undying phoenix. When Yi Xian heard this name, he sighed. This was because he had once merged with the bloodline of the undying phoenix. The undying phoenix had extremely strong recovery abilities. In addition, it had undying clones and so on. He wondered if the undying phoenix in front of him was the same. Divine blood beast king. Do you think you cannot escape death just because you have an undying sovereign realm undying phoenix? Yi Xian said coldly. Haha. Although I don't know what method you used to catch me, I have been waiting for you this time. The undying phoenix suddenly opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Oh? I want to see what kind of ambush you have set up. Yi Xian looked around. In the next moment, a large number of figures appeared, and the surrounding temperature suddenly soared. It turned out that there was more than one undying phoenix here. There were many. Moreover, all of them were undying sovereigns. After the divine blood beast king had escaped here, he had occupied the undying phoenix king's body. Then, he let the divine blood beast generals he had created to occupy the bodies of the other undying phoenixes. At this time, there were dozens of undying sovereign realm undying phoenixes surrounding Yi Xian. Facing such a situation, Yi Xian only raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not know how many times he had experienced such a scene. In short, he was not weak. Coincidentally, the undying phoenix was a sacred beast of the fire element, and the 5 element sword servants were immune to all attacks of the 5 elements. Coupled with the deterrence of Wei Zhontian's beast god bell, the surrounding undying sovereign realm undying phoenixes were still a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. Even if he had not broken through to the undying sovereign realm, Yi Xian was enough to deal with them. Boom! 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 Immediately, a shocking battle broke out in this scorching land. Undying godly phoenixes fell one after another. Then, divine blood demon generals appeared one after another and were killed. These divine blood demon generals split from the divine blood demon king, only have 1 drop of pseudo-divine blood in their bodies, but they are indeed very powerful. This is unreasonable. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, in this world many things did not make sense. After all, the divine blood demon king was formed from the blood essence of a fake god. Soon all the immortal phoenix were dead. However, as the king of the immortal phoenix, the divine blood demon king was still standing strong. Its recovery speed was unprecedented, even surpassing that of Yi Xian. But this was nothing in front of Yi Xian. Restrain him. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to everyone. Under the intimidation of the beast god clock, the immortal phoenix king's speed was greatly reduced, could only endure the attacks. If it wasn't for its powerful recovery ability, it would have died long ago. However, after this, even if he didn't die, he would still die. Divine sword technique. A heaven-piercing divine sword fell and slashed at the deathless phoenix king. Although the immortal Phoenix King's recovery ability was extraordinary, it could not withstand the instant killing effect of the divine sword technique. In an instant, the immortal Phoenix King was killed. Immediately after, the drop of pseudo-divine blood appeared in front of Wuxia again. However, this time the drop of blood essence was one size bigger than before. There is no system notification. It seems that the divine blood demon king is not dead yet. Destroy it. Wuxia immediately gave the order and attacked himself at the same time. However, at this moment, whoosh! This drop of pseudo-divine blood vibrated violently again, and then swept toward the ground. Want to leave? Stay. Although Wuxia resisted with all his strength, this drop of pseudo-divine blood was the blood essence of a fake god. It instantly sent the sword god doppelganger flying and burrowed into the ground. Wuxia hurriedly ordered everyone to burrow into the ground. He had already let the divine blood demon king escape twice. He could not let it happen a third time. However, at this moment, rumble! The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. No one knew what had happened. Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread, causing old tree and others to tremble. Bang! Suddenly, a shocking giant hand reached out from the ground and directly grabbed Wuxia and others. Ding! Flame Swallow Unicorn is dead. Ding! Black Scale Dragon Swallow is dead. Ding! Black Gold Sword Servant is dead. A series of death notifications sounded in Wuxia's mind. This giant hand directly crushed everyone except the sword god doppelganger to death. What kind of terrifying power was this? What the hell is this? Wuxia raised his eyebrows but could not break free from the giant hand. He could only watch as the giant slowly climbed out of the ground. This was a red giant with red hair and red eyes. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. The aura on its body was terrifying to the extreme. It was at least a high-level undying dominator. Boy, you didn't expect this, did you? At this moment, the red giant suddenly opened its mouth to speak. Divine Blood Monster King? Wuxia raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's me. The red giant snorted and nodded. Why do you think I came here and controlled a group of undying divine phoenixes to ambush you? I'm just toying with you. Do you think you can kill the great me with these tricks of yours? How ridiculous. It would be too boring to kill you directly, so I want to see what kind of expression you have when you see my new face. Hearing this, Wuxia could not help but sneered. Your new face is not that great. Ignorant child, this giant is the original body of the blood flame giant. It was a false god expert when it was alive. When I found it, it was just a dried corpse. After these days of splitting, I finally resurrected it. The divine blood monster king sneered. Do you think you can compete with it with your current realm? Ridiculous, I was only a false god when I was alive. If you have the guts, why don't you try to kill me? Wuxia was in disbelief. Shameless boasting. Since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish. The divine blood monster king immediately squeezed with all his strength, but to his surprise, he could not hurt Wuxia. Is your body also a false god body? The divine blood monster king asked in surprise. Yes, mine is also a false god body. Why are you disappointed? Wuxia immediately replied. Hearing this, the divine blood monster king could not help but show a greedy expression. At this moment, Wuxia was in his hands. Although he could not hurt Wuxia, he could first trap him. When he grew to the false god level, it would be Wuxia's time of death. However, at this moment, the seventh layer of heaven suddenly cracked open. Immediately after, a ray of red light descended. Wuxia and the divine blood monster king turned to see a red-haired man walking out of the red light. Chapter 2083. Brother, you didn't die? The red-haired man was pleasantly surprised when he saw the flaming blood giant. The divine blood monster king froze and quickly searched the memories of the fake god's corpse. Then he clenched Wuxia tightly and smiled. Big brother. The newcomer had sensed the aura of the flaming blood giant, so he had come from the eighth heaven. He was the younger brother of the fake god that had just been resurrected. However, he did not know that the flaming blood giant had already been possessed by the divine blood monster king. Brother, there has been no news of you all these years. I've already run around the seventh heaven countless times. I was just about to go back when I sensed your aura. The red-haired man said in surprise. He had already broken through the seventh heaven, and was about to return to the eighth heaven. Big brother, I was harmed by a villain and fell into a deep sleep. I just woke up today. As the Divine Blood Demon King spoke up to hear, his attention fell onto Yixian. Big brother, I just woke up and this brat angered me. This kid also has a fake god body. With my current strength I can't hurt him. Please help me. Hearing this, the red-haired man raised his eyebrows. Humph, how dare you provoke the flaming blood giant family? You're courting death. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, a sword aura shot toward Yixian. Tch. Yixian did not care at all. Regarding the sword god avatar, he had always been indifferent. He had never seen anyone who could hurt the sword god avatar. However, his smile froze in the next moment. Ding! The sword god avatar's invincible body has been broken. The damage is 13%. This system notification shocked Yixian. The invincible body of the sword god avatar was broken? Invincible? Wasn't it supposed to be invincible? What a joke. Yixian's face darkened. He guessed that the invincible body of the sword god avatar had a limit. Once the attack exceeded that limit, it would be damaged. Most importantly, Yixian did not know what would happen if the invincible body was damaged. Would it die or need to be repaired? Ding! The sword god avatar is currently in a semi-invincible state. It will be damaged if it is attacked by an attack 5 levels higher than the original body. The system prompted again. Currently Yixian was a rank 9 sovereign. This meant that the sword god's avatar would be injured by a rank 5 undying sovereign. Damn it! Yixian cursed in his heart. This damned red-haired man had actually injured the sword god's doppelganger. The red-haired man raised his hand and struck the invincible body of the sword god doppelganger down by 13%. If he struck again, the sword god doppelganger would most likely die. Not to mention the red-haired man. The sword god body was so fragile that even the flaming blood giant possessed by the sacred blood demon king could easily destroy it. Go! In the sky, Yixian's eyes flashed as he quickly put away the sword god clone. He didn't dare to let the sword god's clone take the risk. Just like that, the sword god's avatar disappeared from the flaming blood giant's hand, leaving the sacred blood demon king and the red-haired man in shock. At this moment, somewhere in the 7th heaven, Yixian's original body hurriedly used the void spirit divine armor to hide. He only hoped that the red-haired man would not search the 7th heaven. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. An expert of this level could easily kill him. Although he had a doppelganger in the mortal world and the lower heaven, it would be troublesome if they died. I still have 3 devour points that I haven't used, but I can't let the sword god's doppelganger take the risk. It's better to be safe and bear this grudge for now. Yixian narrowed his eyes and decided not to seek revenge on the sacred blood demon king for the time being. The red-haired man from the flaming blood giant was at least a false god and was very strong. With his current strength, only death awaited him if he went to find the red-haired man. At this moment he felt that the sacred blood demon king was moving. Fortunately, the sacred blood demon king was moving upwards. Not only that, but so was the red-haired man. This meant that the sacred blood demon king was being led away from the 7th heaven by the red-haired man and heading towards the 8th heaven. It seemed that the sacred blood demon king didn't take him seriously. After all, the sacred blood demon king was now occupying the flaming blood giant's false god body. If he returned to the flaming blood giant family, he should be able to recover his false god status very quickly. After the two left, Yixian didn't have any more misgivings and immediately split up to act. He had to break through to the Undying Sovereign level as soon as possible and then reach the peak of the Undying Sovereign level. Only by becoming a false god could he break through the 7th heaven and go to the 8th heaven, then seek revenge on the sacred blood demon king and the red-haired man. In the following time, Yixian was constantly on the move. The amount of divine blood he needed was 10 times that of the average person. To break through to the Undying Sovereign level, he needed to refine 11,111 drops of false god blood. After that, he would need the same amount of false god blood for each level. However, after breaking through to the Undying Sovereign level, the speed at which he collected false god blood doubled. This was because those large families had large amounts of false god blood. Unfortunately, whether it was half-step sovereigns, or undying sovereigns, they couldn't condense false god blood after death like Tianming. After all, they weren't false gods. Otherwise, Yixian's collection speed would greatly increase. Finally, after more than a month, Yixian collected more than 90,000 drops of false god blood. At this time, he was already a 9th grade undying sovereign. He still needed 2,000 drops of false god blood to reach 100,000 drops of false god blood. At that time, he could condense his Tao heart into a false divine spark and become a false god. At this time, he arrived in front of a top city in the 7th heaven. This would be Yixian's last stop in the 7th heaven. This was because he could obtain the last 2,000 drops of false god blood in this city. In addition, this city had a teleportation array that led to the 8th heaven. Kill. Yixian didn't say anything and directly summoned the old tree and black horn. With Yixian's current 9th grade undying sovereign level, he didn't need help at all. He could destroy this city by himself. He summoned the old tree and black horn because the old tree and black horn could help him devour. He couldn't wait. Immediately, the three of them killed their way into this top city in the 7th heaven. The city lord of this top city was a 9th grade undying sovereign. When he sensed Yixian's 3 auras, he was so scared that he almost wet himself. A 9th grade undying sovereign was enough to dominate a place in the 7th heaven. Everyone generally minded their own business. Why would 3 9th grade undying sovereigns suddenly appear now? What are you doing in my territory? The city lord immediately jumped into the sky and looked at Yixian's trio rushing toward him. Unexpectedly, Yixian didn't have any intention of answering him. Death warrant. Eye of assassination. Chapter 2084. RIP. The city lord's head flew into the air. He was killed in an instant. Yixian was now a 9th grade undying dominator. Killing an opponent of the same level was a piece of cake for him. He immediately put away the city lord's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has refined 2,367 drops of pseudo-god blood. Ding! The host's Taoist heart has been refined and is about to transform. Ding! The pseudo-god lattice has been condensed. Ding! The host has broken through to the pseudo-god realm. The host is now a 1st grade pseudo-god. Finally, Yixian broke through to the pseudo-god realm. Following his breakthrough, Old Shu and Black Horn also made breakthroughs one after another. Then they quickly absorbed the entire city into the devouring space. After breaking through to the pseudo-god realm, all the blood in my body has been transformed into pseudo-god blood. At the same time, a part of my saint power has been transformed into more powerful pseudo-god power. Yixian thought to himself as he took out a drop of pseudo-god blood. After more than a month of killing, he had learned many things. For example, if he wanted to break through to the pseudo-god realm, he had to increase his pseudo-god power. If he wanted to increase his pseudo-god power, he could absorb pseudo-god crystals or extract some pseudo-god power from the pseudo-god blood and refine it for his own use. Of course, the pseudo-god power contained in the pseudo-god blood was very little. If he wanted to extract a pseudo-god crystal from the pseudo-god blood, he would need an astronomical amount of pseudo-god blood. With my current strength, although I may not be able to defeat that red-haired man, I already have the qualifications to go to the 8th heaven. Yixian thought to himself. Now that the sword god avatar was damaged by 13%, he would need good things to repair it. Previously, the devouring space had been torn apart, and Yixian had to pay a huge price to repair it. In addition to the necessities for repairing the sword god avatar, he could also choose to use devouring points to repair it. One devouring point could repair 20% of the damage. Although Yixian currently had 3 devouring points, he was still hesitating. When the invincible body of the sword god's doppelganger was not broken, it could at least withstand the attacks of an expert of a higher realm. Now that it has been broken, it can only withstand the attacks of experts of a higher realm. I'd better repair it. As Yixian thought to himself, he spent the remaining 3 devour points to repair the sword god's doppelganger. He only found out about this after the invincible body of the sword god doppelganger was broken. At that time, the bloody flame giant that the divine blood demon king had occupied happened to be a 9th grade undying dominator, which was within the invincible range. However, the red-haired man was a false god, at least 10 levels higher than Yixian. That was why the sword god doppelganger was damaged. Ding! Repair successful. Ding! The sword god's doppelganger's current damage is 0. He has regained his invincible body. Let's go, we'll go to the 8th heaven first. Yixian narrowed his eyes and used the teleportation array to teleport to the 8th heaven. He had finally arrived at the 8th heavenly layer. He was only one step away from Lula's 9th heaven. The 8th heaven was very close to the 9th heaven. Here, undying dominators were as common as dogs, and false gods were everywhere. Yixian, a first-grade false god, was just the beginning in the 8th heaven. At this time he turned his head and looked to the north, where there was a scarlet kill character. The target of the death hunting order was in the north. However, the divine blood demon king was quite a distance away from him. Immediately he rushed to the north. While searching for the divine blood demon king, he also constantly collected the treasures of the surrounding forces. With his first-grade false god realm, it was easy for him to fight a fourth-grade false god alone. If he launched a group attack, even a fifth-grade false god would have to suffer. As a result, his cultivation base also began to rise continuously. In just a few days, his cultivation base broke through from first-grade false god to third-grade false god. At the same time, he also heard a piece of news. The north is the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan. However, I heard that the Bloody Flame Giant clan has started to expand their territory, and a large number of false divine beasts have come to join them. Yixian thought to himself. He had learned these things from other people's memories. As for the Bloody Flame Giant, it was said that he was the descendant of a divine beast, and was extremely powerful. However, the divine beast ancestor went to the 9th heaven, so the Bloody Flame Giant clan's situation deteriorated. After a certain battle, only a few 7th-grade false gods were left. However, Yixian heard that the Bloody Flame Giant clan had risen again during this time, and a demigod expert had appeared. What was the reason? The rise of the Bloody Flame Giant clan coincides with the arrival of the Divine Blood Demon King in the 8th heaven. Could it be the Divine Blood Demon King? Yixian raised his eyebrows. Based on the attack power of the red-haired man that day, that red-haired man should only be a low-grade false god. Otherwise, the sword god clone would have been killed instantly. If that red-haired man was only a first-grade false god, he would be 10 levels higher than the 9th-grade sword god clone. He would be able to break the sword god clone's invincible body. After all, the sword god clone's invincible body could only block attacks from 9 levels higher. Whether it is or not, I'll know when I get there. Yixian thought to himself as he entered the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan. Following the rise of the Bloody Flame Giant clan, a large number of false divine beasts had come to join them, and it was said that they had all improved. Therefore, there was a large number of false divine beasts in the Bloody Flame Giant clan. It just so happens that I can collect high-grade bloodlines on the way to the Bloody Flame Giant clan, and see if I can awaken the 100-beast sword servant. Yixian thought to himself. Previously, he had killed the Undying Phoenix and Immortal Phoenix. These two bloodlines were included in the 100 bloodlines needed to awaken the 100-beast sword servant. In addition, Yixian had also killed many false divine beast sword servant, so he had collected 18 bloodlines. Now he had arrived at the 8th heaven, where all the false divine beasts had noble bloodlines. They should have reached the standard. Not long after entering the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan, Yixian encountered a group of false divine beasts. These false divine beasts were called heaven-devouring rats. It was said that they had the ability to destroy the sky, and they moved in groups. They would often break open the sky and wreak havoc in the 6th and 7th heavens. Yixian sensed for a moment and found that this group of heaven-devouring rats were only 6th-grade false divine beasts. There was nothing to be afraid of. Immediately, he released the old tree and the others and began to clean up this group of heaven-devouring rats. Sure enough, the heaven-devouring rat bloodline had been recognized by the system, and Yixian would be able to awaken the 100-beast sword servant sooner. Immediately, Yixian began to search the souls of these heaven-devouring rats. Chapter 2085. The heavenly treasures that Fairy Luli gave Yixian before were actually enough to create several experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Now, if he wanted to raise his cultivation from the 8th level of the Heaven Ascension stage to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, the amount of heavenly treasures consumed would probably be several times more than before. However, he understood that Fairy Luli would definitely be willing to part with it. Alright, I'll give it to you. Fairy Luli clenched her teeth and directly threw out all sorts of treasures from her interspatial ring. Even Lin Guangyao would be envious of these priceless treasures. This time Fairy Luli had really gone all out. This time I'm betting on you. If you fail, pay me back tenfold. Fairy Luli suddenly said, a little stingy. All right. Yixian didn't haggle anymore. He could easily defeat Lin Guangyao now, so his strength was probably at the top. If he were to make another breakthrough, who would be able to fight him? Don't be careless. Although your strength is above Lin Guangyao's, there's still a gap between you and those top geniuses. Those people all have the ability to cross the immortal tribulation, but they have been suppressing their cultivation. Their cultivation is extremely terrifying, even comparable to a loose immortal. You have to pay special attention to the two troublesome people from the Holy Land of Death and the Holy Land of Netherworld. Fairy Luli reminded. Although Lin Guangyao was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, his cultivation time was too short, and the people sent by the 3 Evil Path Holy Lands were probably 10,000 years old monsters. If one really had to compare, Lin Guangyao's strength could only be ranked in the 3rd tier. The 2nd tier were those who had lived for a long time, such as the experts from the 3 Evil Path Holy Lands. As for the 1st tier, it was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Willful, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Jianxian, the Netherworld Prince, and so on. Although they were younger than the 2nd tier, they had powerful backgrounds and weren't easy to deal with. Take the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Willful for example. If he hadn't been beaten back to his original form, he would have been a loose immortal expert. Although these people were troublesome, Yixian wasn't afraid. After all, he had a few helpers. When he activated his ultimate move, even a loose immortal would do it. He, who hadn't even broken through, had already surpassed Lin Guangyao, so he was probably in the 2nd tier. If he broke through to the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, then he would definitely be able to squeeze into the 1st tier. Ding Host has broken through, currently at the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. In an instant, Yixian's aura skyrocketed. Moreover, he'd reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Ding! Host has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Ding! Host has reached the requirements for transcending the immortal tribulation. Ding! Host's current success rate for transcending the tribulation is 95%. Another 3 system beeps rang out. 95%. This probability was already high enough. Yixian estimated that as long as 3 clones fused together and increased his strength by 20%, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, after successfully transcending the tribulation, he would still be unable to ascend to the immortal world, because the immortal world's passageway had been closed. However, he usually had to start cultivating as a loose immortal. Right now, he still had important matters to attend to, so Yixian wouldn't choose to transcend the tribulation. He actually broke through from the 8th level of the Heaven Ascension stage to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage in an instant. This is really... Fairy Luli and the others were already shocked speechless. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't even be able to block a single punch from you, Lin Guangyao said somewhat self-deprecatingly. He knew that Yixian's current strength should be squeezed into the 1st tier. He wasn't someone that he, who was in the 3rd tier, could fight against. Very good, with your help. My Glaze Knights will also have the capital to fight against the Sacred Land of Death and the Nether Sacred Land. Fairy Luli said to Yixian. Senior, don't worry. I have an 80% chance of obtaining the Sacred Master's token, Yixian said with a confident expression. All right. Fairy Luli was very satisfied. Next, it would depend on whether or not Yixian could truly obtain the Sacred Master's token. Tomorrow, they would head to the Penglai Demon Clan to discuss the battle plan. At that time, they would discuss how to deal with the Evil Dao Holy Land. Very quickly, a day had passed. The Glaze Knights had a teleportation formation that led directly to the Penglai Demon Clan, so it was very convenient. On the 2nd day, Fairy Luli brought Lin Guangyao, Monkey Nian, and Yixian to the Penglai Demon Clan. Hua! The teleportation formation began to operate. Yixian was currently a bit excited because Luoluo had been born in the Penglai Demon Clan. However, she had only been born not long ago and hadn't activated her inherited memories, so she probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. At this moment, Yixian's vision blurred, and his senses suddenly intensified. Although Luoluo had been reborn, there was still a connection between her and Yixian. When Yixian landed on the ground, he could sense that Luoluo was in the north and was very close. However, There was already a group of people from the demonic clan waiting at the teleportation palace. "Greetings, Fairy Luli." An old man came up to him and said, "This old man is Yao Shan. I've been waiting here for a long time." "Have the other forces arrived?" Fairy Luli asked directly. "Yes." This Yao Shan nodded. Although it wasn't the agreed time yet, the Glazed Knights, who had the teleportation formation, were the last to arrive. This was a bit helpless. Immediately, Yao Shan brought Fairy Luli and the other three to the discussion hall. Other than the Penglai demon race, there were also the Heaven's End Palace, the Glazed Knights, and the Life-Sacred Land. Thus they were a four-way alliance. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the other three were brought to the discussion hall. At this moment there were already quite a few people in the Penglai demon race's discussion hall, and they weren't weak either. The weakest of them was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm. One of them was even a loose immortal expert. This person sat at the head of the table, and he was an acquaintance of Yi Xian. He was old immortal Tianju. Although he'd already guessed it, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart after seeing old immortal Tianju's true body. Fuck, this is a true hidden expert. When he was still a sovereign, he had already seen old immortal Tianju. Now, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm, and he had crossed the 3 minor disasters in the 9 heavenly realms. No one would have thought that the mysterious person who had appeared in that remote and desolate Bloodstone continent was actually a loose immortal. Although the old immortal Tianju there was only a clone, it was still shocking enough. Yi Xian followed Fairy Luli into the discussion hall, and immediately became the focus of attention. Everyone had heard of Lin Guangyao. The one-thought monk's appearance and attire were rather eye-catching, so everyone could recognize him. However, where did this stranger Yi Xian come from? At this moment, there was another acquaintance of Yi Xian in the discussion hall, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. He'd come as well. "Hey Xian." When Willfulness saw Yi Xian, he immediately greeted him. Chapter 2086. At that moment, Yi Xian put away the corpse, drew out the blood, and refined it into pseudo-god crystals. Coupled with the huge amount of resources in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian directly broke through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 6th grade pseudo-god. Following Yi Xian's breakthrough, Old Tree and the others also broke through one after another. Now, even without the help of the 100 Beast Sword Servants, Yi Xian could easily flatten the Blood Flame Giant clan. One of the targets is in the Blood Flame Giant clan, and the other is underground. Yi Xian glanced over. Needless to say, the death warrant on the mainland should be the red-haired man from that day. As for the one underground, it should be the Divine Blood Monster King. Go! At that moment, Yi Xian ordered the Sword God Doppelganger, Old Tree, and Black Horn to rush underground. However, at that moment the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, a dragon's roar came from underground, shaking heaven and earth. Rumble! In front of Yi Xian, a blood-red dragon rushed out from underground. In an instant a blood-red light flashed, dyeing the dark clouds in the sky red. The Divine Blood Monster King has finally come out? Yi Xian looked at the blood-red dragon and the scarlet kill above its head and couldn't help but murmur. However, this blood-red dragon's aura was more than 10 times stronger than that of the Blood Flame Giant clan's leader. The Divine Blood Monster King was no longer a pseudo-god. It had probably become a demigod. A demigod was half a step into the immortal state. It was many times stronger than a pseudo-god. However, Yi Xian was not weak. Kid, you're quite capable to be able to chase me from the 7th to the 8th heaven. This blood-colored heavenly dragon opened its bloody maw and let out a deafening roar. This should be the body of a demigod, right? Yi Xian asked coldly. That's right. This is the body of a demigod under the blood-red forest. The Divine Blood Monster King replied. Even Yi Xian did not expect there to be a demigod in the Scarlet Forest. No wonder those who tried to explore underground never appeared again. At that time Yi Xian actually wanted to send the Sword God clone down, but because his realm was too low, he didn't go. Later on, he triggered a random mission and went after the Sacred Blood Demon King. But when he returned to the Scarlet Forest, it had disappeared. He guessed that it was the work of the Divine Blood Demon King. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. You're quite impressive. You actually turned on your master, Yi Xian said. This blood heavenly dragon was a demigod when it was alive. It was unknown why it had fallen in the seventh heaven. After the blood sky dragon died, it formed the blood forest, and the blood essence in its body turned into a divine blood demon king. Hearing this, the divine blood beast king coldly snorted. What do you mean by devouring his master? He died because he was incompetent. I replaced him. Alright, whatever you say. Anyway, I'm here for revenge today, Yi Xian said. Revenge? The divine blood demon king was slightly surprised. He was the one who wanted to take revenge on Yi Xian. How did it become Yi Xian taking revenge on him? How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? I want to see how you fight against my demigod body. After saying this, the divine blood demon king transformed into a beam of blood light and swept toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian was very confident this time. Because the sword god clone's invincible body had been fully restored, he was not afraid at all. Otherwise, the sword god clone could only block attacks of level 5 and below at most. As long as the divine blood demon king's realm was not that of a level 7 demigod, he could not hurt the sword god clone. In an instant, Old Tree Blackhorn and the others all charged over. As for the sword god clone, he first secretly put away the 100 beast sword servants and then charged over as well. He wanted to see how strong the divine blood demon king was. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the sky. Yi Xian currently had 3 people on his side. They were the sword god clone, Old Tree, and Blackhorn. Because one of them had an invincible body, and the other 2 had unlimited resurrection. As for the sword servants, Yi Xian temporarily put them away because there would be a cooldown time after they died. However, Yi Xian had underestimated the divine blood demon king. As soon as they started fighting, Old Tree and Blackhorn were killed by the divine blood demon king. However, the sword god clone was still standing strong. A false god already has a false god persona and then condenses false god power. A demigod has already raised the false god power to the peak, which is demigod power. Then they use demigod power to refine their body into demigod meridians, which is why their physique is extremely strong. As Yi Xian thought, he controlled the sword god clone to attack the divine blood demon king. Judging from the divine blood demon king's attack power, he should be around the level of a level 1 demigod. It's only because you've crossed a level so your strength has increased a little. However, you still have to die today. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, the black gold sword servants, immortal sword servants, 5 elements sword servants, and 100 beast sword servants appeared instantly. 100 beasts parade. The 100 beast sword servants immediately used their ultimate move. Then gold-level Ares mounts appeared one by one. Among them, there were platinum-level Ares mounts. There were exactly 100 of them in total. This 100 beast parade was the ultimate move of the 100 beast sword servants. Moreover, it was combined with the Ares mount skill, so the beasts summoned were at least gold-level. Large and small battle beasts filled the sky, surrounding the divine blood demon king. Divine blood demon king, today is the day you die. Go. At Yi Xian's command, hundreds of gold-level beasts charged toward the divine blood demon king. Among them, there were even 5 platinum-level super beasts. The divine blood demon king was frightened by such a lineup. However, the demigod body he occupied was the bloodthirsty sky dragon, a descendant of a divine beast with a super physique. Attacks landed on his body one after another, but they were either scattered by the flowing blood chi or blocked by the dragon's scales. The only attacks that could really hurt the bloodthirsty sky dragon were the few platinum-level beasts. Of course, there were also the 5 element sword servants and the 100 beast sword servants. However, the wounds on the bloodthirsty sky dragon were automatically healed by the blood chi soon after they appeared. Ha ha ha. You think you can win by outnumbering me? The divine blood demon king laughed. With a swing of his dragon tail, several gold-level Ares mounts exploded. Really? Then why don't you try this? Yi Xian sneered. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly appeared. Beast God Clock. Suppress. In an instant, the divine blood demon king's laughter stopped abruptly. He felt that his physique had decreased by at least 80%. What happened? He suddenly recalled that the same thing had happened to him when he was in the Scarlet Forest. Chapter 2087. Boom! Wei Zhentian, who was only a 6th grade false god, could not block the attack and was directly blown away by the dragon's breath. However, in the next moment it reappeared again. Old Tree, Black Horn, Wei Zhentian and Padian. All four of them were magic treasures with the ability of immortality. As long as Yi Xian had an avatar, they would not die. It was impossible for the Divine Blood Monster King to kill Wei Zhentian. What? The Divine Blood Monster King was shocked. This time, huff huff huff. The wind roared again, and the surrounding gold grade and platinum grade warlord mounts once again launched a group attack. In addition, there were also the 5-element sword servant and the 100-beast sword servant in the form of a white tiger. After being shocked by Wei Zhentian, the Divine Blood Monster King's strength dropped by 80%, including his physique. The attacks that could not hurt him could now hurt him, and the attacks that could hurt him could now seriously injure him. After the Divine Blood Monster King withstood this round of attacks, his huge body suddenly gushed out like a flood of blood, pouring down like a bloody rain. Roar! The Divine Blood Monster King roared in pain, and the blood in his body began to recover. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, things would not be good. He prepared for a moment, and immediately his whole body began to bloom with blood-red light. The light shone around, and all the mounts with flesh and blood began to change. What's going on? Those mounts began to crazily pour out blood, and then gathered toward the bloodthirsty sky dragon. After the bloodthirsty sky dragon absorbed the blood, not only did its injuries begin to recover, but even its aura began to become stronger. If not for the beast god clock, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to deal with you today. Unfortunately, no matter what you do today, you will die. 100 Beasts Feast. Yi Xian thought in his heart and ordered those warlord mounts to attack. At the same time, he used the skill obtained by activating the 100 Beast Sword Servant. The aura of these warlord mounts suddenly skyrocketed, and immediately rushed forward, instantly surrounding the bloodthirsty sky dragon. At the same time, the sword god avatar also slashed out a sword. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword suddenly appeared, and the terrifying aura spread, causing the Divine Blood Monster King to tremble violently. He wanted to dodge the sword, but his body was surrounded by many warlord mounts, and there was even a platinum-grade supergiant, holding on to his dragon tail. He could not avoid it at all. Rip! With a crisp sound, the bloodthirsty sky dragon's body was cut in two by the Sky Splitter sword. Originally, he thought the beast thought the Divine Blood Monster King had a chance. However, the move that cut him was the Divine Sword Technique. Divine Sword. The Sky Sword Divine Sword was a sword Divine Sword Sword, a Divine Sword Divine Sword Sword. Previously, when he was at the 6th or 7th heaven, Yi Xian had also used the Divine Sword Technique. At that time, the heaven-splitting Divine Sword could split open the heavens. Sky God Sky. Puff! The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon opened its big mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then its two halves fell from the sky. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward: 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals. With the death of the Divine Blood Monster King, Yi Xian's random mission, which had been delayed for a long time, was finally completed. However, the completion speed was too slow, so the system rewarded him with 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals. These 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals were just a drop in the bucket for Yi Xian, a 6th-grade pseudo-divinity. However, don't forget that it was a demigod corpse in front of him. He immediately put away the two halves of the bloodthirsty sky dragon's body. The blood flowing in the demigod corpse was demigod blood, which was a level higher than the pseudo-divinity blood. Yi Xian used the divine devouring system to refine it into pseudo-divinity crystals. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 9th-grade pseudo-divinity. In an instant, Yi Xian jumped 3 levels, from 6th-grade pseudo-divinity to 9th-grade pseudo-divinity. This was countless times more precious than the system reward. I am now a 9th-grade pseudo-divinity, only one step away from becoming a demigod. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. A demigod was half a step into the divine realm. His divine sword bloodline and divine battle bloodline were only at the demigod level. As long as he stepped into the divine realm, his divine sword bloodline and divine battle bloodline could grow into the unparalleled divine sword bloodline and the supreme divine battle bloodline respectively. He wondered how powerful these two divine bloodlines would be. Phew! Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This random mission was the worst one he had ever completed. However, the matter was finally resolved. Through this incident, he also activated the 100B sword attendant and broke through to 9th grade pseudo-divinity. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod. Luolua, wait for me. I will reach the 9th heaven soon. Yixian thought to himself. He had already searched the soul of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon. At the same time, he understood the 8th heaven and had a preliminary understanding of the 9th heaven. Yixian had trained all the way from the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven. However, what he had experienced was only the tip of the iceberg of the 8th heaven. However, even if the 1st heaven was added to the 8th heaven, it was still far from the 9th heaven. Compared to the 9th heaven, the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven were just child's play. If this world was compared to a planet, then the 1st heaven would be the Earth's core, and the 9th heaven would be the Earth's surface. The surface would naturally be the most spacious. At the same time, Yixian also knew that the 9th heaven had a name. The 9th heaven was known as the realm of gods. Therefore, Yixian's divine sword technique could no longer break through the heavens. Otherwise, he would have gone directly to the 9th heaven. The 9th heaven, the realm of gods, Yixian will definitely reach it. Yixian swore silently in his heart. This was because Luoluo had been taken away by the guiding light from the 9th heaven. Until now, there had been no news of her. Yixian's current goal was to continuously become stronger. Then, he would beat up the person who had abducted Luoluo. Currently, he was only one step away from the demigod realm. Based on his recent experiences, the day of his ascension to the realm of gods was not far away. The most important thing now was to increase his level to the demigod realm. However, not long after the fall of the Flaming Blood Giant clan and the Divine Blood Monster King, boom! Suddenly a loud sound entered Yixian's ears. He turned his head and saw a golden pillar of light in the east. This is... Yixian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He suddenly recalled that when he was at the 7th heaven, the 9th heaven had sent down a guiding light and taken Luoluo away. Now there was another one. No, there was more than one. There were also guiding lights in the other two directions, but they were very far away from him. Chapter 2088. The 9th heaven is the realm of the gods. What happened? Yixian was curious and immediately rushed toward the nearest golden beam of light. This time he might be able to go to the 9th heaven earlier. The first beam of light was not far from Yixian, and it lasted for a long time. When Yixian was about to arrive, the beam of light was still not over. However, just as he was about to arrive, "Stop right there!" A loud shout entered his ears. Yixian stopped and looked at the man in front of him. "Your Excellency, what's the matter? I have a question. Have you seen this stone before?" The man took out a portrait. On the portrait was a strange stone with strange symbols on it. "No." Yixian shook his head. "Is that so?" The man narrowed his eyes and in the next moment, he attacked. A mere 2nd grade demigod dared to attack Yixian. He was courting death. In an instant he was killed by Yixian and the others. After Yixian put the man's ring and body into the devouring space, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a 1st grade demigod. A false god already had a false godhead and could refine the false divine power. A demigod needed to refine the demigod pulse. At the same time, the false divine power would gradually transform into demigod power, and the false divine spark would grow into a demigod divine spark. Demigod pulse, demigod divine spark, and demigod power were the most powerful aspects of a demigod. However, what made Yixian curious was what kind of stone this man was looking for. Immediately, he began to search the corpse's soul. A divine stone of calamity breaking? Yixian raised his eyebrows. The man was looking for a divine stone of calamity breaking. It was said to be an ability that made one immune to energy attacks. As for why he was looking for it, it was because the deity who had descended to the 8th heaven a few days ago had entrusted him with the task. Yes, it was the deity. That beam of golden light was called a miracle. And during this miracle, a deity from the 9th heaven had descended. He was looking for the divine stone of calamity breaking. A tribulation-breaking divine stone that is immune to energy attacks? Isn't my void spirit divine armor immune to energy attacks? Yixian raised his eyebrows and suddenly had an idea. Immediately, He rushed toward the place where the golden light had descended. That place was called the Eight Directions Divine Mountain. It was said that this Eight Directions sect had once nurtured a true god who had ascended to the divine world. At that time, the Eight Directions sect was considered one of the top forces in the eighth heavenly layer, and was constantly sought after by other forces. However, after this celestial being ascended to the divine world, there was no news of him. It was suspected that he had fallen. That was why Eight Directions sect had fallen to rock bottom, unable to recover from the setback. Now, Eight Directions sect only had one rank 7 demigod. However, with the arrival of the divine masters from the divine world, the Eight Directions sect was once again the center of attention. Coincidentally, this heavenly god who descended to the eighth heavenly layer was the one who had ascended to the divine world before the Eight Directions sect. At this moment, Yixian was planning something in his heart. He was going to use the Void Spirit godly armor to exchange for some cultivation resources. TSK. Not long after Yixian arrived at the Eight Directions sect, it was said that this true god who had descended to the eighth heavenly layer was here on behalf of a certain divine mountain to find the divine stone of calamity breaking. Therefore, after giving some instructions to the Eight Directions sect, he left and went to other forces. As for the other golden lights, they were all true gods who had descended. The true gods who were rarely seen in countless years had descended one after another, shocking the people of the eighth heavenly layer. For a time, this had become the most popular topic in the area. Sir, is there something you need? After Yixian arrived at the Eight Directions sect's mountain gate, an Eight Directions sect disciple stopped Yixian. I have news of the divine stone of calamity breaking. Yixian said directly. What? The disciple was shocked. He sized up Yixian and found that he was only a rank 1 demigod. Are you sure? The disciple couldn't help but ask. I'm sure. Yixian nodded. Good, then come with me. The Eight Directions sect disciple nodded and immediately brought Yixian into the Eight Directions sect, then handed him over to an Eight Directions sect elder. This Eight Directions sect elder was a rank 6 demigod, and was one of the top experts in the Eight Directions sect. Boy, you have news of the divine stone of calamity breaking? The Eight Directions sect elder asked. Yes. After the sword god's doppelganger finished speaking, he directly summoned the Void Spirit divine armor and said, I obtained this set of armor in a fortuitous encounter. It has the effect of the divine stone of calamity breaking. I suspect that the divine stone of calamity breaking might have been mixed in when it was forged. Armor. The elder was stunned and immediately raised his hand to launch an attack. This attack was only at the rank 1 demigod level, but when it fell on the Void Spirit divine armor, it was instantly shattered. The elder was skeptical and attacked with the sword chi of a rank 2 demigod, but it was still shattered by the Void Spirit divine armor. Following that, he attacked with the sword chi of a rank 3 demigod, then a rank 4 demigod. This is unbelievable. Even if it's a lower rank demigod artifact, after receiving such an attack, there should be cracks on it. The elder was shocked. Then, he tried the rank 5 demigod attack, then his rank 6 demigod attack. However, his full force attack could not leave any mark on the Void Spirit divine armor. The divine stone of calamity breaking, it was indeed the divine stone of calamity breaking. Of course, it was unlikely that an entire divine stone of calamity breaking was used, but as long as some powder was mixed in during the forging, it would be enough to achieve such an effect. Young man, where did you get this set of armor? The elder asked. From a ruin, but it doesn't matter. I can give this set of armor to you. Yixian smiled. Hey. The elder was stunned and said, could it be that this set of armor did not recognize you as its owner? Treasures of this level would generally recognize an owner. Once it recognized an owner and the owner died, the treasure would disappear with him. How could this be? Unless this set of armor did not recognize an owner at all. Elder, this set of armor of mine is in exchange for some cultivation resources. What do you think, Elder? Yixian said with a smile. Good, that's great. The Eight Paths sect elder was so happy that he almost cried. This was something that the big shots of the God realm needed, and now that he had it, he would definitely be rewarded greatly. I'll use all these things to exchange for this set of armor. What do you think? The elder generously took out a pile of things. After Yixian saw it, He was also overjoyed and hurriedly put everything into the devouring space. The elder was not afraid that Yi Xian would take the things and leave. After all, the latter was only a rank 1 demigod. It was wishful thinking to take away the things under his watch. Yi Xian did not say much and directly took off the Void Spirit Divine Armor and handed it to the elder. Very good. You can stay in my 8 Paths sect now. Maybe the sect leader will see you. After the elder finished speaking, he took the Void Spirit Divine Armor and hurriedly left. Chapter 2089. These things are enough to create a 4th grade demigod. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he gobbled up the good stuff. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd grade demigod. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd grade demigod. His realm had broken through continuously and reached 3rd grade demigod. Now, with his strength, there was no need to be afraid of 8 Direction sect. However, he was still wary of that deity. After all, that deity was a deity. Not long after, the sect leader of 8 Direction sect came looking for him. Young man, can you tell me the location of the ruins? Asked the sect leader of 8 Direction sect. Behind him was the elder from earlier. However, since Yi Xian had deliberately concealed his aura and this was no small matter, the sect leader of 8 Direction sect did not pay much attention to him. That place is in the 7th heaven. Yi Xian casually told him the location, but it was actually the Scarlet Forest from earlier. However, the sect leader of 8 Direction sect did not believe it. Okay, then let me ask you again. Why did the set of armor you gave Elder Lin just now disappear for no reason? Asked the sect leader of 8 Direction sect. Disappeared? Needless to say, Yi Xian must have kept it. After all, it was Wei Zhenqian that turned into the Void Spirit Divine Armor, not a real demigod artifact. I'm not sure. Yi Xian shook his head. Young man, I'm sorry to offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader of 8 Direction sect, a 7th grade demigod, flashed behind Yi Xian and pressed his hand on Yi Xian's forehead, preparing to search his soul. Yi Xian reacted immediately. In the next moment, he directly used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind the elder. Rip! With a crisp sound, the elder's head was directly thrown into the air, and the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. With Yi Xian's current realm of 3rd grade demigod, it was extremely easy to kill a 6th grade demigod with a sneak attack. The sect leader of 8 Direction sect did not expect Yi Xian to have such a method. He immediately turned around and threw a punch. This blow was enough to kill a 6th grade demigod, but the fist fell on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was easily blocked. Finish him. Without another word, Yi Xian released the old tree and the others. A storm of blood began. The 8 Directions sect master was the strongest expert in the 8 Directions sect. His cultivation had already reached rank 7 demigod realm. However, this level of strength was nothing to Yi Xian. Under the joint attack of Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Sword Servants, Undying Sword Servants and 5 Element Sword Servants, the sect master of 8 Paths sect was killed. The interspatial ring also fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a rank 4 demigod. Yi Xian made another breakthrough. Then, he used the Mask of Truth and Illusion to disguise himself as the sect master of 8 Paths sect. A perfect disguise. As long as he did not make a move, even a 9th rank demigod or a true deity might not be able to recognize him. I'm just dealing with a small fry who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone disperse. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly leaped into the air and shouted. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples, so Yi Xian hurriedly explained as the sect master of 8 Paths sect. When the group of disciples heard this, they immediately dispersed. After that, he took out a communication token. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth and spoke. Old ancestor, I found a set of battle armor mixed with tribulation-breaking divine stones. Yi Xian disguised himself as the sect master of 8 Paths sect and said. The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. I'll be right there. At this time, the person Yi Xian transmitted his voice to was the deity who descended from the divine world. He was also from the 8 Paths sect, so his seniority was much higher than the sect master of 8 Paths sect. Yi Xian was waiting here, ready to welcome the deity. If a demigod wanted to prove his status as a deity, He had to pass the divine tribulation. Once he passed the divine tribulation, he would undergo earth-shattering changes. Demigod lattice, demigod power, and demigod bloodline would all transform into godhead, divine power, and divine bloodline. A deity would not encounter any danger in the 8 paths of heaven, unless he encountered an opponent of the same level. The old ancestor of 8 paths sect only took a short time to arrive at the 8 paths sect. No one knew where he came from. In any case, his speed was astonishing. In the 8 paths sect, Yixian immediately flashed out after sensing the powerful aura, then quickly used the death hunt token to mark the deity. This is the deity. Yixian narrowed his eyes, feeling a little uneasy. Although Wei Zhentian's mask of truth was very useful, he was facing a deity after all. He did not know if he would be exposed. Old ancestor, you're here. Yixian hurriedly greeted him with a smile. This deity had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He looked no different from an ordinary demigod. However, he was wearing a white armor with 2 words engraved on his chest, White Flame. Yixian knew that this was a faction in the 9 paths called the White Flame Divine Mountain. This deity had joined the White Flame Divine Mountain. He had only come to the 8 paths after receiving a mission. Cut the crap. Where's the item? The middle-aged deity asked directly. Hearing this, Yixian prepared to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. Oh no, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was transformed by Wei Zhentian, and so was the Mask of Truth. Now that I'm wearing the Mask of Truth, how am I going to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor? It was only then that Yixian discovered a loophole. He quickly used the Divine Devouring System to extract the memories of the dead elder and tamper with them. Old ancestor, please take a look at this. Yixian took out a floating image crystal and threw it over. This floating image crystal recorded the scene of the elder testing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. After watching it, the middle-aged deity's eyes lit up. He said, "It might be the tribulation-breaking divine stone. Where's the item?" "This Elder Lin took this precious armor. I don't know where he went. Maybe." Yixian stammered. "Bastard, how dare you steal from me? You're courting death." The middle-aged deity was furious. He immediately spread out his divine sense, but he did not find Elder Lin of the 8 Paths sect. Immediately, he left his original spot and began to search his surroundings. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian transformed Wei Zhentian into the Void Spirit Divine Armor and put it on the Sword God's clone. Then he launched an attack on the 8 Paths sect. Rumble! The entire 8 Paths sect was like a scene from hell. It was massacred by Yixian. However, these dead people would be resurrected by Yixian in the future, and then be absorbed into the devouring system to live in it. Now their role was to act as extras for Yixian to act out the show. Chapter 2090. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He turned to look at Yixian and asked, "Did you do it?" "Ha ha ha. The armor mixed with the calamity-breaking divine stone is indeed powerful. Even the sect master died in my hands." Yixian suddenly burst out laughing. "You are Elder Lin?" The middle-aged man finally reacted. At this time, Yixian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Moreover, it was the first time he saw it, so he did not feel anything was wrong. "Old ancestor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to test the armor made with the calamity-breaking divine stone to see if it is really that powerful," Yixian said. The middle-aged man was already angry. He shouted, "Give it to me and I'll spare your dog life." Hearing this, Yixian shook his head and said, "That won't do. If you want this armor, you have to use something else." "Shameless boasting. You're courting death." The middle-aged man's expression changed. Good Lord. A mere demigod dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was really courting death. However, he had overlooked one thing. Elder Lin was a 6th-grade demigod, and the person in front of him was only a 4th-grade demigod. In an instant, the middle-aged man attacked himself, preparing to seize the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Of course, the strength he displayed was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, what surprised him was that his attack was instantly dispersed when it landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor. His attack was ineffective. It is indeed the calamity-breaking divine stone. With it, the Mountain Master can safely pass the divine tribulation. The middle-aged man thought to himself. The mountain master was the owner of the White Flame Sacred Mountain. He was in a very dangerous situation. As time passed, the time of the divine tribulation was approaching. Therefore, he had to rely on the calamity-breaking divine stone. The calamity-breaking divine stone ignored energy attacks and could even withstand the divine tribulation. The middle-aged man was planning to test how much of the calamity-breaking divine stone powder was mixed into the armor. For him, the more the better. His attack just now was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, this attack was enough to kill the sect master of the Eight Paths sect, who was also a 7th-grade demigod. However, Yi Xian was able to remain unharmed. Therefore, the middle-aged man planned to increase his attack to that of a 8th-grade demigod. Swish! A flash of broadsword light tore through the air and landed on the Void Spirit divine armor again. However, like before, it had no effect. Since there was none, then he would try a rank 9 demigod attack. Pooh! The attack was still dispersed by the Void Spirit divine armor. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being's expression became somewhat strange. If even a 9th-rank demigod's attack could not harm it, then he would have to attack with all his might. Although he was only a 1st-grade deity, he was still a deity. His full-powered attack was enough to kill a deity. Would this armor be able to withstand it? If they can't handle it, then even if they bring it to the mountain chieftain, they won't be of much help. The middle-aged man thought to himself. In fact, the mountain lord of the White Flame Divine Mountain didn't have much hope. He was already prepared to be struck to death by the divine tribulation. He only sent a few people to search for him. The more powerful deities would search for them in the God realm, while the weaker ones would come to the 8th layer of heaven to try their luck. Who knows, they might be able to reap some unexpected benefits. In any case, they were just treating a dead horse as a living one. Who would have thought that he would really find it? Old ancestor, why aren't you attacking? This moment Yi Xian asked. You're courting death. The middle-aged divine being's anger surged. He slashed the long saber in his hand and a dazzling saber ray pierced through the air. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, the divine being's full-powered attack landed on Yi Xian's Void Spirit divine armor. However, to the middle-aged divine being's surprise, his attack did not have any effect on the armor. Calamity-breaking divine stone. It must be the calamity-breaking divine stone. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being was 100% sure. The calamity-breaking divine stone must have been mixed into this armor. Old ancestor, why don't we make a deal? Yi Xian asked. What deal? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I'll give you this armor, Yi Xian said. Also, you have to promise that you won't kill me after you get this armor. The middle-aged divine being said slowly. You have the most guts I've ever seen. Old ancestor, although this armor can withstand energy attacks, it can't withstand ordinary attacks. If you want to kill me, it'll be easy. However, if you do that, you won't be able to ensure the integrity of this armor, Yi Xian said. The middle-aged divine being hesitated when he heard this. He had already verified the effect of this armor. In his opinion, this armor must have been mixed with the calamity-breaking divine stone. If he were to make a move and kill Yi Xian, then this armor would probably be destroyed as well. Think about it, which one is better, to bring back a complete set of armor or a damaged set of armor? Of course the complete one. Alright, what do you want? The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. Of course, his purpose was only to get the armor. As for Yi Xian, he naturally wanted to kill Yi Xian because he had angered him. I need a heavenly treasure that can allow me to cultivate to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm, Yi Xian said directly. What? The middle-aged divine being was stunned. Yi Xian was really asking for an exorbitant price. He wanted so many heavenly treasures just by opening his mouth. However, in the divine world, countless demigods at the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm had died under the deity's tribulation. Even with so many heavenly treasures, one might not be able to become a deity. Moreover, it had been some time since he had become a god. These things were nothing to him. Alright, I can give them to you. However, if you try to play any tricks, I will kill you even if it means destroying the armor. The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. With my strength, how would I dare to deceive you? Yi Xian said with a smile. Then the middle-aged divine being casually sucked in a scattered interspatial ring and put some things into it. Yixian watched as the heavenly treasures were put into the interspatial ring. Then the middle-aged divine being threw them to him. Tisk tisk. Yixian caught the interspatial ring and immediately devoured everything in it. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now an 8th stage demigod. After devouring everything in the interspatial ring, Yixian had advanced by 4 levels. If not for the fact that he needed more experience points than the average person, he would have broken through to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm. The middle-aged divine being was shocked by the change in Yixian's aura. How could a person break through from the 4th stage demigod realm to the 8th stage demigod realm in an instant? How did you do it? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I will tell you when you are dead. Yixian's face suddenly turned cold. His tone had also changed drastically. Chapter 2091. You're toying with me? The middle-aged deity immediately reacted and said, do you think that you can fight me just because you are an 8th-ranked demigod and have a set of armor made with the divine stone of calamity? Who said I'm the only one? Yixian sneered. In the next moment, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, 5-Element Swordsman, and 100-Beast Swordsman all appeared. A great battle was about to break out. Yixian had to go all out. You're courting death. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He immediately attacked Old Tree and the others. At the same time, the 100-Beast Swordsmen also used their ultimate move. 100 Beasts Parade. Hundreds of figures appeared again. This time Yixian summoned 88 Gold War God mounts. In addition, there were 11 Platinum War God mounts. 88 Gold War God mounts and 11 Platinum War God mounts made a total of 99 Gold War God mounts. The 100th War God mount was not a Gold or Platinum War God mount. It was a Violet Gold War God mount that was 1 level higher than Platinum War God mount. It was a cute little bird called the Heaven Shrouding Rock. Could change its size at will. At its current level, the Heaven Shrouding Rock could cover up to 1,000,000 kilometers of land. The Heaven Shrouding Rock lived up to its name. Let's go. At Yixian's command, all of them charged at the middle-aged man like ferocious beasts. At the same time, he activated the skill given by the 100-Beast Swordsman, 100 Beasts Feast. There was a huge gap between demigods and gods. However, Yixian was at the peak of 8th stage demigod realm. With so many helpers, he was not afraid at all. White Flame Divine Fire. Burn all of you to ashes. The middle-aged man also took out his trump card. This was the product of cultivating the White Flame Divine skill in the White Flame Divine Mountain. It was a type of divine fire that was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this thing was useless against the 5-element swordsmen. The 5-element swordsmen were immune to all 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. Although the White Flame Divine Fire was a divine fire, it was still of the fire element. The 5 elemental sword attendants charged forward and absorbed all the white divine fire. Then, the 5 elemental sword attendants' auras surged. What? He swallowed the White Flame Divine Fire? The middle-aged man was shocked. Where did these people come from? Each one was scarier than the other. While he was still in shock, he had already been completely surrounded. Following that, one terrifying attack after another was launched at him. Despite having a divine body, the middle-aged deity was unable to withstand such a powerful attack, and was instantly injured. However, it was not that easy to kill a deity. Poochie. The purple gold war god mount, the Heaven Shrouding Rock, expanded in size and grabbed the middle-aged man with its claws. Following that, the strength-type war god mounts also made their move. Although these war god mounts were powerful, only the sword servants of 5 elements, sword servants of 100 beasts, and the great rock could pose a threat to the middle-aged god. Of course, there was also the divine sword secret art. However, the fact that he was able to summon a violet gold Ares mount was beyond Yixian's expectations, so he probably wouldn't need to use the divine sword technique. You dare to kill me? The middle-aged divine being widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Yixian was only an 8th grade demigod, but he dared to kill a deity. How audacious of him. Deities are just a group of people who have reached a certain level of strength. So what if I kill you? Yixian said coldly. Now, he had no other thoughts about killing people. He could kill as he pleased. Firstly, he wanted to kill people and steal their treasures so that he could find Luo Luo as soon as possible. Secondly, he would keep the corpses of those he killed. When he reached a certain level, he would revive them and let them live in the devouring space. Therefore, killing a deity was not difficult for him at all. Poochie! With a crisp sound, the middle-aged divine being's head was pierced through by the saber-toothed tiger transformed from the 100-beast sword attendant. Dead. Yi Xian, as an 8th-grade demigod, had killed a deity. It was terrifying. However, this was not the main point. Immediately, he put away the corpse along with the interspatial ring. How much wealth did a deity have? Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the peak of 9th-grade demigod. After Yi Xian had devoured most of the middle-aged god's wealth, the system beeped. At this time Yi Xian had reached the peak of demigod. He was only one step away from becoming a deity. The last step was the deity's tribulation. Ding! According to the system's calculation, the success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. The system beeped again. There were many factors that could affect the success rate of the tribulation. For example, Yi Xian's demigod strength, physique, and magic treasures. However, the most important factor was the void spirit divine armor. The system had already taken all the factors into account by Yi Xian, but the rest were useless. The void spirit divine armor alone was enough for him to pass the deity's tribulation. Come on, deity's tribulation. Yi Xian said nothing and started to guide the deity's tribulation. Whether it was the 8th heaven or the 9th heaven, there were people dying under the terrifying deity's tribulation. Yi Xian had just broken through to the peak of demigod 9th heaven and started to guide the deity's tribulation. If others knew about this, they would definitely scold him for overestimating himself. However, Yi Xian was 100% sure that he could pass the tribulation. At this time, somewhere in the 8th heaven, Yi Xian's original body was wearing the void spirit divine armor. He could feel the tribulation cloud above his head getting bigger and bigger. After a long time, ding! The tribulation lightning is about to strike. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Yi Xian suddenly heard a roar. When he raised his head, he saw a thin bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. Then it accurately landed on his head. Unfortunately, this bolt of tribulation lightning was easily dispersed by the void spirit divine armor. The best way for ordinary people to pass the deity's tribulation was to resist the tribulation lightning. This would allow the tribulation lightning to remove the impurities in their body. After breaking through to the true God level, they would be stronger than others. Secondly, it was to use a treasure to resist the power of the tribulation lightning. This way the tribulation lightning would be less effective. Yi Xian used the void spirit divine armor to be immune to the tribulation lightning. However, he had the deity's devouring system. Ding! The host has passed the deity's tribulation and obtained the deity position. The host is currently a lower first stage true God. Others needed to use the tribulation lightning to refine their demigod body into a true God body. Yi Xian had the deity's devouring system to strengthen himself. After passing the deity's tribulation, his body had undergone a tremendous change. He sensed it and could not help but smile. He sighed and said, "Who in the 8th heaven can withstand my sword?" Chapter 2092. Now that Yi Xian had become a lower grade 1 true God, coupled with the enhancement of his bloodline, no one could withstand a single strike from him. At the same time, he also had the qualifications to break through the 8th level of heaven and enter the 9th level of heaven. However, this was not the end. The old tree and the others were Yi Xian's subordinates. Now that Yi Xian had become a true God, they could also benefit and become a true God. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the notification that he had imagined did not appear completely. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a lower grade 1 true God. Ding! Flame engulfing unicorn, devouring black-scaled dragon, and breaking sky divine ape have reached the upper limit and cannot break through. Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. The old tree, black horn, and breaking sky have reached the upper limit and cannot become a true God? Yi Xian murmured and immediately told the three of them. "Sigh, it seems that this is the end of our road," the old tree sighed. "Don't worry. There will definitely be fortuitous encounters in the future that can improve your bloodline," Yi Xian hurriedly said. Young master, there's no need. The old tree shook his head and said, all these years we have watched you grow from a mortal to an immortal and then become a true god. We are already satisfied. I'm afraid that you will have to walk the path from now on. If possible, the two of us would like to live a quiet life in the devouring space like breaking sky. Hearing this, Yixian could not help but fall silent. Breaking sky had not appeared for a long time. Although his cultivation level had always followed, due to his bloodline, his combat power had always been lacking. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Cancel the contract with Flame Engulfing Unicorn, Devouring Black-Scaled Dragon, and Breaking Sky Divine Ape. Reward none. The system notification made Yixian roll his eyes. This was the first time that he had encountered a random mission without a reward. Even though he had been slow in completing the last mission to kill the Sacred Blood Demon King, he had still received 10,000 pseudo-divine gems as a reward. But this time this was the request of the old tree. Presumably, they were tired and didn't want to fight anymore, so they wanted to live a quiet life. Old tree, I respect your decision. Yixian nodded, then released the old tree, Black Horn, and Heaven Breaker from their contracts. From now on he only had 2 treasures left. One was Luo Luo, who was picked up by the guiding light of the 9 heavens, and the other was Wei Zhentian. If they had any fortuitous encounters in the future, the old tree trio would not mutate and evolve into a stronger bloodline. Thank you, young master. Old tree grinned. Alright, you can live in the devouring space. You won't be in any danger here. Yixian nodded. He was the master of the devouring space. Even a god would die if he entered. Moreover, even if the old tree trio were free, they could live with Yixian's family. Moreover, they could marry and have children in the future. Presumably, this was the real reason why the old tree trio was free. Of course, Yixian was very grateful to the old tree trio. The 3 of them had outstanding battle achievements. If it weren't for them, Yixian wouldn't have grown to where he was today. Now it was time for them to retire. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian's talent is enough to keep up with my footsteps. Yixian smiled. Wei Zhentian was his first treasure. He had died once, but was resurrected after the devouring space upgraded. Then, he had followed Yixian all the way to where he was today. As for the second treasure, Luo Luo, she was now in the 9 heavens. Yixian could also sense her presence, but the distance between them couldn't be measured by a chasm. In short, they were very far apart. Luo Luo, wait for me. Yixian's eyes flashed. He rushed directly into the clouds. Then with a casual swing of his sword, he broke open the 8 heavens. However, the moment he rushed into the dark space, the system notification sounded again. Ding, the 9 heavens is close to the outland. If the host enters the 9 heavens, the system will activate a hidden mode. At that time, an unknown malfunction may occur. What? Hearing this, Yixian's eyes widened. The system would malfunction after entering the 9 heavens? What's going on? What is the outland? Why would it activate a hidden mode? Yixian didn't understand the situation. This unforeseen event made him stop. However, he guessed that this was inevitable unless he stayed in the 8 heavens. However, if he stayed in the 8 heavens, how could he continue to grow and find Luo Luo? Therefore, he decided to give it a try. At that moment, he broke open the 8 heavens again and rushed into the dark space between the 8 heavens and the 9 heavens. Ding, the host confirms that he wants to enter the 9 heavens? Yes. This time, Yixian didn't hesitate and directly answered. After he answered, the system didn't respond. The dark space between the 8 heavens and the 9 heavens was quite long. Yixian flew for 3 days and 3 nights before he came out. On the 4th day, Yixian finally arrived at the 9 heavens, which was the realm of gods. Ding, the system automatically entered a hidden mode. Ding, the Tower of Trial system is closed. Ding, the sex system is closed. Ding, Wei Zhentian's flying sword form has been lost. The Dharma treasure form has been reset to 0. Ding, the bloodline of the sword god has changed. Ding, the bloodline of the god of war has changed. Ding, all titles have been lost. The system notification sounded one after another. He didn't expect that the system would malfunction so much just by activating a hidden mode. This was terrible. Damn. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form has been reset to 0? Before Yixian finished listening, his head sank. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form was very useful, such as the Beast God Bell and the Void Spirit Divine Armor. The entire Wei Zhentian was only left with the ability to transform. The Dharma treasure forms that he fixed before were all lost. It was a terrible sight. Moreover, there was a change. Now Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form could only transform into 3 Dharma treasures a day. Every time it was used, the Dharma treasure would be refreshed and could not be used again unless the Dharma treasure was fixed. Moreover, Wei Zhentian could only transform into 3 Dharma treasures a day. Of course, if it was a fixed Dharma treasure, it was not limited. However, the change of Wei Zhentian was not the main point. What made Yixian helpless was that the bloodline of the Sword God and the bloodline of the God of War had changed. The doppelganger of the Sword God was gone. Not only that, the 2 doppelganger in the mortal world and the second heaven had also disappeared. System, you at $$B%, Yixian couldn't help but curse. Immediately, he quickly checked the 2 demigod bloodlines. God! The 2 most important bloodlines had actually become weak. Now, the bloodline of the Sword God was only left with the body of the Sword God and the invincible Sword Servant. Moreover, among the invincible Sword Servants, the Black Gold Sword Servant, the 5 Elements Sword Servant, and the Undying Sword Servant were all lost. Only the 100 Beast Sword Servant was left. The Godly Sword Path's advancement route was also lost after the system made a mistake. In other words, the Godly Sword technique was gone. Yixian's trump cards were lost one after another because of the system's error. It was terrible. Ding! All the lost advancement routes can be found. The system prompted. How do I find them? Yixian immediately asked. Ding, the method is unknown. Please find it yourself. This answer made Yixian roll his eyes. You are the system, how could you not know? Fortunately, the invincible Sword Servant's advancement route was still there. Otherwise, Yixian would cry to death. If it was just the body of the Sword God, how could it be considered the bloodline of the Sword God? Besides, the bloodline of the God of War only lost 1 God of War domain skill. The change was not too big. No, it was not just the God of War domain. What the hell? The God of War mount's gold rank summon level dropped to the silver rank? Yixian rolled his eyes again. How could a silver rank God of War mount be compared to a gold rank God of War mount? Fortunately, with the degradation of this skill, the devour points required to upgrade it had also decreased. Now it only required 3 devour points to upgrade it again, returning it to the level of a gold tier summon. However, what made Yixian suffer the most was that the Sword God's doppelganger actually disappeared. This meant that from now on, he could only move in person. Sigh. Yixian sighed and summed up the changes this time. Due to the system's error, the Tower of Trial system was shut down. The sex system was shut down, Wei Zhentian's flying sword form was lost, the treasure form was reset to 0, and the bloodline of the Sword God and bloodline of the God of War had changed. In addition, the Eyes of the Void and the Eyes of Assassination that had been with him for a long time were also lost, leaving only the Eyes of Insight and the Death Pursuit Order. Wei Zhentian's luck value and critical hit effect were also gone. From now on, unless he increased his luck value again, there would be no critical hit or one-hit kill effect. As such, he was only left with the exchange system, forging system, and mission system. As for the skills, he was only left with the Devouring Hand, Devour from a Distance, Eyes of Insight, Death Pursuit Order, Summon Invincible Sword Servant, and Summon God of War Mount. Other than that, he was only left with Wei Zhentian as his helper. However, Wei Zhentian's treasure form was reset to 0, the Mask of Truth used for disguise, the Void Spirit Divine Armor that was immune to energy attacks, and the Beast God Clock that suppressed beasts by 80% and had the ability to search souls. Now that I am a lower rank 1 true god, without the Void Spirit Divine Armor, I have to be careful. Yixian thought in his heart. Previously, he still had 2 ordinary doppelgangers and an invincible sword god doppelganger, but now he had nothing. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful. At this moment, ding! After the system entered the hidden mode, a malfunction occurred. Host, please repair the system as soon as possible, otherwise, it may continue to malfunction. Ding! The system will compensate the host and begin to randomly draw compensation rewards. Chapter 2093. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a random reward from the system. Attribute Critical Hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a random reward from the system. Attribute luck has increased. Critical hit attribute and luck attribute? Yixian frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. The two rewards from the system seemed to be the same as the previous rewards, but that was not the case. First of all, the critical hit attribute had a high probability of triggering 10 times the critical hit. At the same time, there was a small probability of triggering a one-hit kill. This was the difference. The three words high probability explained everything. Then there was the luck attribute. Although it seemed vague in actual use, it could greatly increase Yixian's chances of discovering special items and discovering hidden random missions. It was much more practical than the previous luck attribute. It could be said that the two rewards from the system were practically tailor-made for Yixian to quickly recover his strength. The most important thing for Yixian to do now was to find Luoluo. But now there was no news of Luoluo at all. He could only sense the general direction of where Luoluo was, but the distance between the two could not be described as a chasm. Hence, even though Yixian was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He could only take it one step at a time. If a true god was said to be invincible in the 8th heaven, in the 9th heaven, they were cheap goods that could be found everywhere. With Yixian's current lower rank 1 true god, he was completely at the bottom of the realm of the gods. A system error had caused Yixian to fall to the lowest point in history. It would not be easy to find Luoluo and recover his strength. Yixian's current plan was to first hide himself, and then look for an opportunity to break through. After all, he was only left with his original body. He did not have his life-saving doppelganger, the sword god doppelganger, and even the elusive spirit god armor. Fortunately, the basic function of the system, the devouring ability, had not malfunctioned. If the devouring ability had malfunctioned, it would have been a real tragedy. Yixian observed his surroundings carefully, but did not find anything special. However, a divine mountain in front of him caught his attention. Where there are mountains, there are beasts. Now that I'm in the god realm, should I be called a divine beast? Well then, I'll use these divine beasts to level up first. Yixian said in his heart. These words were filled with helplessness, but they were also filled with unparalleled dominance. 9 Luo 7 Extremes Mountain. This was where Yixian was heading. However, what Yixian did not know was that this sacred mountain was not as simple as he had imagined. When Yixian arrived at the edge of the sacred mountain, he couldn't help but stop. It was just as he thought. Where there are mountains, there are beasts. 3rd stage divine beast roaring god ape. A divine beast of the 5th grade with sharp teeth. A large group of divine beasts was right in front of Yixian. This is a good place. This place is simply tailor-made for me. Yixian lightly smiled, then directly charged forward. Ding! The host has triggered the chain random mission, Divine Beast Battle Royale. The first round, 100 Beast Slaughter. Ding! The host has triggered the chain random mission, System Recast. At this stage, the host will receive different kinds of random missions. Every time the host completes a round, the recovery time of the system will be sped up. When all are completed, the host will have the ability to customize the recast system. The two system prompts caused Yixian to be slightly stunned. System Recast. There was actually such a hidden setting. Although Yixian didn't know the specifics of the system's recasting. However, just by hearing the name, he knew that the recast system had to be related to the system malfunction. It seemed that this Luo 7 Extremes Mountain was just a small part of the chain task of the recast system. In an instant, Yixian thought of a saying. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. Indeed, this saying was not wrong at all. Yixian, who had just been in trouble because of the system malfunction, saw the light of hope in the blink of an eye. Kill. Without another word, Yixian summoned the 100 Beast Sword Servant and charged toward the group of divine beasts. 100 Beasts attack. The 100 Beast Sword Attendant immediately used its ultimate move and summoned over 100 War God mounts. However, due to the system malfunction, the original minimum summoning power of the Ares mounts was reduced from gold to silver, and their strength was greatly reduced. However, even if it was a silver-grade War God mount, it was still a divine beast. Now it was a battle between divine beasts. On Yixian's side, critical hits were constantly triggered, and occasionally a sure kill skill was triggered. However, in this place even the lowest level of divine beasts were much higher in cultivation than Yixian. However, this was nothing to Yixian. In just half a day, he had killed hundreds of low-level divine beasts. Ding! The host has completed the first round of the Divine Beast Battle Royale and triggered the second round, 1000 Beast Slaughter. Should he continue killing? Yixian did not mind. Although killing these divine beasts did not give him many benefits, Yixian's strength increased rapidly by devouring the corpses of these divine beasts. At this point, killing hundreds of low-level divine beasts had increased Yixian's strength to lower level 2 True God. Ding! The host has completed the second round of the Divine Beast Battle Royale and triggered the third round 1000 Beast Slaughter. After the 1000 Beast Slaughter, there was still the 1000 Beast Slaughter. This was such a ridiculous chain of missions. Yixian had been circling around the Jiuluo 7 Extreme Sacred Mountain for a total of 7 days. Kill. Kill without limit. Yixian's strength was not enough to enter the inner parts of the Jiuluo 7 Extreme Sacred Mountain. He could only surround the sacred mountain and kill those divine beasts that were alone or in small groups. However, this endless battle still made Yixian somewhat annoyed. Of course, Yixian's strength continued to increase. At this point, Yixian was already a lower level 5 True God. To be honest, this kind of speed of improvement was very satisfying. Most importantly, this was part of the system's reforging. Yixian would not give up. Another 15 days. As his strength increased, Yixian's ability to kill divine beasts also increased. In 15 days, he had killed over 10,000 divine beasts. It could be said that all the low-level divine beasts around the Jiuluo 7 Extreme Sacred Mountain were all killed by Yixian. Of course, this endless battle also brought Yixian a lot of benefits. Lower level 9 True God. Who would have thought that a guy who had ascended to level 9 for a month would go from a lower level 1 True God to a level 9 True God? That was a full 8 levels increase. This kind of leveling speed was simply unheard of. After such a long period of killing, Yixian could not help but feel numb. Fortunately, after the 1000 Beast Slaughter, there was no 100,000 Beast Slaughter. Ding! Host has completed the 1000 Beast Slaughter mission and triggered the fourth round, the Jiuluo 7 Extreme Sacred Beast Slaughter mission. At the same time, Host will receive a random divine weapon. Ding! Rewards are being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to Host for obtaining the upgradable divine weapon, the Godslayer. The reward was given? A sword? Yixian took the god-slaying sword that the system gave him. However, just from looking at it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What F*** King attributes? Chapter 2094. Currently, the god-slaying sword was in its primary form and had a special attribute, God-slaying. When facing a demon god, Yao god, or underworld god, it would buff the host by 5%. It had a special offensive skill, God-slaying slash. When facing any demon god, Yao god, underworld god, or other ES god, it would definitely deal a critical hit. It had a special defensive skill, Divine Soul Shield. When the host killed any demon god, Yao god, spiritual god, or other ES god, it would automatically store the Divine Soul Fragments. When necessary, the Divine Soul Fragments would be used to create an invincible shield. What a powerful god-slaying sword. This was only in its primary form, but it already had such a strong suppressive ability. Could this be the real compensation from the system to Yixian? Compared to the previous two attributes, this god-slaying sword was undoubtedly more than 100 times stronger. Yixian was overjoyed. This time he was really overjoyed. This was good stuff. This was definitely a super good thing that he had not expected. If it was not for the system's compensation, Yixian would not have been able to obtain such a good item by himself. With the god-slaying sword in hand, Yixian once again found that invincible feeling. Jiuluo 7 Absolutes, the 16 divine beasts? Just you wait. Yixian will kill them one by one. For the first time, Yixian started to walk into the Jiuluo 7 Absolutes sacred mountain. There was obviously a strong seal on this sacred mountain. When he was at the periphery, Yixian did not feel that it was very obvious. However, as he went deeper, this feeling became clearer and clearer. Could it be that this Jiuluo 7 Absolute sacred mountain is not an ownerless land? Yixian frowned slightly as doubts rose in his heart. Of course, even so, Yixian did not stop. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the front, causing Yixian to stop immediately. That's strange. Why are there so many of those low-level divine beasts dying? Could it be that the Jiuluo 7 Absolute's sacred mountain went crazy again? That's impossible. The mountain master has strengthened the seal on the Jiuluo 7 Absolute's sacred mountain again. They can't have eaten so many low-level divine beasts in such a short time. And this 9 Luo 7 extinction sacred mountain is the hinterland of my all beasts divine sect. So it's impossible for anyone to come in and cause trouble. Although the Jiuluo 7 absolutes and the 16 divine beasts are considered precious, they are only high-grade beast totems. I don't think they are worth the interest of the other divine sections. This voice seemed to be puzzled by the disappearance of the tens of thousands of low-ranked divine beasts. At the same time, another voice continued to answer. It's not impossible. I heard that Mo Shanggu has issued a new mission. As long as any divine sect can hand over 100 divine beast totems, they will be able to obtain a special reward from Mo Shanggu. Our 10,000 beast divine sect is just a small divine sect among the 3,000 beast divine sects under Mo Shanggu. Yet we have 72 mutated beast totems. If we say that no one is plotting against us, I'm afraid no one will believe it. The conversation between the two of them gave Yi Xian some useful information. It seemed that his current location was a place called the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect that was used to raise totem beasts. As for the Jiuluo Qiju and the 16 Divine Beasts, they were totem beasts. However, this 10,000 Beast Divine Sect was merely a branch of a small divine sect called Mo Shanggu. Totem Divine Beast? Mo Shanggu? 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect? Yi Xian furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed that the realm of the gods was not much different from other places. There were also endless battles, strength was respected, and benefits came first. However, Yi Xian knew nothing about the realm of the gods. Then, should he capture the two disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect and understand them in detail? Forget it, since it was not easy to meet these two people, Yi Xian. He could not let them go. Only by knowing one's own strength and that of one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Not to mention, Yi Xian also heard something special from the conversation between the two of them. Could it be that Luoluo could be classified as a totem divine beast or something? The reason why she was taken to the 9 heavens was because she was captured by these forces? If that was really the case, then Yi Xian could not accept it. Yi Xian's figure flashed as he quickly dashed in the direction of the two. Just nice, he could test the power of the Godslayer. The two people were completely unprepared. Jiuluo 7 Extremes Mountain was the hinterland of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. To put it bluntly, it was their backyard. Who would be so cautious in their own backyard? Therefore, although the two people were stronger than Yi Xian, they did not notice anything when Yi Xian discovered them. Of course, as Yi Xian approached, one of them finally looked up warily at Yi Xian's location. Who is it? That person roared loudly. At the same time, he took out a long whip in his hand and got into a battle stance. Senior brother, what's wrong? The other person looked at the senior brother in confusion, not knowing what he had discovered. Someone's here. However, just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's attack had already arrived. He had to end this quickly. Once the two people released the signal to summon their companions, Yi Xian would be in for a tragedy. Godslaying slash. The moment he attacked, he used the special attack of the Godslayer. All of a sudden, it was as if an ancient deity had descended upon them with an unparalleled pressure. The violent power made the two people tremble with fear. What a terrifying power. Is this the attack of a heavenly god? Deities were divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. Above the deities were the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods were also divided into 3 levels. It could be said that the heavenly gods were an entire realm higher than these two disciples. They were existences that they could never defeat. Defend! The senior brother shouted, as if to remind his junior brother. As for himself, a circle of milky white light appeared around his body, ready to defend himself. However, Yi Xian's target was not him, but his junior brother. The power of the god-slaying slash was displayed for the first time. It was only then that Yi Xian realized that these two people were actually mid-level deities. Of course, they were not a threat at all. That junior brother died before he could even figure out what had happened. The senior brother's eyes were filled with horror. He looked at Yi Xian and asked loudly, "Who are you? Senior, who are you? Why did you kill my all-beasts divine sect's disciples? My divine beast sect has always been aloof from worldly affairs. Is there any misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Yixian walked out. There is indeed no misunderstanding between us. However, I am sorry. Both of you must die. You are just a low-level deity? How is this possible? The divine beast sect was good at taming and raising beasts. Because of this, the disciples of the divine beast sect were all good at controlling beasts. The blessing of the beast's souls was the most basic method. For example, the junior brother's physique had been blessed with the power of several divine beasts. In terms of physique alone, he had already reached a very terrifying realm. However, he did not expect that he would be killed by a low-level deity with a single slash. How could the senior brother not be afraid of such a terrifying attack? Yixian could only apologize to these two people. Chapter 2095. Yixian did not reply. Instead, he launched another attack. Deity slaying slash. A terrifying aura descended once again. The senior brother was horrified. His junior brother's body was still there. Even if the person in front of him was just a lesser god, he did not dare to be careless. Beast soul of the crimson gold black tortoise. Beast soul of the ancient tiger beast soul. Hold on for me. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from the person's body. All of it was used for defense. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. Bang! With a loud bang, the person was sent flying. Before he even landed on the ground, he had lost all ability to resist and was forcibly sucked into Yixian's plant space. What a god-slaying sword! No one else could match its power. At the same time, Yixian also obtained the interspatial rings of these two people. It could be said that there were some things in the rings that Yixian had never seen before. However, these two were indeed disciples of the divine beast sect. Most of the interspatial rings were materials from various divine beasts. Yixian did not obtain much information from the senior brother's memory. However, it was enough for the current stage. It turned out that there were many types of divine beasts in the realm of the gods. However, there were also many divine sects that specialized in rearing these divine beasts. This was because the divine beasts were essential materials for refining some special treasures in the realm of the gods. At the same time, some special cultivation techniques required such divine beasts. However, this feeling made Yixian feel that in the god realm, could it be that divine beasts really didn't have any status? Forget it. Who cares? First, complete this random task. Then go to Emoshang Pavilion and find out more about Luoluo. That was the most important thing. Yixian moved quickly towards the peak of the sacred mountain. He had already accurately grasped the positions of the 16 divine beasts. Soon, the first divine beast appeared in front of Yixian. This was a strange divine beast that looked like a tiger, had hooves like a cow, had 4 wings on its back, and had 3 ponytails. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the word on its forehead. Supreme. Yes, that was the word. Revered beast? The biggest way to identify a totem beast was the word on its forehead. Zun Wang Di Tian. You. This was the symbol of the 5 universal totem beasts. Of course, under normal circumstances, this handwriting would not appear. Only when it was discovered and a special spell was cast would the handwriting appear clearly. This is the ox-tiger beast? It was said that the ox-tiger beast could increase one's strength, refine one's physique, or be a blunt magical weapon. But why can't I see anything special about him? Yixian looked at the totem beast in front of him in confusion. At this moment, the ox-tiger beast was like a sickly old man. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Yixian. The restrictions of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect? In that case, it just so happened that Yixian had benefited. God-slaying slash. Since the target was already clear, there was no need for Yixian to waste any more time. Boom! The God-slaying slash, which was powerful enough to kill an upper-class deity, violently attacked the ox-tiger beast. However, the result surprised Yixian. His attack was ineffective. How could this be? How could his attack be ineffective? What's going on? The Jiuluo 7 Extremes beasts were the 16 divine beasts that Yixian had to kill. However, as soon as they encountered the first one, their attacks were ineffective. How could Yixian accept this? No, I don't believe that I can't kill you. God-slaying slash, give me a critical hit. Kill me in one hit. Unfortunately, the critical hit effect was activated, but it did not trigger a kill in one hit. At the same time, Yi Xian finally understood why he couldn't kill the ox-tiger beast. Oh no, it's a restriction. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He quickly tried to use the divine-level devouring system, but he heard a system notification. Ding! The system is currently in a fragmented state. The restriction cannot be broken. Now, even the God-grade devouring system was unable to break through this restriction, and his attacks were all blocked by the restriction. Therefore, there was no doubt that the people from the Divine Beast sect must have known about this. Retreat. It was useless to stay here. Once the people from the Divine Beast sect caught up, Yi Xian would be in trouble. Damn the restriction. Yi Xian was annoyed, but he could only retreat at full speed. As expected, not long after Yi Xian left, a few disciples from the Divine Beast sect rushed over. That's strange. The totem beasts didn't do anything strange. Why did we receive the alarm that the restriction was attacked? Maybe some totem beasts attacked the restriction. Humph, they want to break the Great Elder's restriction? These guys are thinking too much. Yi Xian had already retreated. His target was Hanhao City. It seemed that the realm of the gods was not as simple as it seemed. Level was one of the factors. However, divine powers were also the most crucial auxiliary battle strength. After failing to attack the ox-tiger beast, Yi Xian thought of the Lingxian Pavilion auction in Hanhao City. Yes, Yi Xian wanted to buy some things because only then could he break the restriction and increase his strength. For example, treasures. Lingxian Pavilion auction was said to be the largest auction in the realm of the gods. They were a powerful organization in themselves. It was said that Lingxian Pavilion auction had branches all over the realm of the gods. In this auction, one would have powerful strength as one's trump card. Therefore, as long as one had enough capital, it was possible to obtain anything one wanted here. Yi Xian was not rich at the moment. All he had was the materials from the 10,000 divine beasts he killed and the interspatial rings left behind by the two disciples from the Divine Beast sect. Speaking of materials, Yi Xian could choose whether to keep the important materials when he devoured the divine beasts. This was also one of the benefits of the devouring system's upgrade. After all, some materials could be used to gain benefits that were several times more valuable than if they were directly devoured. Yi Xian would not miss this point. He was a newcomer in the realm of the gods. He was just a rookie and insignificant pawn. Therefore, Yi Xian kept a portion of the divine beast's materials. Otherwise, devouring the 10,000 divine beasts would have been enough for Yi Xian to break through to the mid-level true god realm. The currency used in the realm of the gods was something called divine crystal. This was a special substance that was condensed from the void. Regardless of the quantity, one had to be at least at the level of Master God to collect it. Master God. That was a super existence that Yi Xian could only look up to now. Divine crystals could allow anyone to directly absorb energy from them and refine it for cultivation. Therefore, it became a universal currency. In the interspatial rings left behind by the two disciples from the Divine Beast sect, there were less than 10,000 divine crystals left for Yi Xian. One could imagine how precious they were. Yi Xian walked directly into Lingxian Pavilion. A receptionist glanced at Yi Xian, but the corners of his eyes revealed a disdainful expression. A mere low-level true god dared to come to Lingxian Pavilion? He was overestimating himself. Chapter 2096. What do you want? Do you want to buy or not? The indifference and disdain in his tone made Yi Xian frown slightly. Humph, how dare a mere receptionist be so arrogant in front of me? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with him and directly ignored him. Instead, he walked to the side of another receptionist. Hello. I want some divine beast materials. Do you want materials? Okay, I'll take you there. This receptionist was clearly much more refined than the previous one. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? The receptionist's eyes were cold. He was from Lingxiao Pavilion and his strength was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian's. Not only did Yi Xian not show him the slightest respect, he even dared to ignore him. He couldn't accept this kind of behavior. He clenched his fists. If they weren't in Lingxiao Pavilion, he would have attacked him directly. Humph boy, just wait and see. How dare a mere low-level god be so presumptuous? I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Xian didn't realize that he had offended such a despicable person without knowing it. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew, he wouldn't care about such a person. Such a despicable person wasn't worthy of Yi Xian's attention. Soon, the receptionist in front of Yi Xian led Yi Xian to an old man. "Young master, if you have any divine beast materials, you can give them to Elder Lin. Elder Lin will estimate the price for you and give you the corresponding reward." The receptionist smiled at Yi Xian. In fact, the main source of income for receptionists was commission. Whether it was a purchase or an item, they could get a commission of 1% from the transaction. This was the main reason why the receptionist didn't like Yi Xian at first. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian was just a low-level god in the receptionist's eyes. There was nothing to be gained from him, so of course he wouldn't be happy to receive him. Yi Xian didn't waste time and directly handed the interspatial ring that he had prepared beforehand to the old man. Elder Lin opened his eyes slightly. There were many people who came to Lingxian Pavilion to buy things, but there were very few who actually bought things. Yi Xian could be considered his first customer this year. Elder Lin casually took Yi Xian's universe ring and glanced at it. However, a smile appeared on his face. "Not bad, little guy. You actually hunted so many low-level divine beasts. I really don't know what you're thinking. Instead of cultivating properly, you went to hunt divine beasts. The materials of low-level divine beasts are rarely hunted by people. It seems that you are walking the path of slaughter." As Elder Lin spoke, he took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "Here are 10,000 divine crystals. Our pavilion has been buying low-level divine beast materials. Unfortunately, no one is willing to waste time hunting for them. Here are 10,000 divine crystals. 5,000 of them are what you deserve, while the other 5,000 are what I'm giving you in advance. In the future, if you get any divine beast materials, I hope you can give them all to me. Don't worry, the price is negotiable." An extra 5,000 divine gems? Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Elder Lin. Don't be confused. I'm currently refining something. It just so happens that I need a large amount of divine beast materials below the sky god level. Of course, I need you to bring me at least 100 sets of 3 materials. Consider this a mission from me. Me? Yi Xian wasn't curious about the mission. Instead, he was curious about how Elder Lin addressed him. Since Elder Lin referred to himself as Elder Lin, it was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. Of course, Yi Xian was tactful enough to not ask further. There were some things that were best kept to oneself. There was no need to say them out loud. "All right, Elder Lin. I'll accept your request." Elder Lin smiled and casually tossed a jade slip to Yi Xian. The materials that Elder Lin needed were recorded on it. However, after doing all this, Elder Lin closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Yi Xian frowned slightly and left where Elder Lin was. However, he was still puzzled. Who exactly was this Elder Lin? It seemed that he was sitting there in charge of receiving materials and seemed insignificant. However, every receptionist would subconsciously slow down when they walked in front of him. This was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. 20,000 divine gems wasn't much, but it was enough for Yi Xian to buy what he wanted. "Can you take me to the counter of the restriction-type Dharma treasure?" Yi Xian turned around and asked the receptionist again. The receptionist was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this guy to want to buy something so soon after he received it. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him. "All right." The receptionist responded and led Yi Xian to another counter. "Hello, how may I help you?" What was Yi Xian's purpose in coming to Lingxian Pavilion's auction? Of course, it was to buy something. Perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to enter the auction. After all, he had no money in his pocket. However, his purpose was not to participate in the auction. He only wanted a Dharma treasure that could break restrictions. "I need a Dharma treasure that can break restrictions. Can you give it to me?" Yi Xian lowered his posture and asked calmly. "Yes, of course. What level do you need? Do you want it permanent or one-time use?" "Well, I'd better take a look first." "All right." The receptionist waved his hand, and a screen of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but he was shocked when he saw it. It was just a single magic treasure that could break restrictions, but it was actually divided into countless types. Yixian thought for a moment. He guessed that the restriction on the ox-tiger beast was set up by a heavenly god-level figure. Therefore, he chose a heavenly god-level restriction-breaking Dharma treasure. There were many types of Dharma treasures with different functions. Yixian chose carefully for a long time. However, he chose a second-hand restriction-breaking Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure was called the Black-Headed Awl. It was a Dharma treasure that could break restrictions at a point. It could break a middle-level heavenly god-level restriction. Although it couldn't be maintained for a long time, it could be used indefinitely. Most importantly, it was cheap. It only cost 8,000 divine gems. In that case, it was his choice. Yixian made the transaction. Then, he took his restriction-breaking Dharma treasure and headed toward Joluo's 7 Absolutes Sacred Mountain again. To be honest, the divine realm was vast and boundless. It was said that no one had ever explored the entire divine realm. Yixian knew that Emoshang Pavilion and the 3,000 divine gates occupied a place. If he had to make an analogy, perhaps the place they occupied was as small as a drop of water in the vast ocean. Yixian rushed toward Joluo's 7 Absolutes Sacred Mountain. However, halfway there, he was stopped by someone. "It's you." Yixian looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Chapter 2097. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It's me. Kid, how dare a mere inferior god be so rude to me? Do you know how to spell the word death? Yixian frowned slightly. He had seen petty people before, but he had never seen such a petty deity. What do you want? Yixian pulled out the God Slayer. The person in front of him was merely a superior god, but he was backed by Lingxian court. Yixian did not want to offend him. Haha, what do I want? Good question. Leave your Qian ring, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Then I can spare your life. Otherwise, how arrogant. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Haha, kid, you don't know what's good for you. If you don't obey, I'll destroy your divine spark and destroy your divine soul. Arrogant. Very arrogant. Unfortunately, he had found the wrong person. Is that so? You want to destroy my divine spark and destroy my divine soul? Let's see if you have the ability. You're just a mere inferior god, but you talk big. Then today I'll let you see what a real strong person is. Chaos Body Technique Destruction. In an instant, a black smoke-like thing burst out from the person's body and rushed toward Yixian. In the blink of an eye, Yixian was surrounded. My Chaos Body Technique will absorb your divine power and destroy your divine pavilion. Kid, this is what you get for offending me. Is that so? Yixian looked at the person indifferently and raised the God Slayer in his hand. Deity Slayer. Whoosh! A ray of sword light whizzed out, and in an instant, it cut through the smoke-like thing and attacked the person directly. You're just a mere inferior god and you want to hurt. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. A moment ago, the person had ignored Yixian's attack, but in the next moment, he was like a stray dog, frantically dodging the attack. Poof! A tenfold critical hit appeared. The person was directly sent flying. However, he was still a superior god. Although this strike had caused him to suffer some injuries, it had not truly killed him. However, Yixian's attack had also frightened that person. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such a powerful divine ability? Who am I? You don't have the right to know. Go to hell. Swish. Swish. At the same time, Yixian charged forward with the Godslayer in hand. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out. That person wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. He was hit by 2 deicide slashes. At the same time, Yixian's third attack arrived. Shua! Killed with 1 slash. With a wave of his hand, he devoured everything in this person's possession, including the treasures in his Cosmos ring. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's cultivation level has increased. Host is now a stage 1 mid true god. No matter what cultivation level was the foundation, if it wasn't necessary, Yixian wouldn't have kept those heavenly treasures or mythical beast materials. This was a high-class true god. He was actually killed by Yixian in an instant. What a powerful godslayer. This was truly a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for the system malfunction, there wouldn't be a reward. If it wasn't for the reward, Yixian wouldn't have been able to obtain such a powerful godslayer. Once the system was back to normal, by the time Yixian obtained enough devour points to create a powerful avatar, with the help of the godslayer, Yixian's strength would be able to reach a higher level. Moving forward, Yixian headed straight for the Jiuluo sacred mountain. When Yixian appeared again, the ox-tiger beast finally turned its gaze towards Yixian. Roar! The ox-tiger beast let out a low roar, as if asking why Yixian was here again. Unfortunately, although the ox-tiger beast was a totem beast, it hadn't cultivated to the point where it could speak human language. Hence, Yixian couldn't understand what it was saying. He immediately took out the black-headed awl. The black-headed awl began to spin rapidly. It was like an awl, constantly destroying the restriction. In a short while, the black-headed awl broke a hole in the restrictive shield. Enough for Yixian to enter. Ox-tiger beast. Let's see who's going to take the damage for you this time. The ox-tiger beast was a target that Yixian had to kill, because it was the target of the system's mission. Hence, Yixian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense, and directly slashed with his sword. Ding! Host triggered a one-hit kill, killing the ox-tiger beast instantly. Oh, it actually triggered a one-hit kill. This could do it all. Yixian smiled slightly. He directly devoured the body of the ox-tiger beast, and gained a lot of killing intent. After that, he continued to move forward. The Jiuluo sacred mountain, the 16 totem beasts, and Yixian wouldn't let any of them go. In less than a day, the Jiuluo sacred mountain's 7 totem beasts were all killed by Yixian. Of course, Yixian had to thank the restrictive shield of the Divine Beast sect. If it wasn't for this shield, Yixian wouldn't have been able to kill these totem beasts so easily. This shield suppressed the strength of these totem beasts to a very low level, as if it was giving Yixian free experience points. Ding! Host has completed the Battle of the Divine Beasts random task. Ding! System repair rate increased. Ding! Host has activated the Totem Beast system. Ding! Host has killed a totem beast, and will obtain the totem mark, a special totem beast. Ding! Totem beasts can be devoured by the mark, a spirit beast. A series of reward notifications came from the system. However, this time the reward for Yixian was a spirit beast. Yixian frowned slightly. He had never come into contact with this thing before, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't suspicious. At this moment, there were 16 totem marks in Yixian's hands. In that case, Yixian's hands couldn't help but itch. He wanted to see what kind of thing this totem beast was. System, I want the totem beast. Ding! Host has activated the totem beast function. Ding! Host currently has 16 totem marks. Please make your own decisions. Ding! Host can only activate a maximum of 10 totem marks. Making decisions? This was possible. Yixian looked at the totem marks. Each of these totem marks had some special abilities. At the same time, they also had some special transformations. This was the totem beast function. It was actually the ability and shape of the totem beast that Yixian had killed, and according to Yixian's wishes, it would change into a new form with new abilities. Needless to say, the more totem marks were used, the better the effect would be. Then, he could only use 10 totem marks now? Then, he would use 10 totem marks. As Yixian continued to make adjustments, a new totem beast soon appeared in front of Yixian. However, no one knew if Yixian had deliberately stopped or if there was some other reason. This totem beast had the appearance of a Pegasus. Yes, it was completely a white horse, except that it had a pair of wings and a single white horn. However, this Pegasus's ability was not that simple. Yixian used 5 totem marks to increase his speed. He used another 4 to increase his horn's innate ability to attack. Yixian temporarily named it Horn Strike. As for the last totem mark, it was only used to increase his defense. 10 totem marks in exchange for a mount that could travel faster? Was it a loss? Perhaps it was a loss, but to Yixian it was worth it. Because of this Pegasus, Yixian could quickly find Luoluo's whereabouts. Furthermore, the totem beast could consume a certain amount of devouring points to become a soul beast. Then this Pegasus would show its true strength. Yixian already had a plan in mind. Chapter 2098. The All Beasts Divine Sex totem beast restriction had been broken, so it was impossible for them not to sense it. However, Yixian had acted too quickly. Moreover, His actions were very secretive, so it was only after he had killed 16 totem beasts that the all-beast divine sect realized what had happened. At this moment, in an ethereal immortal palace, an elder suddenly woke up with a start. Oh no, the totem beast restriction has been broken. Quick, go and check on the totem beasts. Yes, great elder. In an instant, dozens of figures flew towards the location of the totem beasts at high speed. However, when they arrived, the totem beasts were nowhere to be seen. The 16 totem beasts of the Juluo 7 absolutes had all been killed by Yi Xian. Not even their corpses were left behind. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to behave so atrociously in the territory of the all-beasts divine sect? Do you have a death wish? All of you surround the area and inform the law enforcement team to release the heavenly listener beasts. You must find that guy. The people of the divine sect were furious. The Joluo 7 Extremes Mountain was where they kept their totemic beasts. It was also their backyard. Now, in their backyard, someone had taken away their totemic beasts. How could they accept such a thing? Soon, the law enforcement team with the heavenly listener beasts scattered in all directions. The heavenly listener beasts. The all-beasts divine sect reared a special kind of divine beast. The greatest gift of this kind of divine beast was its powerful ears and sharp nose. The heavenly listener beasts could distinguish even the weakest breath within 100,000 miles, so they could quickly track down the target. Yi Xian had not expected that the all-beasts divine sect would have already located him not long after he had left the Joluo 7 Absolutes mountain. At this moment, Yi Xian was rushing towards the north because he sensed that Luo Luo's current location was in the extreme north. However, because the distance was too far, he could only sense a general direction, but could not pinpoint her exact location. On this day, Yi Xian was on his way when a huge hole suddenly appeared on the originally ordinary road. What the hell? Yi Xian was surprised. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the huge hole. He wondered if there was a demonic beast in it. However, just as he was observing the hole, a group of people rushed out of the cave at lightning speed. They were the all-beasts divine sect. It turned out that this was another special divine beast of the all-beasts divine sect. Burrowing earth rat. This earth rat, earth's earth rat, although it had the word earth's earth rat. Is earth's move? B. One of them frowned as he looked at Yi Xian. It seemed that he wasn't willing to believe that Yi Xian was the one who stole the 16 totem beasts. Yi Xian also looked at those people, feeling rather puzzled. He had just arrived at the God realm, so how could he know anyone, let alone any enemies? However, looking at the aggressive looks of these people, it was obvious that they did not have good intentions towards him. Yes, the heavenly listening beast has never made a mistake, so we can be sure that it is him. A mere mid-divine being? How dare he offend the all-beasts divine sect? How dare he steal the 16 totem beasts? How is this possible? Although the result was obvious, the all-beasts divine sect was still unwilling to believe it. After all, Yi Xian was too weak. He was so weak that they could not imagine what kind of person could steal the 16 totem beasts from the all-beasts divine sect with the strength of a mid-divine being. Not to mention other things, the restriction alone was not something that a mere mid-divine being could break. Who are you? I am the all-beasts divine sect's law-enforcing elder, Hao Bai. Who are you? Hao Bai looked at Yi Xian. There was suspicion and doubt in his eyes, but more than that, there was disdain. Heavenly God realm. Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually a heavenly god stage expert chasing after him. This was not something that Yi Xian could win against. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He had a Qian Kuan ring in his hand. It was left behind by the Ling Xian Pavilion's attendant. Inside the ring was the jade token of the Ling Xian Pavilion's attendant. It seemed that this was a good excuse. I am an attendant of the Ling Xian Pavilion. I am on Elder Lin's orders. May I ask what is the matter? Yi Xian was no match for these people. He did not even have the chance to escape. So, he wanted to use the name of Ling Xian Pavilion to see if he could fool them. Sure enough, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they were stunned. Ling Xian Pavilion? You are from Ling Xian Pavilion? Do you have proof? Although Ling Xian Pavilion stood aloof from worldly affairs, its strength was not to be trifled with. Not to mention the small all-beasts divine sect. Even Emoshang Pavilion did not dare to provoke them. So, when Yixian said that he was from Lingxian Pavilion, those people retreated. Proof. Here you go. Yixian waved his hand and threw the jade token over. When Yixian took out the jade token, Hao Bai's expression changed. Of course, he recognized the jade token of Lingxian Pavilion. At this moment, the jade token that Yixian took out was the authentic proof of identity of Lingxian Pavilion, even if it was the lowest proof of an attendant. No need. Since you are from Lingxian Pavilion, you are naturally not the person we are looking for. Forgive me for being presumptuous. Hao Bai also waved his hand and pushed the jade token back into Yixian's hand. Obviously, he was not going to check. Yixian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lingxian Pavilion's signboard was quite useful. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble this time. It's all right. Since you have mistaken me for someone else, I will take my leave first. After all, Elder Lin is still waiting for me to complete the task he gave me. As Yixian spoke, he had already summoned the heavenly horse totem and fled. This was a heavenly god powerhouse, while Yixian was merely a mid-level god. Moreover, he was in a situation where his system was damaged. If a conflict really broke out, it would simply be sending him to his death. Moreover, the other party had the advantage in numbers. Yixian's movements were extremely fast and did not stop for a moment. No, it's him. It's this guy. There's something wrong with that jade token. Suddenly, Hao Bai turned around abruptly with a vexed expression on his face. In the beginning, due to Lingxian Pavilion's reputation, Hao Bai had been very careful when checking, not daring to offend in the slightest. Chapter 2099. Damn it. I was actually tricked by that brat. Chase after him. I will definitely crush his godhead with my own hands. Hao Bai was extremely furious. This time, how could he have the slightest hesitation? In an instant, the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect turned into flowing lights and chased after Yixian. Yixian also understood that using Lingxian Pavilion's jade tablet was only a temporary measure. Once the other party reacted, then he would be in for a tragedy. Therefore, from the moment he left the 10,000 Beasts divine sect's side, Yixian unceasingly urged the Pegasus to increase its speed. At this moment, the speed of the totem Pegasus had already reached its peak. Mountains and rivers continuously flew past Yixian's feet. Yixian didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He didn't expect that he would make a mistake right after coming to the divine realm. From the moment that Hao Bai announced his identity as a member of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, Yixian already understood what these people's objective was. Wasn't it him? Chase after him. Damn it, he's actually so slippery. The people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect were also extremely fast. Relying on the sensing ability of the heavenly listening beast, they actually kept track of Yixian's position from afar. If this continued, it wouldn't work at all. Although the totem Pegasus speed wasn't slow, the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect also had special mounts and treasures. If this continued, Yixian would be caught sooner or later. Once caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. What to do? He had to find a suitable method. As Yixian fled, he continuously pondered in his heart. The system malfunction caused Yixian to be in a very passive situation. If this was any other time, he wouldn't have so many worries. This time it was the original body, Yixian's original body, and not a clone. And among the enemies, there was a heavenly deity expert. Flee he could only flee. Apart from fleeing, there was no other way. This chase lasted for an entire 7 days. During these 7 days, Yixian relied on the speed of the totem Pegasus to travel swiftly. As for the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect at this moment, only the heavenly deity realm Hao Bai was still chasing after Yixian. Heavenly God stage. It was not something a true god could resist. At noon on the 7th day, Yixian suddenly discovered that Hao Bai, who had been chasing relentlessly, had clearly slowed down. What's going on? Is that guy planning to give up? No, with that fellow's performance in the past few days, it's obviously impossible for him to give up so easily. Then what could be the reason? Could it be because of his current position? Yixian also slowed down. At the same time, he vigilantly observed his surroundings with his divine sense. On the surface, Yixian's current location didn't seem to be anything special. There were green hills and clear waters, and some immortal herbs and divine flowers grew everywhere. From time to time, Some small beasts could be seen traversing the ground. In short, this place looked very ordinary. However, the behavior of that all beasts divine sex elder was clearly strange. What was the reason? Yixian frowned slightly. Humph, this guy's guts aren't small. He actually dared to hide in the Valley of Despair. I'd like to see how you're going to come out. Hao Bai wasn't anxious at all. He even directly stopped chasing. Instead, he just looked at Yixian from afar. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. This smile was full of ridicule. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Yixian was seeking his own death. Valley of Despair? What was this place? For Yixian, he didn't know so much. At this moment, Yixian also discovered that something was wrong. First, it was the change of divine power. At this moment, Yixian could clearly feel the violent aura in the air. In this area, it seemed that even the air was violent. What's going on? Hao Bai was guarding outside. Yixian didn't dare to go out at all. He could only slowly descend on the ground. The totem Pegasus kept snorting. At the same time, its four hooves kicked restlessly. Yixian frowned slightly and directly put it away. Only then did he carefully observe the surroundings. However, he couldn't see anything special. This was a strange place. Speaking of which, it was really mundane. Yixian definitely didn't believe this. If there wasn't any danger, Hao Bai wouldn't have stopped chasing. However, whether it was the result of the investigation with the naked eye or divine consciousness, both showed that there was nothing special about this place. Then what kind of secret did this place actually hold? Ding! The host has triggered the first round of the recasting system's task, the Valley of Mystery. Congratulations to the host. Ding! System notification. The system won't provide any help for this exploration. The host can explore on his own. The system notification made Yixian frown slightly. The Valley of Mystery? Yixian wanted to see what exactly was so mysterious about this place. Yixian directly took out the god-slaying sword and held it tightly in his hand. Step by step, he walked towards the depths of the valley. Green hills and clear waters, the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. If it wasn't for the violent aura that was everywhere, Yixian would even think that this was a paradise. Step by step, Yixian's movements weren't fast. In the face of this sudden situation, Yixian couldn't help but be vigilant. It could be said that ever since he entered the realm of the gods, things had never gone smoothly for him. The loss of Luoluo, the damage to the system, and the continuous troubles made Yixian sigh in his heart. He was really unlucky. Poochie! All of a sudden attack almost killed Yixian in an instant. Yes, it was an instant kill. Cold sweat flowed down Yixian's body in an instant. Just a moment ago, just as Yixian was about to take a step forward, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he jumped away without hesitation. However, the moment he jumped away, a big tree suddenly grew out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, an ancient tree as big as the sky appeared in this place where there was originally nothing. Moreover, this ancient tree wasn't an ordinary ancient tree. It was a strange ancient tree called the Soul Devourer. It was said that this tree actually had its own consciousness. Usually, it hid underground in the form of a seed. However, once a suitable target entered its attack range, it would immediately rise from the ground and grow up in an instant. If anyone accidentally touched any of the branches of this Soul Devourer tree, then congratulations, your soul would be devoured by this Soul Devourer tree as food. Soul Devourer ancient tree. Isn't this thing extinct in the realm of the gods? Why is there one here? Not to mention Yixian, even Hao Bai, who was watching Yixian from outside, jumped up in shock. The Valley of Despair. As expected of the Valley of Despair, there's actually a Soul Devourer ancient tree hidden here. Terrifying, this is simply too terrifying. Chapter 2100. Of course he did not go far. Instead, he waited quietly for Yixian to be defeated. Yixian was shocked by the soul-devouring ancient tree. Even now his heart was still thumping. However, this was not enough to make him stop. The more strange it was, the more it showed that this was not an ordinary situation. Moreover, this was the first round of the system's reforging mission. Yixian could not give up. Let's keep going. Yixian gritted his teeth, went around the soul-devouring ancient tree, and continued forward. As soon as Yixian left, the soul-devouring ancient tree disappeared in an instant. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Even the ground returned to its previous state. A woo. It seemed to be the cry of a wolf. However, how could there be a wolf's cry here? This was the realm of the gods. Even if there were wolves, they would be existences like the wolf god. Yixian stopped and silently looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly a shadow flashed. Although it only appeared for a moment. However, it was still caught by Yixian. What is this? Pretending to be mysterious. Yixian gripped the Godslayer tightly and looked forward. Haha, human child? Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect a human child to be so bold as to enter my valley of despair. Do you know that entering my valley of despair is certain death? A voice sounded. This voice seemed to be coming from the front, but it also seemed to be coming from all directions. Seemed so illusory. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood in the voice. Those who heard this voice could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Pretending to be mysterious. Yixian released his divine consciousness and carefully searched every direction. He was sure that this voice was definitely around Yixian, but he did not know where it was hiding. Human child, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a strange half-human, half-wolf creature walked out. A human wolf? These things could be found elsewhere as well. However, the werewolf that appeared in front of Yixian was a little strange. Not only did he have a half-human, half-wolf form, he also had a half-illusory, half-corporeal form. His wolf-like body was incomparably clear, and people could clearly feel his physical body. However, the other half of his body was illusory. It was as if it was only a shadow. What kind of monster was this? Yixian had never seen such a thing before, so it was impossible for him not to find it strange. Human brat, you're just a true god. Why would you enter my valley of despair without permission? You can consider yourself lucky today to have encountered me, Lang Kuan. If you had encountered the other four fellows, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. Tell me, what do you want to do in my absolute domain? Lang Kuan? Was that the guy's name? Yixian frowned slightly. The current situation was completely out of his control. Everything had gone beyond his expectations. Lang Kuan in front of him, although he looked like an upper true god on the surface. However, Yixian could feel that his strength was more than that. Fight? Or escape? No, there was no chance to escape. Everything here was too strange, so much so that Yixian did not have the confidence to escape at all. Then could he only fight? The Godslayer was tightly held in Yixian's hand. Although Lang Kuan seemed to be easy to talk to now, unfortunately, Yixian was not a fool. What did he say that he would die if he encountered the other four fellows, but he would not die if he encountered him? How was that possible? Who are you and where is this? Yixian looked at Lang Kuan and asked. However, his body was ready to fight at any time. Who am I? Haha, you entered my absolute domain and you don't know who I am? I am one of the 5 emissaries of the absolute domain, Emissary Lang. Do you know? No. Lang Kuan's expression was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yixian to tell him directly that he did not know who he was. Boy, are you courting death? Considering that you have a hard time cultivating, leave all your things and get out of my absolute domain immediately. Then I will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lang Kuan threatened. However, if he did not threaten Yixian, perhaps Yixian would be worried. However, now that he threatened Yixian, Yixian laughed. Haha, you want my things? Sure, come and take them. Godslaying slash. Yixian didn't even hesitate in the slightest and directly attacked. A violent force burst out from the Godslayer. Lang Kuan's expression changed, and he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Devouring hand. Suddenly, Yixian's second attack arrived. It actually sucked Lang Kuan into the devouring space directly. This seemed a little too simple, right? What was going on? Even Yixian was slightly stunned. One should know that even the fluctuation of power that Lang Kuan displayed was at the upper true god realm. How could it be that he did not have any resistance and was directly devoured by Yixian? Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Yixian was too lazy to ask Lang Kuan. What he heard from others would never be as clear as what he saw with his own eyes. Therefore, Yixian directly chose to search Lang Kuan's soul. Now that he had broken through to the true god realm, he could use divine thought to search Lang Kuan's soul. In this valley of despair, the system was damaged. Now, no matter what Yi Xian did, he could only move with his own body. Therefore, he could not be too careless and could not relax at all. After a while, Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. He finally knew why this valley of despair made Hao Bai of the 10,000 beasts divine sex stop, and why it was so strange. This was because this was a tomb of the god of sin. You could see this place as a treasure. However, it was a treasure trove that no one could open or enter. This was also why this place was called the Valley of Despair. In fact, that Lang Kuan's true strength was at the heavenly god realm. 1,000 years ago, the bold him and a few other heavenly god realm experts chose to enter this place, wanting to find out what was going on here. Unfortunately, not long after they entered, they were contaminated by the violent aura, and the divine power in their bodies fell into a frenzy. In the end, a few people actually fought among themselves. Lang Kuan's luck was not bad. He was not too deeply contaminated by the aura, so he escaped in time. However, that was only the beginning of the tragedy. After that, Lang Kuan encountered all kinds of strange things one after another, until he was turned into that neither human nor wolf. To be more precise, the part of his body that was a human had already fallen. In desperation, he lodged his divine spark in the body of a native creature in this valley of despair, a three-tailed demon wolf, which was why he became like that. From Lang Kuan's memory, Yi Xian discovered that these miserable fellows had fallen before they even reached the real door of the Valley of Despair. Chapter 2101. Looking at the strange Valley of Despair, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. From Lang Kuan's memory, Yi Xian knew that the Valley of Despair was divided into 5 levels. The core was the tomb of the god of sin. After that was the inner valley, the outer valley, and the heavenly gorge. And the outer area where Yi Xian was now, Lang Kuan and the others had been defeated at the heavenly gorge. In other words, if Yi Xian continued to move forward, he would most likely end up like them. What should he do? Give up on the mission of reforging the system? Stop exploring this place? No, Yi Xian would never do that. If the system could not be repaired, then Yi Xian would find it even harder to move forward. Sometimes when it was time to take risks, they had to take them. Yi Xian would not give up this opportunity. Although he knew that once he started to explore this place, all kinds of strange things would happen, and all kinds of powerful demons and ghosts would appear continuously, as well as those strange restrictions, formations, and even things like the ancient tree of soul devourer. But Yi Xian wanted to give it a try. Was it dangerous? Yes, it was. But wasn't danger meant to be conquered? Since he had made up his mind, Yi Xian did not waste any more time and directly walked forward. Step by step, every step, Yi Xian was very careful. As he continued to go deeper, he could clearly feel that the violent aura in the air was getting stronger and stronger. But fortunately, Yi Xian already knew what the simplest way to deal with this violent aura was. To put it bluntly, it was to not absorb the aura in the air. Perhaps it would be difficult for others to do so, but for Yi Xian it was easy for him to do so. Others, regardless of whether they use supernatural powers or techniques, would inevitably need to borrow the power of the void, and would inevitably be infected by the violent aura in the air. But Yi Xian did not have to worry about this. First of all, he had just come to the realm of the gods. Strictly speaking, Yi Xian did not have supernatural powers at all. What Yi Xian could use now was the Godslayer's attack, the devouring hand, and the Eye of Revelation. In fact, even the sword servants did not need Yi Xian to borrow power from the void. Naturally, Yi Xian was able to ignore this berserk aura. There wasn't much danger in the outer region. Although they would encounter some strange demon gods along the way, they were more or less the same as Lang Kuan. He was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Yi Xian directly devoured him, and he even got a few universe rings along the way. In the Valley of Despair, as long as you used your divine power in battle, you would inevitably be infected by the berserk aura. Only those demonic beasts with no strength at all could live here. Of course, if it was a demonic beast, it would not be a threat to Yi Xian at all. Until Yi Xian reached the entrance of the heavenly gorge, Tongtian Gorge. Just like its name, it was a canyon that extended into the sky. This canyon was built on top of an incomparably huge divine mountain. How high was the mountain? No one knew. At least, Yi Xian and those unlucky fellows who were devoured by Yi Xian did not know. Perhaps the tomb of the god of the gods was at the top of the mountain. It was just that no one had been there, so naturally no one knew. Yi Xian knew that starting from the Tongtian Gorge, the dangers along the way had begun. It was no longer just the souls of the dead or the berserk aura. Here there would be all kinds of restrictions and formations or attacks from strange beasts. We're finally here. Then I want to see how powerful this so-called heavenly gorge is. Yi Xian held the god-slaying sword in his hand. Without any hesitation, he directly took a step forward. In an instant the sky changed color. From the moment he stepped into the Tongtian Gorge, the surrounding scenery changed completely. Of course, Yi Xian was already mentally prepared for this. In fact, what Yi Xian saw now was the true appearance of the Valley of Despair. Withered trees, broken stones, corpses, blood moon, and chilly wind. It formed a strange scene, but at the same time it was accompanied by countless dangers. In front is the first obstacle, the Sea of Bones. Once you step in, there will be countless skeletons appearing. There is no other way except to break through. The strength of these skeletons, from ordinary skeletons with no cultivation, to the cultivation of lower 9th grade deity. Whether you can break through or not depends entirely on your own ability. Yi Xian said indifferently. However, there was no hesitation in his feet. This was a section of the canyon, a section that did not seem to have many special features. Of course, except for the caves on the surrounding walls. When Yi Xian finally entered, countless skeletons began to appear in the caves. Under the light of the blood moon, the skeletons turned dark red. A bloody dark red. Not a sound was heard. These skeletons could not open their mouths to speak. From the moment they saw Yi Xian, they launched a surprise attack. The skeletons rushed toward Yi Xian like a tide. Limitless. No one knew if there were 100,000 or 1,000,000 of them. These skeletons were the incarnations of countless people who were sacrificed to the ancient gods when they were building the tomb of the god of sin. Kill. In the canyon, which had been quiet for God knows how many years, there was finally a voice. Yi Xian had already rushed forward. Ding! A special treasure is detected, the skeleton's heart. It is recommended that the host obtain it immediately. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. To be honest, it was a good feeling to hear a familiar voice in such an empty place. Moreover, after the system malfunctioned, it seemed to have become more humane. Could even give suggestions. One should know that previously, the system would always give out cold notifications and give Yi Xian all kinds of trouble. For example, it would create a bloodline holder and chase after Yi Xian. But then again, what was this skeleton's heart? Of course, since the system suggested to obtain it, it could not be a bad thing. Yi Xian looked over. Good heavens! A giant skeleton of 100 meters tall was walking toward Yi Xian. This guy's bones were extremely thick and strong. Every step he took would send hundreds of skeletons in front of him flying. In his hand, he was holding a skeletal longsword. What the hell was that? Yi Xian did not know. But he knew that the thing with a faint blood-red glow on the chest of this giant skeleton was the so-called skeleton's heart. He waved the deicide again. Hundreds of skeletons were chopped into pieces. Yi Xian also rushed toward the giant skeleton. Deicide slash. In an instant, the deicide slash's special effect was activated. Against a demon god like a skeleton, the critical hit rate was 100%. With a loud bang, the giant skeleton was directly chopped into pieces by Yi Xian. Killed with one strike. In a flash, Yi Xian picked up the skeleton's heart. Chapter 2102. Skeleton Heart. Special material, can be used on withered bone sword servants. 3 skeleton hearts, 1 withered bone sword servant. There is no limit to the number of withered bone sword servants. The host can increase the number without limit. Withered bone sword servants were divided into 9 levels. Each level up would consume a certain amount of skeleton hearts. Withered bone sword servants had strong defensive abilities, but average offensive abilities. If they died in battle, 1 skeleton heart could be used to revive them. After revival, they would retain their original level. Yes, this skeleton heart was actually a necessary material for a special withered bone sword servant. However, this withered bone sword servant was not very strong. Not only could it not level up with Yi Xian, but the key was that its starting level was very low. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian would need to use a sword servant of low-level god cultivation at the very least. Alright then, this level 3 withered bone sword servant was a low-level god. As for the level 4 withered bone sword servant, it was only an early level god. It was a little useless. However, what if the number of skeleton hearts was huge? Yixian looked at the sea of countless skeletons. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Good stuff. These 1,000,000 skeletons were simply delivering food to him. How many skeleton hearts could there be among 1,000,000 skeletons? Yixian did not know, but he knew that this time he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. Kill. There was no rest, no end, no light. Due to the restrictions of the violent aura, Yixian could only use the god-slaying sword to kill these skeletons. However, the god-slaying sword's terrifying attributes would definitely deal a critical hit to any god other than the gods of the human race. It was easy for Yixian to kill these skeletons. Yixian stood on the corpse of a huge skeleton and swept his sword. Countless skeletons shattered on the ground. At this time, the entire canyon was filled with countless white bones. The number of holes was also decreasing. Mana 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 hata. A strange sound was heard. Seemed to be some kind of incantation. Yixian suddenly looked forward. He saw that the nameless black-cloaked guys were gathered together and chanting. What's going on? What the hell were those guys? Suddenly, the skeleton beneath Yixian's feet moved slightly. It was actually being revived. Damn it. We can't let them revive these skeletons. Yixian was shocked. If the black-cloaked man resurrected the skeletons in this canyon, how could he pass through Yixian? His figure moved. Yixian had already rushed forward without a care in the world. Boom! With a casual swing of his sword, he shattered a huge skeleton. However, this time, Yixian did not even collect the skeleton's heart. He simply passed through the sky full of broken bones. His footsteps did not stop at all as he continued to charge forward. Boom boom boom. Yixian leaped high into the air. Within this damned canyon there was a restriction on flight, making it impossible for Yixian to fly. However, even if he couldn't fly, he could still jump. Every time he jumped, a group of skeletons would be directly shattered by Yixian's immense strength. Yixian did not dare to slow down for even a moment. At this time, half of the hundreds of thousands of skeletons that Yixian had killed with great difficulty had already stood up shakily. The last time he killed them, Yixian had already felt helpless. If this happened again, Yixian would really want to go berserk. He must not let them succeed. Go to hell. I don't care what the hell you are. Yixian suddenly jumped up. This jump was at least 100 meters high. The restriction on flight had been activated. Unfortunately, Yixian was not flying, nor was he using any divine power. Therefore, even the restriction on flight could not do anything to Yixian. Deity slaying slash. Boom! Under the illumination of the blood moon, a powerful ray of light directly slashed at the 5 black-cloaked men. Boom boom boom. There was a continuous sound. Yixian's angry sword slashed a canyon in the Tongtian Gorge. And the 5 black-cloaked men were killed without any suspense. Yixian landed and was already beside the 5 men. However, he threw away the cloak. Yixian was shocked to find that it was empty. Except for the 5 weird-looking skeleton hearts, there was nothing else, not even a bone. What the hell was this? Of course, Yixian did not care so much. After keeping the 5 special skeleton hearts, Yixian continued to kill the sea of skeletons. The battle lasted for 3 whole days. Of course, killing millions of skeletons in 3 days, including countless low-level gods, did not take into account his combat strength. His endurance was not something that ordinary people could withstand. However, after Yixian killed all the skeletons, he had a different idea. One should know that in a place like this, there should not only be low-level god skeletons. Then, there was only one possibility. This was not the only place where such a test was held. Of course, Yixian did not mind at all. This time, although he did not get any rare treasures, and his level did not increase at all. However, he got more than 130 normal skeleton hearts and 5 special skeleton hearts. This thing was a good thing. No matter what, he had to get the skeleton swordsman. Especially in a place like this where there was constant danger, it might have an unexpected effect. System, I want the skeleton swordsman now. Yixian immediately said in his mind. Although the name was Skeleton Swordsman and Yixian called it Skeleton Swordsman, it was not wrong. Ding, the host can use 3 skeleton hearts to level 1 skeleton swordsman. Okay, one first. In an instant, the 3 skeleton hearts disappeared, and then a skeleton walked out. That's so ugly. Yixian was helpless. Of course, it was only for temporary use anyway, so Yixian was not that particular about it. System, I want to level up this skeleton swordsman. Ding, skeleton swordsman level 1 to level 2 requires 10 skeleton hearts. Okay, level up. System, continue to level up. Level 1 to level 2 required 10 skeleton hearts, and level 2 to level 3 required 50 skeleton hearts. Of course, Yixian had more than 100 skeleton hearts, so he did not feel the pinch. Yixian did not make too many. One skeleton swordsman was enough for him now. He would save the extra skeleton hearts for resurrection. However, what were the 5 special skeleton hearts? Ding, skeleton spirit. Essential material for the skeleton king. Currently, the host does not have enough materials. Specific information is temporarily unknown. Well, it seems that this so-called skeleton spirit is the upgraded version of the skeleton heart. Yixian put away his doubts. He continued to move forward. Of course, this time, he let the skeleton swordsman lead the way. It was a little ugly, but it was good as long as it was useful. Yixian had just entered this place, and he had already obtained a skeleton swordsman. Then what else could Yixian obtain? Chapter 2103. Of course, the Tongtian Gorge was not that simple. The millions of skeletons were just the appetizer. Yixian continued forward. After walking for less than 2 hours, he encountered another problem. The withered bone sword servant was leading the way. However, a huge bloody maw suddenly opened up on the originally ordinary ground and swallowed the withered bone sword servant in one gulp. Ding! The withered bone sword servant has died. Ding! The host used a skeleton heart to revive the withered bone sword servant. Damn! Yixian was speechless. Just now everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that Yixian didn't even understand what had happened. When the withered bone sword servant resurrected again, it was as if nothing had happened on the ground in front of it. It was as if that bloody mouth had never appeared at all. No, this time, Yixian had to see what was going on. The withered bone sword servant continued forward. This time it was much more careful. Yixian also carefully observed his surroundings. 1 step, 2 steps. The withered bone sword servant walked forward step by step as if nothing had happened. However, just as Yixian was slightly relieved, the bloody maw appeared once again. In an instant, the withered bone sword servant was swallowed again. Ding! The withered bone sword servant has died. Ding! The host used a skeleton heart to revive the withered bone sword servant. What the hell? Yixian was speechless. This time he saw it clearly. However, the key was that he did not know what this thing was. Was it some kind of demon god? It did not look like one at all because other than a huge mouth, it did not even have a body. This thing was made up of incomparably sharp teeth. Round and round like a spiral. After the withered bone sword servant was swallowed, the teeth inside began to spin rapidly. What was the withered bone sword servant's strongest ability? It was defense. It could be said that although Yixian's third-level withered bone sword servant only had the strength of a lesser god, its defense was comparable to that of a greater god. However, even so, it did not last more than a second against the rapidly spinning teeth. What a terrifying thing! Yixian was able to get a preliminary result from his analysis. There was only one conclusion, and that was that this thing was not a living thing at all but a mechanism that was trapped inside. Damn! How was he going to play this? If it was a demon god, then Yixian could kill it. But if it was a trap mechanism, then it would be difficult to deal with. Yixian did not dare to take the risk. These kinds of mechanisms were all triggered, so the withered bone sword servants would be fine even if they walked past them. But when it was Ye's turn, it would be dangerous. This thing was not easy to get. Yixian fell silent. There was a restriction in the air that prevented Yixian from flying through the air. On the ground, danger lurked everywhere. What a tragedy! Could it be that Yixian would be stopped here? That was impossible. Since it was a mechanism, there must be a way to break it. System, give me 10 first-level withered bone sword servants. As long as he had skeleton hearts, he could have an unlimited number of withered bone sword servants. Although a rank 1 withered bone sword attendant was completely useless, it was still very useful for scouting the way and finding traps in the current situation. Yixian was going to use these withered bone sword servants to investigate carefully. The 10 first-level withered bone sword servants appeared quickly. Under Yixian's command, they began to explore the surroundings. As long as they could find the switch or trigger conditions, they would be able to pass through the trap. In that case, he would be able to pass. What Yixian needed to do now was find the crux of the matter. The withered bone sword servants died again and again, reducing the number of skeleton hearts in Yixian's hands. Suddenly, the death of a withered bone sword servant attracted Yixian's attention. No, this withered bone sword servant died a bit later than the other withered bone sword servants. Even the activation of the trap was slower. Someone is controlling this place. In an instant, Yixian thought of a possibility that did not seem very likely. The trap here was not triggered. Someone was controlling it. In that case, since he understood this point, the following matters would be much easier to handle. The withered bone sword attendants set off again. This time they were very spread out and they were searching everywhere. Yixian wanted to find out who was hiding in the dark and plotting against him. Fortunately, these withered bone sword servants were there. Otherwise, if Yixian himself was there, the consequences would be unimaginable if he fell into the trap. It's here. Suddenly, Yixian and all the withered bone sword servants focused their attention on a large black rock. This stone, every time the mechanism was activated, it would emit a faint fluctuation, although the vibration was not very strong. However, Yixian's sharp senses were able to detect it. I want to see how you're going to hide this time. Kill. Yixian casually waved his hand, and the God Realm withered bone sword attendant, who had been waiting for orders, suddenly charged forward. He directly used a fearless frontal charge to collide with the huge rock. Boom! A ferocious explosion took place. In an instant, the rock and the withered bone sword servants were smashed to pieces. The guy hiding in the rock finally revealed his true form. It was another skeleton. It was a strange skeleton wearing a maroon robe with a skeleton spirit in each of its eyes. In the skeleton's hand was a golden crystal. That was the source of control for the trap here. Haha, I've found your true form. I want to see where you're going to hide this time. The skeleton controlling the trap did not have a strong cultivation base. His only purpose was to control the trap here. Once discovered, he would not have any combat power. He killed the skeleton with one strike. The skeleton could not withstand Yixian's attack. Yixian held the golden crystal in his hand. However, he did not choose to devour it. Now Yixian had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He felt that perhaps the fundamental purpose of every checkpoint here was not to eliminate the people who entered this place, but to test the people who entered. Although this feeling was completely baseless. However, since he had this intuition, Yixian would leave something behind. Therefore, Yixian left the golden crystal behind. As expected, there was no one controlling it. That ferocious giant mouth didn't appear again. Yixian had passed this trap. He continued forward. Chapter 2104. However, this time Yixian's test was a bridge. It was a strange bridge. The bridge was surrounded by a highly corrosive poisonous fog. Even the strongest third-level withered bone sword servant could not last more than 3 seconds. Even if Yixian were to travel at full speed, he would not be able to cross the bridge in less than an hour. To put it bluntly, this poisonous fog was a place where no one was allowed to pass. There was a bridge in the middle of the poisonous fog. A strange iron chain bridge. Why was this bridge strange? Because on both sides of the bridge were sculptures of various demonic beasts. Once an outsider approached, these sculptures would immediately wake up and attack the person in front of them without hesitation. How long was this bridge? More than 1,000,000 meters. On top of that, there was a pair of such sculptures every 10 meters. That iron chain wasn't an ordinary iron chain. These iron chains contained a special kind of energy. This bridge was made up of a total of 16 iron chains. Between every 2 iron chains, a strange light would be emitted. When a person stood on the light, it was as if they were standing on flat ground. Of course, one had to keep moving forward. If one stood in the same position for too long, one would see the light turn from white to red. When it turned red, not only would it explode with a powerful alien flame attack, but it would also break apart. One of Yixian's withered bone sword servant had fallen into the invincible abyss because of this sudden break in the light curtain. Was this the new test? Then let's fight. It seemed that they were thinking too much if they wanted to rely on these sculptures to stop Yixian. When Yixian successfully passed through this place, he was even more certain in his heart that this was definitely a specially designed training ground. This was because Yixian had encountered a pair of upper-level true god demonic beasts at the end of the Iron Chain Bridge. The only thing that Yixian regretted was that these sculptures did not have any devouring value. Therefore, Yixian did not increase his cultivation level at all. When Yixian finally passed the Iron Chain Bridge, he arrived at the final test of the Heavenly Gorge. This time around it could be considered a real test. That was because this time the rules were clearly written down. A stone tablet. A huge stone tablet that was more than 10 meters tall. When Yixian reached this place, an illusory figure suddenly appeared on the stone tablet. The figure was so blurry that Yixian could not see its appearance clearly. Welcome, 76,872 trial takers. Congratulations on entering the Sovereign's endless trial left behind by our great master. Once you begin, unless you pass, you will be trapped forever. Of course, if you pass this trial, you will obtain unimaginable benefits. I am the guardian of the first trial. If you pass this trial, you will be able to obtain one of my master's inheritances. Work hard, trial taker. It has been a long time since someone passed through here. I look forward to seeing your performance. The illusory figure did not say much, but it made Yixian heave a sigh of relief. After confirming that this was a trial, there was no doubt that Yixian would be much safer. At the same time, this also represented infinite opportunities. Yixian already knew that this was a trial left behind by an ancient god. The things that the ancient god left behind were probably not ordinary things. Although he did not know why he had inexplicably entered this place, he had to admit that this was an opportunity. The Valley of Despair that was rumored to be a trial by an ancient god was actually a trial by fire. He did not know how many people would be attracted to this place if this news spread. Of course, it was superfluous to say this now. At this time, Yixian was already prepared. He stepped into the first trial. Seal Mountain. Seal Mountain was a mysterious mountain covered with all kinds of seals. If one said that it was big, it was indeed incomparably huge. If one said that it was small, in fact, what the naked eye could see was only a palm-sized rockery. Everything was because of the seals on it. To be precise, this mountain itself was actually just a projection in the void. When Yixian stepped into it, it could be said that he existed in the Valley of Despair, but it could also be said that he had already been transported to another alternate space. There were a total of 990,000 seals in Seal Mountain. There were even more types of seals, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that each seal sealed a treasure. Whether it was a natural treasure or a magic weapon, as long as one could open the seal, he would be able to obtain the item inside. It could be said that there was no danger here. Of course, the difficulty of the seals increased as one went to the top of the mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the seal and obtaining the destruction stone. The system's notification instantly made Yixian slightly stunned. It's actually the destruction stone. Yixian held the stone in his hand and was rather surprised. This is good stuff. This destruction stone is one of the basic materials of the shadow guards and sword servants. Yixian casually put away the destruction stone, feeling extremely happy. Shadow guards and sword servants were not something that the withered bone sword servants could compare to. Although the withered bone sword servants had strong defensive abilities and the possibility of self-leveling up, they were still very weak. In other words, if Yixian had enough skeleton hearts, even at his current stage, he could create a super invincible withered bone sword servant. It was a pity that the skeleton hearts were not so easy to obtain. However, shadow guards and sword servants were different. They had 3 special abilities: Undying, Incorporeal, and Coexistence. Undying was easy to understand. It was unlimited resurrection. Incorporeal was easy to understand. It was permanent invisibility. The key was coexistence. The coexistence ability of the shadow guards and sword servants referred to the ability to completely enhance Yixian's combat power. Moreover, regardless of whether it was the realm or ability growth, even if Yixian used any equipment, the shadow guards and sword servants would automatically duplicate a set. Such a powerful sword servant. Just this coexistence ability alone was enough to make Yixian jealous. This sword servant had to be summoned. Such a terrifying ability had to be used by Yixian. Yixian raised his head and looked at the countless restrictions. His hands moved even faster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 1000th restriction and completing the system recovery hidden subtask. The system recovery rate has increased by 5%. Ding! The system's ability to break restrictions has been unlocked. Unknowingly, Yixian had unlocked the 1000th restriction. Of course, he had relied on the black all that he had bought from Lingxian court. However, the system did not care so much. As long as it was Yixian who had unlocked the restriction, it was fine. Why would it care what he had used? Hidden subtask? Yixian's lips curled slightly. This system was really good at causing trouble. Apart from the main system recovery task, there were also some hidden subtasks that could also restore the system. Chapter 2105. All of a sudden, Yixian raised his head and looked at the Forbidden Mountain. He smiled proudly. No matter what happened to the other people who entered this place, as far as Yixian was concerned, he was definitely going to pass this restriction mountain. Yixian was going to take all 990,000 treasures sealed in this Forbidden Mountain. Because the system's ability to break the restrictions had been removed, it was no doubt that Yixian had taken advantage of this Forbidden Mountain. Others had worked hard and even been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years and still couldn't advance much. However, it was only a matter of minutes for Yixian. The Forbidden Mountain, which had trapped countless strong people, seemed so fragile in front of Yixian. Because the system's ability to break restrictions had been restored. Everyone else only wanted to reach the peak of the mountain. All they wanted to do was to open a path of restriction and reach the peak. However, when Yixian arrived, he continued to walk around the restriction mountain. Because what he wanted to do was to take all the treasures in the entire Forbidden Mountain. Ebony root, magnificent lotus vine, frozen blood grass? They're not useful. I'll just devour them. Yixian waved his hand again and opened 3 restrictions. He took the treasures in them, but when he found that they were not useful, he chose to devour them. Actually, up until now, Yixian had finally discovered something unusual. Until now, he had encountered a total of 320,000 restrictions, and all of them had been undone by him and taken away. However, among these 320,000 restrictions, about 20,000 of them had obviously been opened before. The treasures inside were also of a much lower quality. In fact, one of the 3 restrictions that Yixian had unlocked this time was still recovering. In other words, someone had only just unlocked this restriction 1,000 years ago. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Could it be that I'll meet other people here? Yixian put away the items and continued to sweep the treasures. He was like a bandit. Wherever he went, the restrictions would be completely broken. The treasures inside were all taken away by him without exception. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host's current level is a 3rd-grade medium true god. Among the treasures that Yixian obtained, some were good and some were bad according to the difficulty of the restrictions. The good ones were naturally taken away. As for the ones that Yixian did not care about, he devoured them directly. Who would have thought that his level would increase unknowingly? Yixian was in a good mood. It had only been 10 days since he entered the Forbidden Mountain. In addition to obtaining countless treasures, he had also increased his level. This was such a good thing that Yixian would not reject it. Let's continue. Yixian was about to advance. All of a sudden, a powerful pressure crushed down on him. Not good. It's the pressure from a god. Yixian was shocked. God realm. Why was there a god of a god in this Forbidden Mountain? Was this a joke to be a joke? Yixian wasn't a match for the heavenly god realm at all. Following the arrival of the pressure, in the blink of an eye, 2 figures arrived in front of Yixian. There was more than one god in the Forbidden Mountain. Damn! Were they not giving Yixian a chance to live? Yixian looked at the 2 people in front of him nervously. He did not even have the chance to escape now. Once these 2 people had bad intentions, Yixian would be done for. Are you sure it's this kid? Yes, it's him. I'm 100% sure. He's just a mid-level deity? Is that possible? It's him. I've been secretly observing him for 3 whole days. There's no mistake. The 2 gods did not seem to care about Yixian at all. Instead, they were talking to each other. Yixian did not dare to say anything. However, he could not help but wonder what the 2 of them were talking about. Kid, were you the one who broke those restrictions? Suddenly, one of them finally spoke to Yixian. Restrictions. Yixian was slightly taken aback. He quickly calculated in his mind. The rules of this forbidden mountain were very simple and crude. Break the restrictions and you could leave alive. You could even receive rewards that you did not expect. Otherwise, you would be trapped here forever. Could it be that these two people actually had a favor to ask of him? It was very possible. Perhaps this was his only chance. Yixian did not hesitate and answered directly. Yes, I was the one who broke the restrictions in front. What do you mean by that? Yixian's affirmative answer made the two of them look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. You're the only one who relied on the black all? How could you break the restrictions so quickly? Could it be that you're a restriction master? So you've already thought of a name for yourself. Yixian snickered in his heart. From their answers, Yixian already knew their purpose. To put it bluntly, these guys were just poor people trapped in this forbidden mountain. At the very least, Yixian was absolutely safe within the restriction mountain. This was because if these people wanted to live, if they wanted to leave the restriction mountain, they could only do so through this place. Therefore, Yixian, who had the powerful ability to break restrictions, was undoubtedly their life-saving straw. At least in this place, they definitely did not dare to have the slightest malicious intent towards Yixian. At the thought of this, Yixian exhaled in his heart. Divine realm? So what? Yixian was the real king here. These guys, no matter what cultivation they had, all needed Yixian's help. Haha, I'm not a restriction master, but I know a little. I just heard that there's a forbidden mountain here, so I came to have a try. Yixian replied indifferently. Although his tone denied that he was not a restriction master, it clearly showed his disdain for this forbidden mountain. The two celestial god realm powerhouses were overjoyed at that moment. Haha, we finally waited for a real restriction master. Damn it, that bullsh *T Master K you has been trapped in this restriction for a full 18,000 years. If this continues, I'm afraid few of us can leave here. Master, let's have another stormy night. This is Du Haiju, please take us out of here. The two of them didn't hesitate in the slightest as they spoke to Yixian in a respectful tone. Yixian smiled slightly and pretended to be profound as he waved his hand. Well said, well said. Anyway, I'm going to leave here, so let's go together. From your tone, it seems that there are more than two of you. Could it be that there are other people trapped here? Yixian's tone was indifferent, but he was already overjoyed. Two divine realm experts had to be obedient in front of him. Chapter 2106. To tell you the truth, the 32 of us entered the ancient god trial test 20,000 years ago. It is a pity that the first test has trapped us for 20,000 years. Although there is no danger in the restriction mountain, if we are unable to break the restriction, we will not be able to move an inch. Furthermore, with the passage of time, our divine power is also diminishing. There were actually hundreds of people who entered together, but now only 32 of us are left. The others have long used up their divine power and their godheads have been shattered. *CK, Yixian was slightly shocked. These guys actually came in 20,000 years ago. *CK, how old was Yixian now? 20,000 years was a terrifying number that Yixian didn't even dare to think about. In Yixian's heart, these guys were probably very lonely. Of course, Yixian wouldn't say this out loud. Instead, he maintained his calm and indifferent attitude, completely unmoved. Seeing that Yixian didn't reply, Du Haiju immediately said, Master, this way please. Perhaps you don't know this, but you don't need to break all the restrictions in this restriction mountain. You just need to go all the way to the top, and there will be a way out at the top. Nonsense, how could Yixian not know this? Yixian knew this clearly. However, there were treasures in every restriction, which was why Yixian had to break the restrictions one by one. Of course, he was facing two divine realm experts, so he naturally didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He could only nod and follow their directions. After walking for only 2 hours, Yixian saw a large group of people in the distance. This strange restriction mountain was only 2 hours away, but Yixian's divine consciousness couldn't sense anyone here. Haha! Everyone come over quickly. Look who I've brought back. Let me tell you, this is a real restriction master. Du Haiju greeted the group from afar. Divine realm. Divine realm. What the *CK, they were all in the divine realm. Low-level heavenly god, mid-level heavenly god, high-level heavenly god. Among these 32 people, the weakest one was actually a low-level 9th-grade celestial god. Damn you! Yi Xian felt a chill in his heart. This group of terrifying fellows, I'm afraid any one of them would be able to crush Yi Xian to death like an ant with just one hand. 32 heavenly deity stage powerhouses. What terrifying strength. Du Haju, you said this kid is a restriction master? Him. A mere mid-true god brat? Suddenly, an old man in a long robe walked towards Yi Xian. It seemed that everyone here was very afraid of him. However, his strength was merely at the middle true god realm. Seeing this situation, Yi Xian did not need to ask to know that this guy was the so-called Master Moonless. Sure enough, before Yi Xian could say anything, Du Heiju immediately said, Master Moonless, haha, we saw with our own eyes that Master Yi swept away the restriction below. We won't doubt this. Although Du Heiju's tone did not seem to be abnormal, the disdain in his eyes had already proved that he did not trust Master Moonless. Of course, if it was anyone else who was trapped in a restriction for 18,000 years, they would probably have such thoughts. Haha, alright, since you said this kid is a restriction master, I won't argue with you. Kid, come on, try this restriction. What Master Moonless was referring to was the restriction that had trapped him for a full 18,000 years. Yi Xian did not bother to say more. His cultivation level was too low. It could be said that if he did not have the ability to break the restriction, in the eyes of these people, they would not even take a look at him. Therefore, Yi Xian needed to break the restriction to prove his worth. Only in this way could he be protected by these people, or in other words, he would not be easily killed by these people. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't say a word and walked towards the restriction, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Even Master Ku didn't mock him anymore. After all, breaking the restriction was their only chance of survival. No one would cause trouble at this time because no one would joke about their own lives. However, although Yi Xian came to the restriction, he did not immediately ask the system to do anything. Instead, he sat there cross-legged and began to organize his gains. This was because Yi Xian was very clear that this restriction had trapped these people for 18,000 years. If he immediately tried to break it, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. He sat there for an entire month. During this month, Yi Xian did not even move an inch. The others seemed to be the same. No one moved an inch. It was as if time had stopped. Sigh. Suddenly, Yi Xian sighed. In an instant, the expressions of these people changed greatly. Could it be that Yi Xian was completely powerless? Haha, little brat, this restriction is something that even I can't break. How dare an arrogant brat like you talk nonsense? Master Moonless looked disdainful and did not show any mercy in his words. Du Haju also immediately walked towards Yi Xian. Master, this restriction, don't you have a way to break it? Yes, if Yi Xian did not have a way, then did they have to wait 18,000 years for a person to come here? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a helpless expression. I can break this restriction, but unfortunately I need some materials and I don't have enough rare treasures. This was a ripoff. Yi Xian was a prickly extortion. I see. Come, master, take these interspatial rings first. Feel free to use the things inside. If they are not enough, feel free to use all the resources we have here. Suddenly, an upper-level heavenly god came directly in front of Yi Xian and took out 5 interspatial rings. Yi Xian casually took them and used his divine consciousness to check them. He was ecstatic. Heavens, there were so many treasures. It was more than enough for him to break through to the upper-level heavenly god level. Moreover, there were even more resources for him. This was great. This was so great that he could not ask for more. Of course, Yi Xian could not show the slightest joy on his face. He took the 5 interspatial rings and began to fiddle with them pretentiously. Unfortunately, no one understood what he was trying to do. Of course, even Yi Xian himself was just messing around. If he wanted to break the restriction, he would need the system. System, come on, break this restriction in front of me.